The Warlord Chronicles 2. Enemy of God, a novel of Arthur. Written by Bernard Cornwell. Read by Jonathan Keeble. Part 1. The Dark Road. Today I have been thinking about the dead. This is the last day of the old year. The bracken on the hill has turned brown, the elms at the valley's end have lost their leaves, and the winter slaughter of our cattle has begun. Tonight is Samhain Eve. Tonight, the curtain that separates the dead from the living will quiver, fray, and finally vanish. Tonight, the dead will cross the bridge of swords. Tonight, the dead will come from the other world to this world. But we shall not see them. They will be shadows in darkness, mere whispers of wind in a windless night. But they will be here. Bishop Sansom, the saint who rules our small community of monks, scoffs at this belief. The dead, he says, do not have shadow bodies, nor can they cross the sword bridge, but instead they lie in their cold graves and wait for the final coming of our Lord Jesus Christ. It is proper, he says, for us to remember the dead and to pray for their immortal souls, but their bodies are gone. They are corrupt. Their eyes have melted to leave dark holes in their skulls. Worms liquefy their bellies, and mould furs their bones. The saint insists that the dead do not trouble the living on Samhain Eve. Yet even he will take care to leave a loaf of bread beside the monastery hearth this night. He will pretend it is carelessness, but all the same, there will be a loaf of bread and a pitcher of water beside the kitchen ashes tonight. I shall leave more. A cup of mead and a piece of salmon. They are small gifts, but all I can afford, and tonight I shall place them in the shadows by the hearth, then go to my monk's cell and welcome the dead, who will come to this cold house on its bare hill. I shall name the dead: Cynwyn, Guinevere, Nimue, Merlin, Lancelot, Galahad, Diane, Sagramore. The list could fill 2 parchments. So many dead. Their footsteps will not stir a rush on the floor, nor frighten the mice that live in the monastery's thatched roof. But even Bishop Sansom knows that our cats will arch their backs and hiss from the kitchen corners, as the shadows that are not shadows come to our hearth to find the gifts that deter them from working mischief. So, today I have been thinking about the dead. I am old now. Maybe as old as Merlin was, though not nearly so wise. I think that Bishop Sansom and I are the only men living from the great days, and I alone remember them fondly. Maybe some others still live, in Ireland perhaps, or in the wastes north of Lothian, but I do not know of them. Though this much I do know, that if any others do live, then they, like me, cower from the encroaching darkness like cats shrinking from this night's shadows. All that we loved is broken. All that we made is pulled down, and all that we sowed is reaped by the Saxons. We British cling to the high western lands and talk of revenge, but there is no sword that will fight a great darkness. There are times, too frequent now, when all I want is to be with the dead. Bishop Sansom applauds that wish, and tells me it is only right that I should yearn to be in heaven at God's right hand. But I do not think I shall reach the saints' heaven. I have sinned too much, and thus fear hell, but still hope, against my faith, that I will pass to the other world instead. For there, under the apple trees of 4-towered Anwyn, waits a table heaped with food, and crowded with the shadow bodies of all my old friends. Merlin will be cajoling, lecturing, grumbling, and mocking. Galahad will be bursting to interrupt, and Kilhuch, bored with so much talk, will steal a larger portion of beef and think no one notices. And Cynwyn will be there. Dear, lovely Cynwyn, bringing peace to the turmoil roused by Nimue. But I am still cursed by breath. I live while my friends feast, and as long as I live I shall write this tale of Arthur. I write at the behest of Queen Igraine, the young wife of King Brockvale of Powys, who is the protector of our small monastery. Igraine wanted to know all I can remember of Arthur, and so I began to write these tales down. But Bishop Sansom disapproves of the task. He says Arthur was the enemy of God, a spawn of the devil. And so I am writing the tales in my native Saxon tongue, that the saint does not speak. Igraine and I have told the saint that I am writing the gospel of our Lord Jesus Christ in the enemy's language, and maybe he believes us, or maybe he is biding his time until he can prove our falsehood, and then punish me. I write each day. Igraine comes frequently to the monastery to pray that God will grant her womb the blessing of a child, and when her prayers are done, she takes the finished skins away and has them translated into British by the clerk of Brockvale's justice. I think she changes the story then, making it match the Arthur she wants, rather than the Arthur who was. But perhaps that does not matter, for who will ever read this tale? I am like a man building a wall of mud and wattle to resist an imminent flood. The darkness comes when no man will read. There will just be Saxons. So I write about the dead, and the writing passes the time until I can join them. The time when Brother Derval, a humble monk of Dinarac, will again be Lord Derval Cadern, Derval the Mighty, champion of Dumnonia and beloved friend of Arthur. But now I am just a cold old monk, scribbling memories with my one remaining hand. And tonight is Samain Eve, and tomorrow is a new year. The winter is coming. The dead leaves lie in shining drifts against the hedgerows. There are redwings in the stubble, gulls have flown inland from the sea, and woodcock gather under the full moon. It is a good season, Igraine tells me, to write of old things, and so she has brought me a fresh pile of skins, a flask of newly mixed ink, and a sheaf of quills. Tell me of Arthur, she says, of golden Arthur, our last and best hope, our king who never was a king, the enemy of God, and the scourge of Saxons. Tell me of Arthur. A field after battle is a dreadful thing. We had won, but there was no elation in our souls, just weariness and relief. We shivered about our fires and tried not to think of the ghouls and spirits that stalked the dark where the dead of Lugvale lay. Some of us slept, but none slept well, for the nightmares of battle's end harried us. I woke in the black hours, startled out of sleep by the memory of a spear thrust that had so nearly skewered my belly. Issa had saved me, pushing the enemy's spear away with the edge of his shield. But I was haunted by what had so nearly happened. I tried to sleep again, but the memory of that spear thrust kept me awake, and so at last, shivering and weary, I stood and drew my cloak about me. The vale was lit by guttering fires, and in the dark between the flames there drifted a miasma of smoke and river mist. Some things moved in the smoke, but whether they were ghosts or the living I could not tell. "You can't sleep, Devil." A voice spoke softly from the doorway of the Roman building, where the body of King Gorfethid lay. I turned to see it was Arthur who watched me. "I can't sleep, Lord," I admitted. He picked his way through the sleeping warriors. He wore one of the long white cloaks that he liked so much, and in the fiery night the garment seemed to shine. There was no mud on it, or any blood, and I realized he must have kept the cloak bundled safe for something clean to wear after battle. The rest of us would not have cared if we had ended the fight stark naked so long as we lived, but Arthur was ever a fastidious man. He was bareheaded, and his hair still showed the indentations where the helmet had clasped his skull. "I never sleep well after battle," he said. "Not for a week, at least. Then comes a blessed night of rest." He smiled at me. "I am in your debt." "No, Lord," I said. Though in truth he was in my debt. Sagramore and I had held Lugvale all that long day, fighting in the shield wall against a vast horde of enemies, and Arthur had failed to rescue us. A rescue had come at last, and victory with it, but of all Arthur's battles, Lugvale was the nearest to a defeat. Until the last battle. "I, at least, will remember the debt," he said fondly, "even if you do not. It is time to make you wealthy, Derval. You and your men." He smiled and took my elbow to lead me to a bare patch of earth, where our voices would not disturb the restless sleep of the warriors who lay closer to the smoking fires. The ground was damp, and rain had puddled in the deep scars left by the hooves of Arthur's big horses. I wondered if horses dreamed of battle, then wondered if the dead, newly arrived in the other world, still shuddered at the memory of the sword stroke or spear blow that had sent their souls across the bridge of swords. "I suppose Gunlius is dead?" Arthur interrupted my thoughts. "Dead, Lord," I confirmed. The king of Siluria had died earlier in the evening, but I had not seen Arthur since the moment when Nimue had pinched out her enemy's life. "I heard him screaming," Arthur said in a matter-of-fact voice. "All Britain must have heard him screaming," I answered, just as dryly. Nimue had taken the king's dark soul piece by piece, all the while crooning her revenge on the man who had raped her and taken one of her eyes. "So Siluria needs a king," Arthur said, then stared down the long vale to where the black shapes drifted in the mist and smoke. His clean-shaven face was shadowed by the flames, giving him a gaunt look. He was not a handsome man, but nor was he ugly. Rather, he had a singular face, long, bony, and strong. In repose, it was a rueful face, suggesting sympathy and thoughtfulness, but in conversation it was animated by enthusiasm and a quick smile. He was still young then, just 30 years old, and his short-cropped hair was untouched by grey. "Come." He touched my arm and gestured down the vale. "You'd walk among the dead." I pulled back aghast. I would have waited till dawn had chased the ghouls away, before venturing away from the protective firelight. "We made them into the dead, Derval. You and I," Arthur said. "So they should fear us, should they not?" He was never a superstitious man, not like the rest of us who craved blessings, treasured amulets, and watched every moment for omens that might warn against dangers. Arthur moved through that spirit world like a blind man. "Come," he said, touching my arm again. So we walked into the dark. They were not all dead, those things that lay in the mist, for some called piteously for help, but Arthur, normally the kindest of men, was deaf to the feeble cries. He was thinking about Britain. "I'm going south tomorrow," he said, "to see Tudric." King Tudric of Gwent was our ally, but he had refused to send his men to Lugvale, believing that victory was impossible. The king was in our debt now, for we had won his war for him. But Arthur was not a man to hold a grudge. "I'll ask Tudric to send men east to face the Saxons," Arthur went on. "But I'll send Sagramore as well. That should hold the frontier through the winter. Your men," he gave me a swift smile, "deserve a rest. The smile told me that there would be no rest. "They will do whatever you ask," I answered dutifully. I was walking stiffly, wary of the circling shadows and making the sign against evil with my right hand. Some souls, newly ripped from their bodies, do not find the entrance to the other world, but instead wander the earth's surface looking for their old bodies and seeking revenge on their killers. Many of those souls were in Lug Vale that night, and I feared them. But Arthur, oblivious of their threat, strolled carelessly through the field of death, with one hand holding up the skirts of his cloak to keep it free of the wet grass and thick mud. "I want your men in Siluria," he said decisively. "Oengus mac Eirim will want to plunder it, but he must be restrained." Oengus was the Irish king of Demetia, who had changed sides in the battle to give Arthur victory, and the Irishman's price was a share of slaves and wealth from the dead Gunlius's kingdom. "He can take 100 slaves," Arthur decreed, "and 1/3 of Gunlius's treasury. He's agreed to that, but he'll still try to cheat us." "I'll make sure he doesn't, Lord." "No, not you. Will you let Galahad lead your men?" I nodded, hiding my surprise. "So what do you want of me?" I asked. "Siluria is a problem," Arthur went on, ignoring my question. He stopped, frowning as he thought about Gunlius's kingdom. "It's been ill-ruled, Derval. Ill-ruled." He spoke with a deep distaste. To the rest of us, corrupt government was as natural as snow in winter, or flowers in the springtime. But Arthur was genuinely horrified by it. These days, we remember Arthur as a warlord, as the shining man in polished armour who carried a sword into legend. But he would have wanted to be remembered as nothing but a good, honest, and just ruler. The sword gave him power, but he gave that power to the law. "It isn't an important kingdom," he continued, "but it will make endless trouble if we don't put it right." He was thinking aloud, trying to anticipate every obstacle that lay between this night after battle and his dream of a peaceful, united Britain. "The ideal answer," he said, "would be to divide it between Gwent and Powys." "Then why not do that?" I asked. "Because I have promised Siluria to Lancelot," he said, in a voice that brooked no contradiction. I said nothing, but just touched Halbane's hilt so that the iron would protect my soul from the evil things of this night. I was gazing southwards to where the dead lay like a tide rill by the tree fence, where my men had fought the enemy all that long day. There had been so many brave men in that fight, but no Lancelot. In all the years that I had fought for Arthur, and in all the years that I had been acquainted with Lancelot, I had yet to see Lancelot in the shield wall. I had seen him pursuing beaten fugitives, and seen him lead captives off to parade them before an excited crowd, but I had never seen him in the hard, sweaty, clanging press of struggling shield walls. He was the exiled king of Benwick, unthroned by the horde of Franks that had erupted out of Gaul to sweep his father's kingdom into oblivion, and not once, so far as I knew, had he ever carried a spear against a Frankish warband. Yet bards throughout the length and breadth of Britain sang of his bravery. He was Lancelot, the king without land, the hero of 100 fights, the sword of the Britons, the handsome lord of sorrows, the paragon. And all of that high reputation was made by song, and none of it, so far as I knew, with a sword. I was his enemy, and he mine, but both of us were friends of Arthur, and that friendship kept our enmity in an awkward truce. Arthur knew my hostility. He touched my elbow so that we both walked on south towards the tide rill of the dead. "Lancelot is Dumnonia's friend," he insisted. "So if Lancelot rules Siluria, then we shall have nothing to fear from it. And if Lancelot marries Cynwyn, then Powys will support him too." There. It was said. And now my hostility was brittle with anger, Yet still I said nothing against Arthur's scheme. What could I say? I was the son of a Saxon slave, a young warrior with a band of men but no land, and Cynwyn was a princess of Powys. She was called Seren, the Star, and she shone in a dull land like a spark of the sun fallen into mud. She had been betrothed to Arthur, but had lost him to Guinevere, and that loss had brought on the war that had just ended in the slaughter of Lug Vale. Now, for peace, Cynwyn must marry Lancelot, my enemy, while I, a mere nothing, was in love with her. I wore her brooch, and I carried her image in my thoughts. I had even sworn an oath to protect her, and she had not spurned the oath. Her acceptance had filled me with an insane hope that my love for her was not hopeless. But it was. Cynwyn was a princess, and she must marry a king, and I was a slave-born spearman, and would marry where I could. So I said nothing about my love for Cynwyn, and Arthur, who was disposing of Britain in this night after his victory, suspected nothing. And why should he? If I had confessed to him that I was in love with Cynwyn, he would have thought it as outrageous an ambition as a dunghill rooster wanting to mate with an eagle. "You know Cynwyn, don't you?" he asked me. "Yes, Lord." "And she likes you," he said, only half as a question. "So I dare to think," I said truthfully, remembering Cynwyn's pale, silvery beauty, and loathing the thought of it being given into Lancelot's handsome keeping. "She likes me well enough," I went on, "to have told me she has no enthusiasm for this marriage." "Why should she?" Arthur asked. "She's never met Lancelot. I don't expect enthusiasm from her, Derval. Just obedience." I hesitated. Before the battle, when Tudric had been so desperate to end the war that threatened to ruin his land, I had gone on a peace mission to Gorfithid. The mission had failed, but I had talked with Cynwyn, and told her of Arthur's hope that she should marry Lancelot. She had not rejected the idea, but nor had she welcomed it. Back then, of course, no one believed Arthur could defeat Cynwyn's father in battle, but Cynwyn had considered that unlikely possibility, and had asked me to request one favour of Arthur if he should win. She wanted his protection, and I, falling so hard in love with her, translated that request as a plea that she should not be forced into a marriage she did not want. I told Arthur now that she had begged his protection. "She's been betrothed too often, Lord," I added, "and too often disappointed, and I think she wants to be left alone for a time." "Time?" Arthur laughed. "She hasn't got time, Derval. She's nearly 20. She can't stay unmarried like a cat that won't catch mice. And who else can she marry?" He walked on a few paces. "She has my protection," he said, "but what better protection could she want than to be married to Lancelot and placed on a throne?" "And what about you?" he asked suddenly. "Me, Lord?" For a moment I thought he was proposing that I should marry Cynwyn, and my heart leapt. "You're nearly 30, he said, "and it's time you were married. We'll see to it when we're back in Dumnonia. But for now I want you to go to Powys." "Me, Lord? Powys?" We had just fought and defeated Powys's army, and I could not imagine that anyone in Powys would welcome an enemy warrior. Arthur gripped my arm. "The most important thing in the next few weeks, Derval, is that Keenaglas is acclaimed king of Powys. He thinks no one will challenge him, but I want to be sure. I want one of my men in Caer Sus to be a witness to our friendship. Nothing more. I just want any challenger to know that he will have to fight me as well as Keenaglas. If you're there, and if you're seen to be his friend, then that message will be clear." "So why not send 100 men?" I asked. "Because then it will look as if we're imposing Keenaglas on Powys's throne. I don't want that. I need him as a friend, and I don't want him returning to Powys looking like a defeated man. Besides," he smiled, You're as good as 100 men, Derval. You proved that yesterday. I grimaced, for I was always uncomfortable with extravagant compliments. But if the praise meant that I was the right man to be Arthur's envoy in Powys, then I was happy, for I would be close to Kynwyn again. I still treasured the memory of her touch on my hand, just as I treasured the brooch she had given me so many years before. She had not married Lancelot yet, I told myself, and all I wanted was a chance to indulge my impossible hopes. "And once Keenaglass is acclaimed?" I asked. "What do I do then?" "You wait for me," Arthur said. "I'm coming to Powys as soon as I can, and once we've settled the peace and Lancelot is safely betrothed, we'll go home. And next year, my friend, we'll lead the armies of Britain against the Saxons." He spoke with a rare relish for the business of making war. He was good at fighting, and he even enjoyed battle for the unleashed thrills it gave his usually so careful soul. But he never sought war if peace was available, because he mistrusted the uncertainties of battle. The vagaries of victory and defeat were too unpredictable, and Arthur hated to see good order and careful diplomacy abandoned to the chances of battle. But diplomacy and tact would never defeat the invading Saxons, who were spreading westwards across Britain like vermin. Arthur dreamed of a well-ordered, lawfully governed, peaceful Britain, and the Saxons were no part of that dream. "We'll march in the spring?" I asked him. "When the first leaves show." "Then I would ask one favour of you first." "Name it," he said, delighted that I should want something in return for helping to give him victory. "I want to march with Merlin, Lord," I said. He did not answer for a while. He just stared down at the damp ground where a sword lay with its blade bent almost double. Somewhere in the dark a man moaned, cried out, then was silent. "The cauldron," Arthur said at last, his voice heavy. "Yes, Lord," I said. Merlin had come to us during the battle, and pleaded that both sides should abandon the fight and follow him on a quest to find the cauldron of Clithno Ethin. The cauldron was the greatest treasure of Britain, the magical gift of the old gods, and it had been lost for centuries. Merlin's life was dedicated to retrieving those treasures, and the cauldron was his greatest prize. If he could find the cauldron, he told us, he could restore Britain to her rightful gods. Arthur shook his head. "Do you really think the cauldron of Clithno Ethin has stayed hidden all these years?" he asked me. "Through all the Roman years? It was taken to Rome, Derval, and it was melted down for pins or brooches or coins. There is no cauldron." "Merlin says there is, Lord," I insisted. "Merlin has listened to old women's tales," Arthur said angrily. "Do you know how many men he wants to take on this search for his cauldron?" "No, Lord." 80, he told me. Or 100. Or better still, 200. He won't even say where the cauldron is. He just wants me to give him an army and let him march it away to some wild place, Ireland maybe, or the wilderness. No! He kicked the bent sword, then prodded a finger hard into my shoulder. "Listen, Derval. I need every spear I can muster next year. We're going to finish the Saxons once and forever, and I can't lose 80 or 100 men to the chase of a bowl that disappeared nearly 500 years ago. Once Ael's Saxons are defeated, you can chase this nonsense if you must, but I tell you, it is a nonsense. There is no cauldron." He turned and began to walk back to the fires. I followed, wanting to argue with him, but I knew I could never persuade him, for he would need every spear he could muster if he was to defeat the Saxons, and he would do nothing now that would weaken his chances of victory in the spring. He smiled at me as if to compensate for his harsh refusal of my request. "If the cauldron does exist," he said, "then it can stay hidden another year or two. But in the meantime, Derval, I plan to make you rich. We shall marry you to money." He slapped my back. "One last campaign, my dear Derval. One last great slaughter, then we shall have peace. Pure peace. We won't need any cauldrons then." He spoke exultingly. That night, among the dead, he really did see peace coming. We walked towards the fires that lay around the Roman house where Cynwyn's father, Gorfethid, lay dead. Arthur was happy that night, truly happy, for he saw his dream coming true, and it all seemed so easy. There would be one more war, then peace for evermore. Arthur was our warlord, the greatest warrior in Britain. Yet that night after battle, among the shrieking souls of the smoke-wreathed dead, all he wanted was peace. Gorfethid's heir, Kyneglas of Powys, shared Arthur's dream. Tudric of Gwent was an ally. Lancelot would be given the kingdom of Siluria, and together with Arthur's Dumnonian army, the united kings of Britain would defeat the invading Saxons. Mordred, under Arthur's protection, would grow to assume Dumnonia's throne, and Arthur would retire to enjoy the peace and prosperity his sword had given Britain. Thus Arthur disposed the golden future. But he did not reckon on Merlin. Merlin was older, wiser, and subtler than Arthur, and Merlin had smelt the cauldron out. He would find it, and its power would spread through Britain like a poison. For it was the cauldron of Clythno Ethin. It was the cauldron that broke men's dreams. And Arthur, for all his practicality, was a dreamer. In Caersus, the leaves were heavy with the last ripeness of summer. I had travelled north with King Kyneglas and his defeated men, and so I was the only Dumnonian present when the body of King Gorfethid was burned on Dolforwin's summit. I saw the flames of his balefire gust huge in the night, as his soul crossed the Bridge of Swords to its shadow body in the other world. The fire was surrounded by a double ring of Powys's spearmen, who carried flaming torches that swayed together as they sang the death lament of Beli Mar. They sang for a long time, and the sound of their voices echoed from the near hills like a choir of ghosts. There was much sorrow in Caersus. So many in the land had been made widows and orphans, and on the morning after the old king was burned, and when his balefire was still sending a pyre of smoke towards the northern mountains, there was still more sorrow, when the news of Ratai's fall arrived. Ratai had been a great fortress on Powys's eastern frontier, but Arthur had betrayed it to the Saxons to buy their peace, while he fought against Gorfethid. None in Powys knew of Arthur's treachery yet, and I did not tell them. I did not see Cynwyn for 3 days, for they were the days of mourning for Gorfethid, and no women went to the balefire. Instead, the women of Powys's court wore black wool, and were shut up inside the women's hall. No music was played in the hall, only water was given for drink, and their only food was dry bread and a thin gruel of oats. Outside the hall, the warriors of Powys gathered for the new king's acclamation, and I, obedient to Arthur's orders, tried to detect whether any man would challenge Kyneglas's right to the throne, but I heard no whisper of opposition. At the end of the 3 days, the door of the women's hall was thrown open. A maidservant appeared in the doorway and scattered rue on the hall's threshold and steps, and a moment later a billow of smoke gushed from the door, and we knew the women were burning the old king's marriage bedding. The smoke swirled from the hall's door and windows, and only when the smoke had dissipated did Cheleth, now Queen of Powys, come down the steps to kneel before her husband, King Kyneglas of Powys. She wore a dress of white linen, which, when Kyneglas raised her, showed muddy marks where she had knelt. He kissed her, then led her back into the hall. Black-cloaked Eorwith, Powys's chief druid, followed the king into the women's hall, while outside, ringing the hall's wooden walls in ranks of iron and leather, the surviving warriors of Powys watched and waited. They waited while a choir of children chanted the love duet of Gwydion and Hranrod, the song of Rhiannon, and then every long verse of Gorfanon's march of Caer Idion. And it was only when that last song was finished that Eorwith, now robed in white and carrying a black staff tipped with mistletoe, came to the door and announced that the days of mourning were at last over. The warriors cheered and broke from the ranks to seek their own women. Tomorrow, Keenaglas would be acclaimed on Dolforwin's summit, and if any man wanted to challenge his right to rule Powys, then the acclamation would provide that chance. It would also be my first glimpse of Cynwyn since the battle. Next day, I stared at Cynwyn as Eorwith performed the rites of acclamation. She stood watching her brother, and I gazed at her in a kind of wonder that any woman could be so lovely. I am old now, so perhaps my old man's memory exaggerates Princess Cynwyn's beauty. But I do not think so. She was not called the Seren, the Star, for nothing. She was of average height, but very slightly built, and that slenderness gave her an appearance of fragility that was, I later learned, a deception, for Cynwyn had, above all things, a will of steel. Her hair, like mine, was fair, only hers was pale gold and sun-bright, while mine was more like the colour of dirty straw. Her eyes were blue, her demeanour was demure, and her face as sweet as honey from a wild comb. That day she was dressed in a blue linen gown that was trimmed with the black-flecked silver-white fur of a winter stoat, the same dress she had worn when she had touched my hand and taken my oath. She caught my eye once and smiled gravely, and I swear my heart checked in its beating. The rites of Powys's kingship were not unlike our own. Keenaglas was paraded about Dolforwin's stone circle. He was given the symbols of kingship, and then a warrior declared him king, and dared any man present to challenge the acclamation. The challenge was answered by silence. The ashes of the great balefire still smoked beyond the circle, to show that a king had died. But the silence about the stones was proof that a new king reigned. Then Keenaglas was presented with gifts. Arthur, I knew, would be bringing his own magnificent present, but he had given me Gorfithid's war sword that had been found on the battlefield, and I now gave it back to Gorfithid's son as a token of Dumnonia's wish to have peace with Powys. After the acclamation there was a feast in the lone hall that stood on Dolforwin's summit. It was a meagre feast, richer in mead and ale than in food, but it was a chance for Keenaglas to tell the warriors his hopes for his reign. He spoke first of the war that had just ended. He named the dead of Lugvale, and promised his men that those warriors had not died in vain. "What they achieved," he said, "is peace between the Britons, a peace between Powys and Dumnonia." That caused some growls among the warriors, but Keenaglas stilled them with a raised hand. "Our enemy," he said, and his voice was suddenly hard, "is not Dumnonia. Our enemy is the Saxon." He paused, and this time no one growled in dissent. They just waited in silence and watched their new king, who was in truth no great warrior, but a good and honest man. Those qualities seemed obvious on his round, guileless young face, to which he had vainly attempted to add dignity by growing long, plaited moustaches that hung to his breast. He might be no warrior, but he was shrewd enough to know that he had to offer these warriors the chance of war, for only by war could a man earn glory and wealth. Rattay, he promised them, would be retaken, and the Saxons punished for the horrors they had inflicted on its inhabitants. Cloghear, the lost lands, would be reclaimed from the Saxons, and Powys, once the mightiest of Britain's kingdoms, would once again stretch from the mountains to the German Sea. The Roman towns would be rebuilt, their walls razed to glory again, and the roads repaired. There would be farmland, booty, and Saxon slaves for every warrior in Powys. They applauded that prospect, for Keenaglas was offering his disappointed chieftains the rewards that such men always sought from their kings. But, he went on, after raising a hand to still the cheering, the wealth of Llogheir would not be reclaimed by Powys alone. Now, he warned his followers, we march alongside the men of Gwent, and beside the spearmen of Dumnonia. They were my father's enemies, but they are my friends, and that is why my Lord Derval is here. He smiled at me. And that is why, he continued, under the next full moon, my dear sister will pledge her betrothal to Lancelot. She will rule as queen in Siluria, and the men of that country will march with us, and with Arthur and with Tudric, to rid the lands of Saxons. We shall destroy our true enemy. We shall destroy the Sace. This time the cheers were unstinted. He had won them over. He was offering them the wealth and power of old Britain, and they clapped their hands and stamped their feet to show their approval. Keenaglas stood for a while, letting the acclamation continue. Then he just sat and smiled at me, as if he recognized how Arthur would have approved of all he had just said. I did not stay on Dolforwyn for the drinking that would go on all night, but instead walked back to Caersws, behind the ox-drawn wagon that carried Queen Cheleth, her 2 aunts, and Cynwyn. The royal ladies wanted to be back in Caersws by sunset, and I went with them, not because I felt unwelcome among Keenaglas's men, but because I had found no chance to talk with Cynwyn. So, like a moonstruck calf, I joined the small guard of spearmen who escorted the wagon homewards. I dressed carefully that day, wanting to impress Cynwyn, and so I had cleaned my mail armour, brushed the mud from my boots and cloak, then woven my long fair hair into a loose plait that hung down my back. I wore her brooch on my cloak as a sign of my allegiance to her. I thought she would ignore me, for all through that long walk back to Caersws she sat in the wagon and stared away from me. But at last, as we turned the corner and the fortress came into sight, she turned and dropped off the wagon to wait for me beside the road. The escorting spearmen moved aside to let me walk beside her. She smiled as she recognized the brooch, but made no reference to it. "We were wondering, Lord Derval," she said instead. "What brought you here?" "Arthur wanted a Dumnonian to witness your brother's acclamation, lady," I answered. "Or did Arthur want to be sure that he would be acclaimed?" she asked shrewdly. "Well, that too," I admitted. She shrugged. "There's no one else who could be king here. My father made certain of that. There was a chieftain called Valerin who might have challenged Keenaglas for the kingship, but we hear Valerin died in the battle." "Yes, lady, he did," I said. But I did not add that it had been I who had killed Valerin in single combat by the ford at Lug Vale. "He was a brave man, and so was your father. I am sorry for you that he's dead." She walked in silence for a few paces, as Cheleth, Powys's queen, watched us suspiciously from the ox-cart. "My father," Cynwyn said after a while, "was a very bitter man, but he was always good to me." She spoke bleakly, but shed no tears. Those tears had all been wept already, and now her brother was king, and Cynwyn faced a new future. She hitched up her skirts to negotiate a muddy patch. There had been rain the night before, and the clouds to the west promised more soon. "So, Arthur comes here?" she asked. "Any day now, lady." "And brings Lancelot?" she asked. "I would think so." She grimaced. "The last time we met, Lord Derval, I was to marry Gunlius. Now it is to be Lancelot. One king after another." "Yes, lady," I said. It was an inadequate, even a stupid answer, but I had been struck by the exquisite nervousness that ties a lover's tongue. All I ever wanted was to be with Cynwyn, but when I found myself at her side, I could not say what was in my soul. "And I am to be Queen of Siluria," Kynwyn said, without any relish at the prospect. She stopped and gestured back down the Severn's wide valley. "Just past Dolforwyn," she told me. "There's a little hidden valley with a house and some apple trees. When I was a little girl, I always used to think the other world was like that valley. A small, safe place where I could live, be happy and have children." She laughed at herself and began walking again. "All across Britain there are girls who are dreaming of marrying Lancelot and being a queen in a palace, and all I want is a small valley with its apple trees." "Lady," I said, nerving myself to say what I really wanted to say, but she immediately guessed what was on my mind and touched my arm to hush me. "I must do my duty, Lord Derval," she said, warning me to guard my tongue. "You have my oath," I blurted out. It was as near to a confession of love as I was capable of at that moment. "I know," she said gravely. "And you are my friend, are you not?" I wanted to be more than a friend, but I nodded. "I am your friend, lady." "Then I will tell you," she said, "what I told my brother." She looked up at me, her blue eyes very serious. "I don't know that I want to marry Lancelot, but I have promised Keenaglass that I will meet him before I make up my mind. I must do that, but whether I shall marry him I don't know." She walked in silence for a few paces, and I sensed she was debating whether to tell me something. Finally, she decided to trust me. "After I saw you last," she went on, "I visited the priestess at Memesweir, and she took me to the dream cave and made me sleep on the bed of skulls. I wanted to discover my fate, you see, but I don't remember having any dreams at all. But when I woke, the priestess said that the next man who wanted to marry me would marry the dead instead." She gazed up at me. "Does that make sense?" "None, lady," I said, and touched the iron on Howelbane's hilt. Was she warning me? We had never spoken of love, but she must have sensed my yearning. "It makes no sense to me either," she confessed. "So I asked Eorwith what the prophecy meant, and he told me I should stop worrying. He said the priestess talks in riddles because she's incapable of talking sense. What I think it means is that I should not marry at all. But I don't know. I only know one thing, Lord Derval. I will not marry lightly." "You know two things, lady," I said. "You know my oath holds." "I know that too," she said, then smiled at me again. "I'm glad you're here, Lord Derval." And with those words she ran on ahead and scrambled back into the ox-cart, leaving me to puzzle over her riddle and to find no answer that could give my soul peace. Arthur came to Caersus 3 days later. He came with 20 horsemen and 100 spearmen. He brought bards and harpists. He brought Merlin, Nimue, and gifts of the gold taken from the dead in Lug Vale. And he also brought Guinevere and Lancelot. I groaned when I saw Guinevere. We had won a victory and made peace, yet even so I thought it cruel of Arthur to bring the woman for whom he had spurned Kynwyn. But Guinevere had insisted on accompanying her husband, and so she arrived in Caersus in an ox-drawn wagon that was furnished with furs, hung with dyed linens, and draped with green branches to signify peace. Queen Elaine, Lancelot's mother, rode in the cart with Guinevere. But it was Guinevere, not the queen, who commanded attention. She stood as the cart pulled slowly through Caersus's gate, and she remained standing as the oxen drew her to the door of Keenaglass's great hall, where once she had been an unwanted exile, and to which she now came like a conqueror. She wore a robe of linen dyed gold. She wore gold about her neck and on her wrists, while her springing red hair was trapped by a circle of gold. She was pregnant, but the pregnancy did not show beneath the precious gold linen. She looked like a goddess. Yet if Guinevere looked like a goddess, Lancelot rode into Caersus like a god. Many folk assumed he must be Arthur, for he looked magnificent on a white horse draped with a pale linen cloth that was studded with small golden stars. He wore his white enamelled scale armour. His sword was scabbarded in white, and a long white cloak lined with red hung from his shoulders. His dark, handsome face was framed by the gilded edges of his helmet, that was now crested with a pair of spread swan's wings, instead of the sea-eagle wings he had worn in Innistribes. People gasped when they saw him, and I heard the whispers hurry through the crowd that this was not Arthur after all, but King Lancelot, the tragic hero of the lost kingdom of Benwick, and the man who would marry their own Princess Cynwyn. My heart sank at the sight of him, for I feared his magnificence would dazzle Cynwyn. The crowd hardly noticed Arthur, who wore a leather jerkin and a white cloak, and seemed embarrassed to be in Caersoos at all. That night there was a feast. I doubt Keenaglas could have felt much welcome for Guinevere, but he was a patient, sensible man, who, unlike his father, did not choose to take offence at every imagined slight, and so he treated Guinevere like a queen. He poured her wine, served her food, and bent his head to talk with her. Arthur, seated on Guinevere's other side, beamed with pleasure. He always looked happy when he was with his Guinevere, and there must have been a keen pleasure for him to see her treated with such ceremony, in the very same hall where he had first glimpsed her standing among the lesser folk at the back of the crowd. Arthur paid most of his attentions to Cynwyn. Everyone in the hall knew how he had spurned her once, and how he had broken their betrothal to marry the penniless Guinevere, and many men of Powys had sworn they could never forgive Arthur that slight. Yet Cynwyn forgave him, and made her forgiveness obvious. She smiled on him, laid a hand on his arm, and leaned close to him, and later in the feast, when mead had melted away all the old hostilities, King Keenaglas took Arthur's hand, then his sister's, and clasped them together in his, and the hall cheered to see that sign of peace. An old insult was laid to rest. A moment later, in another symbolic gesture, Arthur took Cynwyn's hand and led her to a seat that had been left empty beside Lancelot. There were more cheers. I watched stony-faced as Lancelot stood to receive Cynwyn, then as he sat beside her and poured her wine. He took a heavy golden bracelet from his wrist and presented it to her, and though Cynwyn made a show of refusing the generous gift, she at last slipped it onto her arm, where the gold gleamed in the rushlight. The warriors on the hall floor demanded to see the bracelet, and Cynwyn coyly lifted her arm to show the heavy band of gold. I alone did not cheer. I sat as the sound thundered about me, and as a heavy rain beat on the thatch. She had been dazzled, I thought. She had been dazzled. The star of Powys had fallen before Lancelot's dark and elegant beauty. I would have left the hall there and then to carry my misery into the rain-swept night, but Merlin had been stalking the floor of the hall. At the beginning of the feast he had been seated at the high table, but he had left it to move among the warriors, stopping here and there to listen to a conversation or to whisper in a man's ear. His white hair was drawn back from his tonsure into a long plait that he had bound in a black ribbon, while his long beard was similarly plaited and bound. His face, dark as the Roman chestnuts that were such a delicacy in Dumnonia, was long, deeply lined, and amused. He was up to mischief, I thought, and I had shrunk down in my place so that he would not work that mischief on me. I loved Merlin like a father, but I was in no mood for more riddles. I just wanted to be as far from Cynwyn and Lancelot as the gods would let me go. I waited until I thought Merlin was on the far side of the hall, and that it was safe for me to leave without him spotting me. But it was just at that moment that his voice whispered in my ear. "Were you hiding from me, Derval?" he asked. Then he gave an elaborate groan as he settled on the floor beside me. He liked pretending that his great age had made him feeble, and he made a great play of massaging his knees and groaning at the pain in his joints. Then he took the horn of mead out of my hand and drained it. "Behold the virgin princess," he said, gesturing with the empty horn towards Kynwyn, "going to her grisly fate. Let's see now." He scratched between the plaits of his beard as he thought about his next words. "A half-month till the betrothal, marriage a week or so later, then a handful of months till the child kills her. No chance of a baby coming out of those little hips without splitting her in two." He laughed. "It will be like a pussycat giving birth to a bullock. Very nasty, Derval." He peered at me, enjoying my discomfort. "I thought," I responded sourly, "that you had made Kynwyn a charm of happiness." "So I did," he said blandly. "But what of it? Women like having babies, and if Kynwyn's happiness consists of being ripped into two bloody halves by her firstborn, then my charm will have worked, will it not?" He smiled at me. "She will never be high," I said, quoting Merlin's prophecy that he had uttered in this very hall not a month before. "And she will never be low, but she will be happy." "What a memory for trivia you do have." "Isn't the mutton awful? Undercooked, you see, and it's not even hot. I can't abide cold food." Which did not stop him stealing a portion from my dish. "Do you think that being Queen of Siluria is high?" "Isn't it?" I asked sourly. "Oh, dear me, no. What an absurd idea. Siluria is the most wretched place on earth, Derval. Nothing but grubby valleys, stony beaches, and ugly people." He shuddered. "They burn coal instead of wood, and most of the folk are black as Sagramore as a result. I don't suppose they know what washing is." He pulled a piece of gristle from his teeth and tossed it to one of the hounds that scavenged among the feasters. "Lancelot will soon be bored by Siluria. I can't see our gallant Lancelot enduring those ugly coal-blackened slugs for very long. So, if she survives childbirth, which I doubt, poor little Kynwyn will be left all alone with a heap of coal and a squalling baby. That'll be the end of her." He seemed pleased at the prospect. "Have you ever noticed, Derval, how you find a young woman in the height of her beauty, with a face to snatch the very stars out of their heavens, and a year later you discover her stinking of milk and infant shit, and you wonder how you could ever have found her beautiful? Babies do that to women. So look on her now, Derval. Look on her now, for she will never again be so lovely." She was lovely. And worse, she seemed happy. She was robed in white this night, and about her neck was hung a silver star looped on a silver chain. Her golden hair was bound by a fillet of silver, and silver raindrops hung from her ears. And Lancelot, that night, looked as striking as Kynwyn. He was said to be the handsomest man in Britain, and so he was if you liked his dark, thin, long, almost reptilian face. He was dressed in a black coat striped with white, wore a gold torque at his throat, and had a circle of gold binding his long black hair that was oiled smooth against his scalp before cascading down his back. His beard, trimmed to a sharp point, was also oiled. "She told me," I said to Merlin, and knowing as I spoke that I revealed too much of my heart to that wicked old man, "that she isn't certain about marrying Lancelot." "Well, she would say that, wouldn't she?" Merlin answered, carelessly, beckoning to a slave who was carrying a dish of pork towards the high table. He scooped a handful of ribs into the lap of his grubby white robe and sucked greedily on one of them. "Kynwyn," he went on when he had sucked most of the rib bare, "is a romantic fool. She somehow convinced herself she could marry where she liked, though the gods alone know why any girl should think that. Now, of course," he said with his mouth full of pork, "everything changes. She's met Lancelot. She'll be dizzy with him by now. Maybe she won't even wait for the marriage. Who knows? Maybe this very night, in the secrecy of her chamber, she'll tap the bastard dry. Oh, but probably not. She's a very conventional girl." He said the last three words disparagingly. "Have a rib," he offered.
It's time you were married."
"There is no one I want to marry," I said sulkily. "Except Kynwyn, of course. But what hope did I have against Lancelot?"
"Marriage is nothing to do with wanting," Merlin said scornfully. "Arthur thought it was, and what a fool for women Arthur is. What you want, Derval, is a pretty girl in your bed, but only a fool thinks the girl and the wife have to be the same creature. Arthur thinks you should marry Gwenhwyvarch."
He said the name carelessly. "Gwenhwyvarch?" I said too loudly. She was Guinevere's younger sister, and was a heavy, dull, pale-skinned girl whom Guinevere could not abide. I had no particular reason to dislike Gwenhwyvarch, but nor could I imagine marrying such a drab, soulless, and unhappy girl.
"And why ever not?" Merlin asked in pretended outrage. "A good match, Derval. What are you, after all, but the son of a Saxon slave? And Gwenhwyvarch is a genuine princess. No money, of course, and uglier than the wild sow of Clafan, but think how grateful she'll be."
He leered at me.
"And consider Gwenhwyvarch's hips, Derval. No danger there of a baby getting stuck. She'll spit the little horrors out like greased pips."
I wondered if Arthur had really proposed such a marriage, or whether it was Guinevere's idea. More likely it was Guinevere. I watched her as she sat arrayed in gold beside Keenaglass, and the triumph on her face was unmistakable. She looked uncommonly beautiful that night. She was ever the most striking-looking woman in Britain, but on that rainy feast night in Caersus, she seemed to glow. Maybe that was because of her pregnancy, but the likelier explanation was that she was reveling in her ascendancy over these people who had once dismissed her as a penniless exile. Now, thanks to Arthur's sword, she could dispose of these people just as her husband disposed of their kingdoms. It was Guinevere, I knew, who was Lancelot's chief supporter in Dumnonia, and Guinevere who had made Arthur promise Lancelot Siluria's throne, and Guinevere who had decided that Kynwyn should be Lancelot's bride. Now, I suspected, she wanted to punish me for my hostility to Lancelot by making her inconvenient sister into my lumpen bride.
"You look unhappy, Derval," Merlin provoked me.
I did not rise to the provocation. "And you, Lord?" I asked. "Are you happy?"
"Do you care?"
he asked airily. "I love you, Lord, like a father," I said. He hooted at that, then half-choked on a sliver of pork, but was still laughing when he recovered.
"Like a father. Oh, Derval, what an absurdly emotional beast you are. The only reason I raised you was because I thought you were special to the gods. And maybe you are. The gods do sometimes choose the strangest creatures to love. So tell me, loving would-be son, does your filial love extend to service?"
"What service, Lord?" I asked, though I knew well enough what he wanted. He wanted spearmen to go and seek the cauldron. He lowered his voice and leaned closer to me, though I doubt anyone could have heard our conversation in the loud, drunken hall.
"Britain," he said, "suffers from two sicknesses, but Arthur and Keenaglass recognize only one."
"The Saxons." He nodded.
"But Britain without the Saxons will still be diseased, Derval, for we risk losing the gods. Christianity spreads faster than the Saxons, and Christians are a bigger offence to our gods than any Saxon. If we don't restrain the Christians, then the gods will desert us utterly. And what is Britain without her gods? But if we harness the gods and restore them to Britain, then the Saxons and the Christians will both vanish. We attack the wrong disease, Derval."
I glanced at Arthur, who was listening intently to something Keenaglass was saying. Arthur was not an irreligious man, but he carried his beliefs lightly, and bore no hatred in his soul for men and women who believed in other gods. Yet Arthur, I knew, would hate to hear Merlin talk of fighting against the Christians. "And no one listens to you, Lord?" I asked Merlin.
"Some," he said grudgingly. "A few, one or two. Arthur doesn't. He thinks I'm an old fool on the edge of senility. But what about you, Derval? Do you think I'm an old fool?"
"No, Lord."
"And do you believe in magic, Derval?"
"Yes, Lord," I said. I had seen magic work, but I had seen it fail too. Magic was difficult, but I believed in it. Merlin leaned even closer to my ear.
"Then be at Dolforwin's summit this night, Derval," he whispered, "and I will grant you your soul's desire."
A harpist struck the chord that would summon the bards for the singing. The warriors' voices died away as a chill wind gusted rain through the open door and flickered the small flames of the tallow candles and the grease-soaked rushlights.
"Your soul's desire," Merlin whispered again.
But when I looked to my left, he had somehow vanished. And in the night the thunder growled. The gods were abroad, and I was summoned to Dolforwin. I left the feast before the giving of gifts, before the bards sang and before the drunken warriors' voices swelled in the haunting song of Nufir. I heard the song far behind me as I walked alone down the river valley where Cynwyn had told me of her visit to the Bed of Skulls and of the strange prophecy that made no sense. I wore my armour, but carried no shield. My sword, Howlbane, was at my side, and my green cloak was about my shoulders. No man walked the night lightly, for night belonged to ghouls and spirits. But I had been summoned by Merlin, so I knew I would be safe. My path was made easy, for there was a road that led east from the ramparts towards the southern edge of the range of hills where Dolforwin lay. It was a long walk, 4 hours in the wet dark, and the road was black as pitch. But the gods must have wanted me to arrive, for I neither lost the road nor met any dangers in the night. Merlin, I knew, could not be far ahead of me, and though I was 2 lifetimes younger than he, I neither caught up with him nor even heard him. I just heard the fading song, and afterwards, when the singing had faded into the dark, I listened to the rill of the river running over the stones, and the patter of rain falling in the leaves, and the scream of a hare caught by a weasel, and the shriek of a badger calling for her mate. I passed 2 crouching settlements, where the dying glow of fires showed through the low openings beneath the bracken thatch. From one of those huts a man's voice called out a challenge, but I called to him that I was travelling in peace, and he quieted his barking dog. I left the road to find the narrow track that twisted up Dolforwin's flank, and I feared the darkness would make me lose my way under the oaks that grew thick on the hill's side. But the rain clouds thinned to let a wan moonlight drift through the wet, heavy leaves, and show me the stony path that climbs sunwise up the royal hill. No man lived here. It was a place of oaks, stone, and mystery. The path led from the trees into the wide open space of the summit, where the lone feasting hall stood, and where the circle of standing stones marked where Keenaglass had been acclaimed. This summit was Powys's most sacred place, yet for most of the year it stood deserted, used only at high feasts and at times of great solemnity. Now, in the wan moonlight, the hall stood dark and the hilltop seemed empty. I paused at the edge of the oaks. A white owl flew above me, its stubby body rushing on short wings close to my helmet's wolf-tailed crest. The owl was an omen, but I could not tell whether the omen was good or evil, and I was suddenly afraid. Curiosity had drawn me here, but now I sensed the danger. Merlin would not offer me my soul's desire for nothing, and that meant I was here to make a choice, and it was a choice, I suspected, I would not want to make. Indeed, I feared it so much that I almost turned back into the dark of the trees. But then a pulse on the scar of my left hand held me in place. The scar had been put there by Nimue, and whenever the scar throbbed, I knew that my fate was gone from my choosing. I was oath-sworn to Nimue. I could not go back. The rain had stopped and the clouds were tattered. There was a cold wind beating the tree-tops, but no rain. It was still dark. Dawn could not be far off, but as yet no hint of light rose across the eastern hills. There was only the glimmering wash of moonlight that turned the stones of Dolforwin's royal circle into silvered shapes in the dark. I walked towards the stone circle, and the sound of my heart seemed louder than the footfall of my heavy boots. Still no one appeared, and for a moment I wondered if this was some elaborate jest on Merlin's part. But then, in the centre of the stone ring, where the single stone of Powys's kingship lay, I saw a gleam that was brighter than any reflection of misted moonlight from rain-glossed rock. I moved closer, my heart thumping, then stepped between the circle's stones and saw that the moonlight was reflecting from a cup. A silver cup. A small silver cup, which, when I came close to the royal stone, I saw was filled with a dark, moon-glossed liquid. "Drink, Derval?" Nimue's voice said in a whisper that barely carried above the sound of the wind in the oaks. "Drink." I turned, looking for her, but could see no one. The wind lifted my cloak and flapped some loose thatch on the hall's roof. "Drink, Derval?" Nimue's voice said again. "Drink." I looked up into the sky and prayed to Llwch that he would preserve me. My left hand, that was now throbbing in pain, was clasped tight about Howlbane's hilt. I wanted to do the safe thing, and that I knew was to walk away and go back to the warmth of Arthur's friendship. But the misery in my soul had brought me to this cold bare hill, and the thought of Lancelot's hand resting on Kynwyn's slender wrist made me look down to the cup. I lifted it, hesitated, then drained it. The liquid tasted bitter, so that I shuddered when it was all gone. The rank taste stayed in my mouth and throat as I carefully laid the cup back on the king's stone. "Nimue?" I called almost beseechingly, but there was no answer except for the wind in the trees. "Nimue!" I called again, for my head was reeling now. The clouds were churning black and grey, and the moon was splintering into spikes of silvered light that slashed up from the distant river and shattered in the thrashing dark of the twisting trees. "Nimue!" I called, as my knees gave way and as my head spun in lurid dreams. I knelt by the royal stone that suddenly loomed as large as a mountain before me. Then I fell forward so heavily that my sprawling arms sent the empty cup flying. I felt sick, but no vomit would come. There were just dreams. Terrible dreams, shrieking ghouls of nightmare that screamed inside my head. I was crying, I was sweating, and my muscles were twitching in uncontrollable spasms. Then hands seized my head. My helmet was dragged from my hair. Then a forehead was pressed against mine. It was a cool white forehead, and the nightmares skittered away to be replaced by a vision of a long, naked white body with slender thighs and small breasts. "Dream, Derval?" Nimue soothed me, her hand stroking my hair. "Dream, my love? Dream." I was crying helplessly. I was a warrior, a lord of Dumnonia, beloved of Arthur, and so in his debt after the last battle that he would grant me land and wealth beyond my dreams. Yet now I wept like an orphaned child. My soul's desire was Kynwyn, but Kynwyn was being dazzled by Lancelot, and I thought I could never know happiness again. "Dream, my love," Nimue crooned. And she must have swept a black cloak over both our heads, for suddenly the grey night vanished, and I was in a silent darkness, with her arms about my neck and her face pressed close to mine. We knelt, cheek beside each other's cheek, with my hand shuddering spasmodically and helplessly on the cool skin of her bare thighs. I let my body's twitching weight lean on her slender shoulders, and there, in her arms, the tears ended, the spasms faded, and suddenly I was calm. No vomit edged my throat, the ache in my legs was gone, and I felt warm. So warm that the sweat still poured off me. I did not move, I did not want to move, but just let the dream come. At first it was a wondrous dream, for it seemed I had been given the wings of a great eagle, and I was flying high above a land I did not know. Then I saw it was a terrible land, broken by great chasms and by tall mountains of jagged rock, down which small streams cascaded white towards dark, peaty lakes. The mountains seemed to have no end, nor any refuge, for as I coasted above them on the wings of my dream, I saw no houses, no huts, no fields, no flocks, no herds, no souls, but only a wolf running between the crags and the bones of a deer lying in a thicket. The sky above me was as grey as a sword, the mountains below were dark as dried blood, and the air beneath my wings as cold as a knife in the ribs. "Dream, my love," Nimue murmured. And in the dream I swept low on my wide wings to see a road twisting between the dark hills. It was a road of beaten earth, broken by rocks, that picked its cruel way from valley to valley, sometimes climbing to bleak passes before it dropped again to the bare stones of another valley floor. The road edged black lakes, cut through shadowed chasms, skirted snow-streaked hills, but always led towards the north. How it was the north I did not know, but this was a dream in which knowledge needs no reason. The dream wings dropped me down to the road's surface, and suddenly I was flying no longer, but climbing the road towards a pass in the hills. The slopes on either side of the pass were steep black slabs of slate running with water. But something told me the road's end lay just beyond the black pass, and that if I could just keep walking on my tired legs, I would cross the crest and find my soul's desire at the farther side. I was panting now, my breath coming in agonized gasps, as I dreamed my way up the last few paces of the road, and there, suddenly at the summit, I saw light and colour and warmth. For the road dropped beyond the pass to a coastline, where there were trees and fields, and beyond the coast was a glittering sea in which an island lay, and in the island, shining in the sudden sun, was a lake. And there, I spoke aloud, for I knew the island was my goal. But just when it seemed I was given a renewed energy to run down the road's last miles and plunge into that sunlit sea, a ghoul sprang into my path. It was a black thing in black armour, with a mouth spitting black slime, and a black-bladed sword twice as long as Howlbane in its black-clawed hand. It screamed a challenge at me, and I screamed too, and my body stiffened in Nimue's embrace. Her arms gripped my shoulders. "You have seen the dark road, Derval," she whispered. "You have seen the dark road?" And suddenly she pulled away from me, and the cloak was whipped from my back, and I fell forward onto Dolforwin's wet grass as the wind swirled cold about me. I lay there for long minutes. The dream had passed, and I wondered what the dark road had to do with my soul's desire. Then I jerked aside and vomited, and after that my head felt clear again, and I could see the fallen silver cup beside me. I picked it up, rocked back onto my haunches, and saw that Merlin was watching me from the far side of the royal stone. Nimue, his lover and priestess, was beside him, her thin body swathed in a vast black cloak, her black hair held in a ribbon, and her golden eyes shining in the moonlight. The eye in that socket had been prized out by Gondlius, and for that injury he had paid 1,000-fold. Neither spoke, but just watched as I spat the last vomit from my mouth, coughed at my lips, shook my head, then tried to stand. My body was still weak, or else my skull was still reeling, for I could not raise myself, and so instead I knelt beside the stone and leaned on my elbows. Small spasms still made me twitch from time to time. "What did you make me drink?" I asked, putting the silver cup back on the rock. "I made you drink nothing," Merlin answered. "You drank of your own free will, Derval, just as you came here of your own free will." His voice, that had been so mischievous in Keenaglass's hall, was now cold and distant.
"What did you see?"
"The dark road," I answered obediently.
"It lies there," Merlin said, and pointed north into the night.
"And the ghoul?" I asked.
"Is Diranak," he said.
I closed my eyes, for I knew now what he wanted. "And the island?" I said, opening my eyes again. "Is Inismon?"
"Yes," Merlin said. "The Blessed Isle."
Before the Romans came, and before the Saxons were even dreamed of, Britain was ruled by the gods, and the gods spoke to us from Inismon. But the island had been ravaged by the Romans, who had cut down its oaks, destroyed its sacred groves, and slaughtered its guardian druids. That black year had occurred more than 400 years before this night, yet Inismon was still sacred to the few druids who, like Merlin, tried to restore the gods to Britain. But now the Blessed Island was a part of the kingdom of Llyn, and Llyn was ruled by Diranak, the most terrible of all the Irish kings who had crossed the Irish Sea to take British land. Diranak was said to paint his shields with human blood. There was no king in all Britain more cruel or more feared, and it was only the mountains that hemmed him in, and the smallness of his army that kept him from spreading his terror south through Gwynedd. Diranak was a beast that could not be killed, a creature that lurked at the dark edge of Britain, and, by common consent, he was best left unprovoked. "You want me," I said to Merlin, "to go to Inismon?"
"I want you to come with us to Inismon," he said, indicating Nimue. "With us and a virgin."
"A virgin?" I asked.
"Because only a virgin, Derval, can find the cauldron of Clythno Ethin, and none of us, I think, qualifies."
He added the last words sarcastically. "And the cauldron," I said slowly, "is on Inismon." Merlin nodded, and I shuddered to think of such an errand. The cauldron of Clythno Ethin was one of the 13 magical treasures of Britain that had been dispersed when the Romans had laid waste Inismon, and Merlin's final ambition of his long life was to reassemble the treasures. But the cauldron was his real prize. With the cauldron, he claimed, he could control the gods and destroy the Christians. And that was why, with a bitter-tasting mouth and a belly rank with sourness, I was kneeling on a wet hilltop in Powys. "My job," I said to Merlin, "is to fight the Saxons."
"Fool!" Merlin snapped. "The war against the Sace is lost unless we regain the treasures."
"Arthur doesn't agree."
"Then Arthur is a fool as great as you. What do the Saxons matter, fool, if our gods have deserted us?"
"I'm sworn to Arthur's service," I protested.
"You are sworn to my bidding too," Nimue said, holding up her left hand to show the scar that matched mine. "But I want no man on the dark road," Merlin said, "who does not come willingly. You must choose your loyalty, Derval. But I can help you choose."
He swept the cup off the rock and put in its place a heap of the rib bones that he had taken from Keenaglass's hall. He knelt, picked up one bone and placed it in the centre of the royal stone.
"This is Arthur," he said, "and this," he took another bone, "is Keenaglass. And this," he laid a third bone so that it made a triangle with the first two, "we shall speak of later. This," he laid a fourth bone across one of the triangle's corners, "is Tudric of Gwent. And this is Arthur's alliance with Tudric. And this is his alliance with Keenaglass."
The second triangle was thus formed on top of the first, and the two now resembled a crude six-pointed star.
"This is Elmet." He began the third layer that was parallel with the first. "And this is Siluria. And this bone," he held up the last, "is the alliance of all those kingdoms. There."
He leaned back and gestured at the precarious tower of bones standing at the stone centre.
"You see, Derval, Arthur's careful scheme. Though I tell you, I promise you, that without the treasures the scheme will fail."
He fell silent. I stared at the 9 bones. All of them, except for the mysterious third bone, were still hung with scraps of meat, tendon and gristle. It was just that third bone that had been scraped clean and white. I touched it very gently with my finger, taking care not to disturb the fragile balance of the squat tower. "And what is the third bone?" I asked. Merlin smiled.
"The third bone, Derval," he said, "is the marriage between Lancelot and Kynwyn."
He paused.
"Take it."
I did not move. To take the third bone would be to collapse Arthur's fragile network of alliances that were his best, indeed his only hope of defeating the Saxons. Merlin sneered at my reluctance. Then he took hold of the third bone, but he did not pull it free.
"The gods hate order," he snarled at me. "Order, Derval, is what destroys the gods, so they must destroy order."
He pulled the bone out, and the pile immediately collapsed into chaos.
"Arthur must restore the gods, Derval," Merlin said, "if he is to bring peace to all Britain."
He held the bone out to me.
"Take it."
I did not move.
"It is just a pile of bones," Merlin said. "But this bone, Derval, is your soul's desire."
He held the clean bone towards me.
"This bone is Lancelot's marriage to Kynwyn. Snap this bone in two, Derval, and the marriage will never happen. But leave this bone whole, Derval, and your enemy will take your woman to his bed and maul her like a dog."
He thrust the bone towards me again, and again I did not take it.
"You think your love for Kynwyn isn't written all over your face?" Merlin asked derisively. "Take it, because I, Merlin of Avalon, grant you, Derval, power of this bone."
I took it. The gods helped me, but I took it. What else could I do? I was in love, and I took that cleansed bone and I placed it in my pouch.
"It won't help you," Merlin mocked me, "unless you break it."
"It may not help me anyway," I said, at last discovering that I could stand.
"You are a fool, Derval," Merlin said. "But you are a fool who is good with a sword, and that is why I need you if we're to walk the dark road."
He stood.
"It's your choice now. You can break the bone, and Kynwyn will come to you. That I promise. But you will then be sworn to the Cauldron's quest. Or you can marry Gwynhwyvik and waste your life battering Saxon shields while the Christians connive to take Dumnonia. I leave the choice to you, Derval. Now close your eyes."
I closed my eyes, and dutifully kept them closed for a long time. But at last, when no more instructions were given, I opened them. The hilltop was empty. I had heard nothing, but Merlin, Numui, the 8 bones and the silver cup were all gone. Dawn showed in the east. The birds were loud in the trees, and I had a clean-picked bone in my pouch. I walked downhill to the road beside the river, but in my head I saw the other road, the dark road that led to Diranac's lair, and I was frightened. We hunted boar that morning, and Arthur deliberately sought my company as we walked out of Caersus. "You left early last night, Derval," he greeted me. "On my belly, Lord," I said. I did not want to tell him the truth, that I had been with Merlin, for then he would have suspected that I had not yet abandoned the Cauldron's quest. It was better to lie. "I had a sour belly," I explained. He laughed. "I never know why we call them feasts," he said, "for they're nothing but an excuse to drink."
He paused to wait for Guinevere, who liked to hunt, and who was dressed this morning in boots and leather trews that were strapped tight to her long legs. She hid her pregnancy beneath a leather jerkin, over which she wore a green cloak. She had brought a brace of her beloved deerhounds, and she handed me their leashes so that Arthur could carry her through the ford that lay beside the old fortress. Lancelot offered the same courtesy to Cynwyn, who cried out in evident delight as Lancelot swept her into his arms. Cynwyn was also dressed in men's clothes, but hers were not cut close and subtle like Guinevere's. Cynwyn had probably borrowed whatever hunting clothes her brother did not want, and the baggy, overlong garments made her look boyish and young beside Guinevere's sophisticated elegance. Neither woman carried a spear, but Bors, Lancelot's cousin and his champion, carried a spare weapon in case Cynwyn wanted to join a kill. Arthur had insisted that the pregnant Guinevere should not carry a spear.
"You must take care today,"
he said, as he restored her to her feet on the Severn's southern bank.
"You worry too much," she said, then took the hound's leashes from me and pushed a hand through her thick, springing red hair as she turned back to Cynwyn. "Become pregnant," she said, "and men think you're made of glass." She fell into step beside Lancelot, Cynwyn, and Keenaglass, leaving Arthur to walk beside me towards the leafy valley where Keenaglass's huntsman had reported plenty of game. There might have been 50 of us hunters altogether, mostly warriors, though a handful of women had chosen to come, and 20 of servants brought up the rear. One of those servants sounded a horn to tell the huntsman at the valley's far end that it was time to drive the game down towards the river, and we hunters hefted our long, heavy boar spears as we spread out into a line. It was a cold, late summer's day, cold enough to cloud our breath, but the rain had cleared and the sun shone on fallow fields laced with a morning mist. Arthur was in high spirits, revelling in the day's beauty, his own youth, and the prospect of a hunt. "One more feast," he said to me. "Then you can go home and rest." "One more feast?" I asked dully, my mind fuddled with tiredness and from the lingering effects of whatever Merlin and Nimue had given me to drink on Dolforwin's Peak. Arthur clapped my shoulder. "Lancelot's betrothal, devil. Then back to Dumnonia. And to work." He sounded delighted at the prospect, and he enthusiastically told me his plans for the coming winter. There were 4 broken Roman bridges that he wanted rebuilt. Then the kingdom's stonemasons would be sent to finish the royal palace at Lindinis. Lindinis was the Roman town close to Caercadern, the place of Dumnonia's royal acclamations, and Arthur wanted to make it the new capital. "There are too many Christians in Dernavaria," he said, though he hastily and typically added that he had nothing personal against Christians. "It's just, Lord," I said dryly, "that they have something against you." "Some do," he admitted. Before the battle, when Arthur's cause had seemed utterly lost, a party opposed to Arthur had grown bold in Dumnonia, and that party had been led by the Christians, the same Christians who had the guardianship of Mordred. The immediate cause of their hostility had been a loan that Arthur had forced from the church to pay for the campaign that ended in Lug Vale, and that loan had sparked a bitter enmity. It was odd, I thought, how the church preached the merits of poverty, but never forgave a man for borrowing its money. "I wanted to talk to you of Mordred," Arthur said, explaining why he had sought my company on this fine morning. "In 10 years," Arthur went on, "he'll be old enough to take the throne. That's not long, Derval. Not long at all. And he needs to be raised well in those 10 years. He must be taught letters. He must learn to use a sword, and he must learn responsibility." I nodded agreement, though not with any enthusiasm. The 5-year-old Mordred would doubtless learn all the things Arthur wanted, but I did not see what business it was of mine. Arthur had other ideas. "I want you to be his guardian," he said, surprising me. "Me?" I exclaimed. "Nabur cares more about his own advancement than he does about Mordred's character," Arthur said. Nabur was the Christian magistrate who was the Child King's present guardian, and it was Nabur who had plotted most vigorously to destroy Arthur's power.
Nabor and, of course, Bishop Sansom.
And Nabor is no soldier,
Arthur went on.
I pray that Mordred will rule in peace, Derval. But he needs the skills of war. All kings do. And I can think of no one better than you to train him.
Not me, I protested. I'm too young.
Arthur laughed at that objection. The young should be raised by the young, Derval, he said.
A distant horn sounded to signal that game had been started from the valley's end. We hunters entered the trees and stepped over the tangles of briar and the dead trunks that were thick with fungi. We advanced slowly now, listening for the terrifying sound of a boar crashing through the brush. Besides, I went on, my place is in your shield wall, not in Mordred's nursery.
You'll still be in my shield wall. You think I would lose you, Derval? Arthur said with a grin. I don't want you tied to Mordred. I just want him in your household. I need him to be raised by an honest man.
I shrugged that compliment away, then thought guiltily of the clean, unbroken bone in my pouch. Was it honest, I wondered, to use magic to change Kynwyn's mind? I looked at her, and she glanced my way and gave me a shy smile. I have no household, I said to Arthur.
But you will, and soon, he said.
Then he held up a hand, and I froze, listening to the sounds ahead of us. Something heavy was trampling in the trees, and we both instinctively crouched with our spears held a few inches above the ground. But then we saw that the frightened beast was a fine stag with good antlers, and we relaxed as the animal pounded past.
We'll hunt him tomorrow, maybe,
Arthur said, watching the stag run past.
Give your hounds a run in the morning,
he shouted to Guinevere. She laughed and came down the hill towards us, her hounds straining at their leashes. I should like that, she said. Her eyes were bright and her face flushed by the cold. The hunting's better here than in Dumnonia, she said.
But not the land, Arthur said to me. There's an estate north of Dunavaria, he went on, that is Mordred's by right, and I plan to make you its tenant. I'll grant you other land, too, for your own, but you can make a hall on Mordred's land and raise him there.
You know the estate, Guinevere said. It's the one north of Gilead's holding. I know it, I said. The estate had good riverland for crops and fine uplands for sheep. But I'm not sure I know how to raise a child, I grumbled. The horns sounded loud ahead, and the huntsman's hounds were baying. Cheers sounded far to our right, signifying that someone had found quarry, though our part of the wood was still empty. A small stream tumbled to our left, and the wooded ground climbed to our right. The rocks and twisted tree roots were thick with moss. Arthur dismissed my fears.
You won't raise Mordred, he said, but I do want him raised in your hall, with your servants, your manners, your morals, and your judgments.
And, Guinevere added, your wife. A snapping of a twig made me look uphill. Lancelot and his cousin Bors were there, both standing in front of Kynwyn. Lancelot's spear shaft was painted white, and he wore tall leather boots and a cloak of supple leather. I looked back to Arthur.
The wife, Lord, I said, is news to me.
He clasped my elbow, the boar hunt forgotten.
I plan to appoint you Dumnonia's champion, Derval, he said.
The honour is above me, Lord, I said cautiously. Besides, you are Mordred's champion. Prince Arthur, Guinevere said, for she liked to call him prince, even though he was bastard-born, is already chief of the council. He can't be champion as well, not unless he's expected to do all Dumnonia's work.
True, lady, I said. I was not averse to the honour, for it was a high one, though there was a price. In battle, I would have to fight whatever champion presented himself for single combat, but in peace it would mean wealth and status far above my present rank. I already had the title of lord, and the men to uphold that rank, and the right to paint my own device on these men's shields, but I shared these honours with 20 other Dumnonian war leaders. To be the king's champion would make me the foremost warrior of Dumnonia, though how any man could claim that status while Arthur lived I could not see, nor indeed while Sagramor lived. Sagramor, I said carefully, is a greater warrior than I, Lord Prince. With Guinevere present, I had to remember to call him Prince once in a while, though it was a title he disliked. Arthur waved my objection aside. "I'm making Sagramor Lord of the Stones," he said, "and he wants nothing more." The Lordship of the Stones made Sagramor into the man who guarded the Saxon frontier, and I could well believe that the black-skinned, dark-eyed Sagramor would be well content with such a belligerent appointment. "You, Derval," he prodded my chest, "will be the champion." "And who," I asked dryly, "will be the champion's wife?" "My sister, Gwenhwyvarch," Guinevere said, watching me closely. I was grateful that I had been forewarned by Merlin. "You do me too much honour, lady," I said blandly. Guinevere smiled, satisfied that my words implied acceptance. "Did you ever think, Derval, that you would marry a princess?" "No, lady," I said. Gwenhwyvarch, like Guinevere, was indeed a princess of Henniswyren, though Henniswyren was no more. That sad kingdom was now called Chréan, and was ruled by the dark Irish invader, King Diranach. Guinevere yanked the leashes to subdue her excited hounds. "You can be betrothed when we return to Dumnonia," she said. "Gwenhwyvarch has agreed." "There is one obstacle, Lord," I said to Arthur. Guinevere yanked on the leashes again, quite unnecessarily, but she hated all opposition, and so she took out her frustration on the hounds instead of on me. She did not dislike me at that time, but nor did she particularly like me either. She knew of my aversion for Lancelot, and that doubtless prejudiced her against me. But she would not have thought my dislike significant, for she doubtless dismissed me as merely one of her husband's war leaders, a tall, dull, flaxen-haired man who lacked the civilized graces that Guinevere so valued. "An obstacle?" Guinevere asked me dangerously. "Lord Prince," I said, insisting on talking to Arthur and not to his wife, "I am oath-sworn to a lady." I thought of the bone in my pouch. "I have no claim on her, nor can I expect anything from her. But if she does claim me, then I am obligated to her." "Who?" Guinevere demanded immediately. "I can't say, lady." "Who?" Guinevere insisted again. "He doesn't need to say," Arthur defended me. He smiled. "How long can this lady claim your loyalty?" "Not long, Lord," I said. "Only days now. For once Cynwyn was betrothed to Lancelot, then I could consider my oath to her voided." "Good," he said vigorously, and smiled at Guinevere, as though inviting her to share his pleasure. But Guinevere was scowling instead. She detested Gwenhwyvarch, finding her graceless and boring, and she desperately wanted to marry her sister out of her life. "If all goes well," Arthur said, "you can be married in Gleevem at the same time that Lancelot marries Cynwyn." "Or are you demanding these few days," Guinevere asked acidly, "to conjure up reasons why you should not marry my sister?" "Lady," I said earnestly, "it would be an honour to marry Gwenhwyvarch." That, I think, was the truth, for Gwenhwyvarch would doubtless prove an honest wife, though whether I would prove a good husband was another matter. For my only reason for marrying Gwenhwyvarch would be the high rank and great wealth she would bring as her dowry. But those, for most men, were the purpose of marriage, and if I could not have Cynwyn, what did it matter who I married? Merlin ever warned us against confusing love and marriage, and though the advice was cynical, there was truth there. I was not expected to love Gwenhwyvarch, just to marry her, and her rank and dowry were my rewards for fighting that long, bloody day in Lug Vale. If those rewards were tinged with Guinevere's mockery, they were still a rich gift. "I will marry your sister gladly," I promised Guinevere, "so long as the keeper of my oath does not call on me." "I pray she does not," Arthur said with a smile.
then whipped round as a shout sounded uphill. Bors was crouched with his spear. Lancelot was beside him, but was glancing down the slope towards us, perhaps worried that the animal would escape through the gap between us. Arthur gently pushed Guinevere back, then gestured for me to climb the hill and plug the gap. "Two of them," Lancelot called to us. "One will be a sow," Arthur called, then ran a few paces upstream before starting to climb uphill. "Where?" he asked. Lancelot pointed with his white-shafted spear, but I could still see nothing in the bushes. "There," Lancelot said petulantly, prodding his spear towards a tangle of briars. Arthur and I climbed another few feet, and then at last we could see the boar deep inside the undergrowth. He was a big old beast, with yellow tusks, small eyes, and humps of muscle under his dark, scarred hide. That muscle could move him at lightning speed, and make him hook his sword-sharp tusks with a fatal skill. We had all seen men die from tusk wounds, and nothing made a boar more dangerous than to be cornered with a sow. All hunters prayed for a boar charging in open ground, so that they could use the beast's own speed and bulk to drive the spear into his body. Such a confrontation demanded nerve and skill, but not nearly so much nerve as when a man had to charge the boar. "Who saw him first?" Arthur asked. "My Lord King did," Bors indicated Lancelot. "Then he's yours, Lord King." Arthur graciously waved the honour of the kill to Lancelot. "He is my gift to you, Lord," Lancelot answered. Kynwyn was standing behind him, biting her lower lip and with eyes wide. She had taken the spare spear from Bors, not because she hoped to use it, but to spare him the burden, and she held the weapon nervously. "Put the hounds on him," Guinevere joined us. Her eyes were bright and her face animated. She was, I think, often bored in Dumnonia's great palaces, and the hunting field gave her an excitement she craved. "You'll lose both dogs," Arthur warned her. "This pig knows how to fight." He moved cautiously forward, judging how best to provoke the beast. Then he stepped sharply ahead and beat hard down on the bushes with his spear, as though to offer the boar a path out of its sanctuary. The beast grunted, but did not move. Not even when the spear blade flashed down within inches of its snout. The sow was behind the boar, watching us. "It's done this before," Arthur said happily. "Let me take him, Lord," I said, suddenly anxious for him. "You think I've lost my skill?" Arthur asked with a smile. He beat the bushes again, but the briars would not lie flat, nor would the boar move. "The gods bless you," Arthur said to the beast. Then he shouted a challenge and jumped into the tangle of thorns. He leapt to one side of the path he had crudely beaten, and as he landed, he rammed the spear hard forward, aiming its glittering blade at the boar's left flank, just forward of its shoulder. The boar's head seemed to twitch, only a slight twitch, but it was enough to deflect the spear blade off the tusk, so that it slashed a bloody and harmless cut down the animal's flank. And then it charged. A good boar can come from a still stance into an instant madness with its head down and tusks ready to gut upwards, and this beast was already past Arthur's spearhead when it charged, and Arthur was trapped by the brambles. I shouted to distract the boar and plunged my own spear into its belly. Arthur was on his back, his spear abandoned, and the boar was on top of him. The hounds howled, and Guinevere was shouting at us to help. My spear was deep in the beast's belly, and its blood spurted up to my hands as I levered up and over to roll the wounded beast off my lord. The creature weighed more than 2 full sacks of grain, and its muscles were like iron ropes that twitched my spear. I gripped hard and pushed up, but then the sow charged and swept my feet away from under me. I fell, and my weight pulled the spear shaft down, and thus brought the boar back onto Arthur's belly. Arthur had somehow gripped both of the beast's tusks, and using all his strength was now forcing its head away from his chest. The sow vanished, plunging downhill towards the stream. "Kill him!" Arthur shouted, though he was half laughing as well. He was just inches from death, but he was loving the moment. "Kill him!" he called again.
The boar's back legs were thrusting, its spittle was spattering Arthur's face, and its blood was soaking his clothes. I was on my back, my face lacerated with thorns. I scrambled to my feet and reached for my jerking, twisting spear that was still buried in the great brute's belly. But then Bors plunged a knife into the boar's neck, and I saw the enormous strength of the animal begin to ebb, as Arthur managed to force the squat, stinking, bloody head away from his ribs. I seized my spear and twisted the blade, searching for the animal's lifeblood deep in its guts, as Bors stabbed a second time. The boar suddenly pissed on Arthur, gave one last desperate lunge of its huge neck, and then abruptly slumped down. Arthur was awash in its blood and urine, and half buried under its bulk. He cautiously let go of the tusks, then dissolved into helpless laughter. Bors and I took a tusk each, and, with a concerted heave, hauled the corpse away from Arthur. One of the tusks had caught in Arthur's jerkin, and it ripped the cloth as we tugged it away. We dropped the beast into the brambles, then helped Arthur to his feet. The three of us stood grinning, our clothes muddied and torn and covered with leaves, twigs, and the blood of the boar. "I'll have a bruise there," Arthur said, tapping his chest. He turned to Lancelot, who had not moved to help during the struggle. There was the briefest pause, then Arthur bowed his head. "You gave me a noble gift, Lord King," he said, "and I took it most ignobly." He wiped his eyes. "But I enjoyed it all the same, and we shall all enjoy it at your betrothal feast." He looked at Guinevere, and saw that she was pale, almost trembling, and immediately he crossed to her. "Are you ill?" No, she said, and she put her arms about him and leaned her head against his bloodied chest. She was crying. It was the first time I had ever seen her cry. Arthur patted her back. "There was no danger, my love," he said. "No danger. I just made a hash of the killing." "Are you hurt?" Guinevere asked, pulling away from him and cuffing away her tears. "Only scratched." His face and hands were lacerated by thorns, but he was otherwise unwounded, except for the bruise caused by the tusk. He stepped away from her, picked up his spear, and gave a whoop. "I haven't been put on my back like that in a dozen years." King Keenaglas came running, worried about his guests, and the huntsmen arrived to truss and carry the corpse away. They must all have noted the comparison between Lancelot's unstained clothes and our dishevelled and bloody state, but no one remarked on it. We were all excited, pleased to have survived and eager to share the story of Arthur holding the brute away from his body by its tusks. The story spread, and the sound of men's laughter rang loud among the trees. Lancelot alone did not laugh. "We must find you a boar now, Lord King," I said to him. We were standing a few paces from the excited crowd that had gathered to watch as the huntsman greloshed the beast to give Guinevere's hounds a meal of its guts. Lancelot gave me a sidelong, considering glance. He disliked me every scrap as much as I disliked him. But suddenly he smiled. "A boar," he said, "would be better than a sow, I think." "A sow?" I asked, smelling an insult. "Didn't the sow charge you?" he asked, then opened his eyes guilelessly wide. "Surely you don't think I was referring to your marriage?" He offered me an ironic bow. "I must congratulate you, Lord Devil. To marry Gwenhwyvarch." I forced my anger down, and made myself look into his narrow, mocking face with its delicate beard, dark eyes, and long hair oiled as black and shining as a raven's wing. "And I must congratulate you, Lord King, on your betrothal." "To Seren," he said, "the star of Powys." He gazed at Kynwyn, who stood with her hands clasped to her face as the huntsman's knives ripped out the long coils of the boar's intestines. She looked so young, with her bright hair drawn up at the nape of her neck. "Doesn't she look charming?" Lancelot asked me, in a voice like the purr of a cat. "So vulnerable. I never believed the stories of her beauty. for who would expect to find such a jewel among Gorfithid's whelps? But she is beautiful, and I am so very fortunate." "Yes, Lord King, you are." He laughed and turned away. He was a man in his glory, a king come to take his bride, and he was also my enemy. But I had his bone in my pouch. I touched it, wondering if the struggle with the boar had broken the rib. But it was still whole, still hidden, and just waiting for my pleasure. Cavan, my second-in-command, came to Caer Sws on the eve of Cynwyn's betrothal, and brought with him 40 of my spearmen. Galahad had sent them back, reckoning that his work in Siluria could be completed by the 20 remaining men. The Silurians, it seems, had glumly accepted their country's defeat, and there had been no unrest at the news of their king's death, merely a docile submission to the exactions of the victors. Cavan told me that Oengus of Demetia, the Irish king who had brought Arthur victory at Lugvale, had taken his allotted portion of slaves and treasure, stolen as much again, and had then gone home, and the Silurians were evidently happy enough that the renowned Lancelot was now to be their king. "And I reckon the bastard's welcome to the place," Cavan said, when he found me in Keenaglass's hall, where I spread my blanket and took my meals. He scratched at a louse in his beard. "Scrubby place, Siluria." "Well, they breed good warriors," I said. "Fighting to get away from home, I wouldn't wonder." He sniffed. "What clawed your face, Lord?" "Thorns fighting a boar." "I thought you might have got married when I wasn't watching you," he said. "And that was a wedding gift." "I am to be married," I told him, as we walked out of the hall into Caer Sws' sunlight, and I described Arthur's proposal to make me Mordred's champion and his own brother-in-law. Cavan was pleased at the news of my imminent enrichment, for he was an Irish exile who had sought to turn his skills with spear and sword into a fortune in Uther's Dumnonia. But somehow the fortune had kept slipping away across the throwboard. He was twice my age, a squat man, broad-shouldered, grey-bearded, and with hands thick with the warrior rings we forged from the weapons of defeated enemies. He was delighted that my marriage would mean gold, and he was tactful about the bride who would bring that metal. "She isn't a beauty, like her sister," he said. "True," I admitted. "In fact," he said, abandoning tact, "she's as ugly as a sack of toads." "She is plain," I conceded. "But plain ones make the best wives, Lord," he declared, never having been married himself, though never lonely either. "And she'll bring us all wealth," he added happily. And that, of course, was the reason I would marry poor Gwenllyfach. My common sense could not put faith in the pork rib in my pouch, and my duty to my men was to reward them for their fidelity. And those rewards had been few in the last year. They had lost virtually all their possessions at the fall of Innistribes, and had then struggled against Gorfithid's army at Lugvale. Now they were tired, they were impoverished, and no men had ever deserved more of their lord. I greeted my 40 men who were waiting to be assigned quarters. I was glad to see Issa among them, for he was the best of my spearmen, a young farm boy of huge strength and undying optimism, who protected my right side in battle. I embraced him, then expressed my regrets that I had no gifts for them. "But our reward is coming soon," I added, then glanced at the 24 girls they must have attracted in Siluria. "Though I am glad to see most of you have already found some rewards for yourselves." They laughed. Issa's girl was a pretty dark-haired child of perhaps 14 summers. He introduced her to me. "Scarach, Lord," he named her proudly. "Irish?" I asked her. She nodded. "I was a slave lord to Ladwys." Scarach spoke the tongue of Ireland, a language like ours, but different enough, like her name, to mark her race. I guess she had been captured by Gunlius's men in a raid on King Oengus's lands in Demetia. Most Irish slaves came from such settlements on Britain's west coast, though none, I suspected, were ever captured from Chlain. No one but a fool ventured uninvited into Duranac's territory. "Ladwys," I said.
How is she?"
Ladwys had been Gunlius's mistress, a dark, tall woman whom Gunlius had secretly married, though he had been ready enough to disown the marriage when Gorfythid had offered him the prospect of Kynwyn's hand.
"She's dead, Lord," Scarach said happily. "We killed her in the kitchen. I put a spit in her belly." "She's a good girl," Issa said eagerly.
"Evidently," I said. "So look after her." His last girl had deserted him for one of the Christian missionaries who wandered Dumnonia's roads, but somehow I doubted that the redoubtable Scarach would prove such a fool. That afternoon, using lime from Keenaglass's stores, my men painted a new device on their shields. The honour of carrying my own device had been granted to me by Arthur on the eve of the battle at Lugvale, but we had been given no time to change the shields, which till now had all carried Arthur's symbol of the bear. My men expected me to choose a wolf's mask as our symbol, to echo the wolf tails that we had begun to wear on our helmets in the forests of Benwick, but I insisted that we each painted a 5-pointed star.
"A star?"
Cavan growled in disappointment. He wanted something fierce, with claws and beak and teeth, but I insisted on the star. "Seren," I said, "for we are the stars of the shield wall." They liked that explanation, and none suspected the hopeless romanticism that lay behind my choice. So we first laid a coat of black pitch on the round, leather-covered willow-board shields, then painted the stars in lime, using a scabbard to get the edges straight. And when the lime wash had dried, we applied a varnish made of pine resin and egg white that would protect the stars from rain for a few months.
"That's different,"
Cavan grudgingly allowed, when we admired the finished shields. "It's splendid," I said. And that night, when I dined in the circle of warriors who ate on the floor of the hall, Issa stood behind me as shield-bearer. The varnish was still wet, but that only made the star seem brighter. Scarach served me. It was a poor meal of barley gruel, but Caersus's kitchens could provide no better, for they were busy preparing the next night's great feast. Indeed, the whole compound was busy with those preparations. The hall had been decorated with boughs of dusk-red beech, the floor had been swept and strewn with new rushes, and from the women's quarters we heard tales of dresses being made and delicately embroidered. At least 400 warriors were now in residence at Caersus, most of them quartered in crude shelters thrown up on the fields outside the ramparts, and the warriors' women, children, and dogs thronged the fort. Half the men belonged to Keenaglass, the other half were Dumnonians. But despite the recent war, there was no trouble, not even when the news spread that Ratai had fallen to Ael's Saxon horde because of Arthur's treachery. Keenaglass must have suspected that Arthur had purchased Ael's peace by some such means, and he accepted Arthur's oath promise that the men of Dumnonia would extract vengeance for the dead of Powys who lay in the ashes of the captured fortress. I had seen neither Merlin nor Nimue since the night on Dolforwyn. Merlin had left Caersus, but Nimue, I heard, was still in the fortress, and was staying hidden in the women's quarters, where, rumour said, she was much in the Princess Kynwyn's company. That seemed unlikely to me, because Nimue and Kynwyn were so very different. Nimue was a few years older than Kynwyn, and she was dark and intense and forever trembling on the narrow divide between madness and anger, while Kynwyn was fair and gentle, and, as Merlin had told me, so very conventional. I could not imagine that either woman had much to say to the other, and so I assumed that the rumours were false, and that Nimue was with Merlin, who I believed had gone to find the men who would carry their swords into Diranac's dreaded land to seek the cauldron. But would I go with him? On the morning of Kynwyn's betrothal, I walked northwards into the great oaks that lapped around Caersus's wide valley. I sought a particular place, and Keenaglass had told me where to find it. Issa, loyal Issa, came with me, but he had no idea what business took us into the dark, deep wood. This land, the heart of Powys, had been lightly touched by the Romans. They had built forts here, like Caersus, and they had left a few roads that arrowed along the river valleys, but there were no great villas or towns like those that gave Dumnonia its gloss of a lost civilization. Nor, here in Keenaglass's heartland, were there many Christians. The worship of the old gods survived in Powys, without the rancour that soured religion in Mordred's realm, where Christian and pagan vied for royal favour, and the right to erect their shrines in the holy places. No Roman altars had replaced Powys's druid groves, and no Christian churches stood by its holy wells. The Romans had cut down some of the shrines, but many had been preserved, and it was to one of those ancient holy places that Issa and I came in the leafy twilight of the midday forest. It was a druid shrine, a grove of oaks deep within a massive wood. The leaves above the shrine had yet to fade to bronze, but soon they would turn and fall onto the low stone wall that lay in a semicircle at the grove's centre. 2 niches had been made in the wall, and 2 human skulls were set in the niches. Once there had been many such places in Dumnonia, and many more had been remade after the Romans had left. Too often, though, the Christians would come and break the skulls, pull down the dry stone walls and cut down the oaks. But this shrine in Powys might have stood among these deep woods for 1,000 years. Little scraps of wool had been pushed between the stones as markers for the prayers that folk offered in this grove. It was silent in the oaks, a heavy silence. Issa watched from the trees as I walked to the centre of the semicircle, where I unstrapped Howlbane's heavy belt. I laid the sword on the flat stone that marked the shrine's centre, and took from my pouch the clean white rib bone that gave me power over Lancelot's marriage. This I placed beside the sword. Last of all I put down on the stone the small golden brooch that Kynwyn had given me so many years before. Then I lay down flat in the leaf mould. I slept in hope of a dream that would tell me what to do, but no dream came. Maybe I should have sacrificed some bird or beast before I slept, a gift that might have provoked a god to grant me the answer I sought. But no answer came. There was just silence. I had put my sword and the power of the bone into the hands of the gods, into the keeping of Bel and Manawyddan, of Taranis and Clulor, but they ignored my gifts. There was only the wind in the high leaves, the scratching of squirrel claws on the oak branches, and the sudden rattle of a woodpecker. I lay still when I woke. There had been no dream, but I knew what I wanted. I wanted to take the bone and snap it in 2, and if that gesture meant walking the dark road into Diranac's kingdom, then so be it. But I also wanted Arthur's Britain to be whole and good and true, and I wanted my men to have gold and land and slaves and rank. I wanted to drive the Saxons from Llogir. I wanted to hear the screams of a broken shield wall and the blare of war horns as a victorious army pursued a shattered enemy to ruin. I wanted to march my starry shields into the flat eastern land that no free Briton had seen in a generation. And I wanted Kynwyn. I sat up. Issa had come to sit close beside me. He must have wondered why I stared so fixedly at the bone, but he asked no questions. I thought of Merlin's small, squat tower of bones that represented Arthur's dream, and wondered if that dream would really collapse if Lancelot did not marry Kynwyn. The marriage was hardly the clasp that held Arthur's alliance together. It was merely a convenience to give Lancelot a throne and Powys a stake in Siluria's royal house. If the marriage never happened, then the armies of Dumnonia and Gwent and Powys and Elmet would still march against the Sace. All that I knew, and all that was true. Yet I also sensed that the bone could somehow jar Arthur's dream. The moment I snapped the bone in 2, I became sworn to Merlin's search, and that search promised to bring enmity to Dumnonia, The enmity of the old pagans who so hated the upstart Christian religion. Guinevere. I suddenly said the name aloud.
Lord?
Issa asked in puzzlement. I shook my head to show that I had nothing more to say. Indeed, I had not meant to speak Guinevere's name aloud, yet I had suddenly understood that to break the bone would do more than encourage Merlin's campaign against the Christian god. It would also make Guinevere into my enemy. I closed my eyes. Could my lord's wife be an enemy? And what if she were? Arthur would still love me, and I him, and my spears and starry shields were worth more to him than all Lancelot's fame. I stood and retrieved the brooch, the bone, and the sword. Issa watched as I pulled a thread of green-dyed wool from my cloak and jammed it between the stones. "You were not at Caersus," I asked him, "when Arthur broke his betrothal to Cynwyn?"
"No, Lord. I heard about it, though."
"It was at the betrothal feast," I said, "just like the one we'll attend tonight. Arthur was sitting at the high table with Cynwyn beside him, and he saw Guinevere at the back of the hall. She was standing in a shabby cloak with her hounds beside her, and Arthur saw her there, and nothing was ever the same again. The gods alone know how many men died because he saw that head of red hair." I turned back to the low stone wall and saw there was an abandoned nest inside one of the mossy skulls. "Merlin tells me that the gods love chaos," I said.
"Merlin loves chaos,"
Issa said lightly, though there was more truth in his words than he knew. "Merlin loves it," I agreed, "but most of us fear chaos, and that's why we try to make order." I thought of the carefully ordered pile of bones. But when you have order, you don't need gods. When everything is well ordered and disciplined, then nothing is unexpected. If you understand everything, I said carefully, then there's no room left for magic. It's only when you're lost and frightened and in the dark that you call on the gods, and they like us to call on them. It makes them feel powerful, and that's why they like us to live in chaos. I was repeating the lessons of my childhood, the lessons given to us on Merlin's tour. "And now we have a choice," I told Issa. "We can live in Arthur's well-ordered Britain, or we can follow Merlin to chaos."
"Well, I'll follow you, Lord, whatever you do,"
Issa said. I do not think he understood what I was saying, but he was content to trust me anyway. "I wish I knew what to do," I confessed. How easy it would be, I thought, if the gods just walked Britain as they used to. Then we could see them, hear them, and talk to them. But now we were like blindfolded men, seeking a clasp pin in a thorn thicket. I strapped the sword back into its place, then tucked the unbroken bone safe back in the pouch. "I want you to give a message to the men," I told Issa. "Not to Cavan, for I'll talk to him myself. But I want you to tell them that if anything strange happens this night, they are released from their oaths to me." He frowned at me.
"Released from our oaths?"
he asked, then shook his head vigorously.
"Not me, Lord."
I hushed him. "And tell them," I went on, "that if something strange does happen, and it may not, then loyalty to my oath could mean fighting against Diranak."
"Diranak?"
Issa said. He spat and made the symbol against evil with his right hand. "Tell them that, Issa," I said.
"So what might happen tonight?"
he asked me anxiously. "Maybe nothing," I said. "Maybe nothing at all." Because the gods had given me no sign in the grove, and I still did not know what I would choose. Order or chaos. Or neither, for maybe the bone was nothing but a piece of kitchen scrap, and its breaking would do nothing except symbolize my own shattered love for Cynwyn. But there was only one way to find out, and that was to break the bone. If I dared. at Kynwyn's betrothal feast. Of all the feasts of those late summer nights, the betrothal feast of Lancelot and Kynwyn was the most lavish. Even the gods seemed to favour it, for the moon was full and clear, and that was a wonderful omen for a betrothal. The moon rose shortly after sunset, a silver orb that loomed huge above the peaks where Dolforwyn lay. I had wondered if the feast would be held in Dolforwyn's hall, but Keenaglas, seeing the huge number to be fed, had decided to keep the celebrations inside Caersus. There were far too many guests for the king's hall, and so only the most privileged were allowed inside its thick wooden walls. The rest sat outside, grateful that the gods had sent a dry night. The ground was still wet from the rain earlier in the week, but there was plenty of straw for men to make dry seats. Pitch-soaked torches had been tied to stakes, and moments after the moonrise, those torches were lit so that the royal compound was suddenly bright with leaping flames. The wedding would be held in the daylight, so that Gwydion, the god of light, and Belenos, the god of the sun, would grant their blessing. But the betrothal was given to the moon's blessing. Every now and then a burning wisp from a torch would float to earth to set alight a patch of straw, and there would be bellows of laughter, screaming children, barking dogs, and a flurry of panic until the fire was extinguished. Over 100 men were guests inside Keenaglas's hall. Tapers and rushlights were clustered together to flicker weird shadows in the high-beamed thatch, where the sprays of beech leaves were now mixed with the year's first clusters of hollyberries. The hall's one table was set on the dais beneath a row of shields, and each shield had a taper below it to illuminate the device painted on the leather. At the centre was Keenaglas's royal shield of Powys, with its spread-winged eagle, and on one side of the eagle was Arthur's black bear, and on the other Dumnonia's red dragon. Guinevere's device of a moon-crowned stag was hung next to the bear, while Lancelot's sea-eagle flew with a fish in its claws next to the dragon. No one was present from Gwent, but Arthur had insisted that Tudric's black bull be hung along with Elmit's red horse and the fox mask of Siluria. The royal symbols marked the Great Alliance, the shield wall that would batter the Saxons back to the sea. Eorwith, Powys's chief druid, announced the moment when he was certain that the last rays of the dying sun had vanished into the far Irish Sea, and then the guests of honour took their places on the dais. The rest of us were already seated on the hall's floor, where men were calling for more of Powys's famously strong mead that had been specially brewed for this night. Cheers and applause greeted the honoured guests. Queen Elaine came first. Lancelot's mother was dressed in blue, with a gold torque at her throat and a golden chain binding the coils of her grey hair. A huge roar welcomed Keenaglas and Queen Heleth next. The king's round face beamed with pleasure at the prospect of this night's celebration, in honour of which he had tied small white ribbons to his dangling moustaches. Arthur came in sober black, while Guinevere, following him to the dais, was splendid in her gown of pale gold linen. It was cut and stitched cunningly, so that the precious fabric, skilfully dyed with soot and hive-gum, seemed to cling to her tall, straight body. Her belly barely betrayed her pregnancy, and a murmur of appreciation for her beauty sounded among the watching men. Small gold scales had been sewn into the gown's cloth, so that her body appeared to glint as she slowly followed Arthur to the centre of the dais. She smiled at the lust she knew she had provoked, and that she wanted to provoke. For this night, Guinevere was determined to outshine whatever Kynwyn wore. A circlet of gold held Guinevere's unruly red hair in place. A belt of golden chain links was looped around her waist, while in honour of Lancelot she wore at her neck a golden brooch depicting a sea-eagle. She kissed Queen Elaine on both cheeks, kissed Keenaglas on one, bobbed her head to Queen Heleth, then sat at Keenaglas's right hand, while Arthur slipped into the empty chair beside Heleth. 2 seats remained, But before either was filled, Keenaglass stood and rapped the table with his fist. Silence fell, and in the silence Keenaglass mutely gestured towards the treasures that were arrayed on the edge of the dais in front of the linen hanging from the table. The treasures were the gifts Lancelot had brought for Kynwyn, and their magnificence caused a storm of acclamation in the hall. We had all inspected the gifts, and I had listened sourly as men extolled the King of Benwick's generosity. There were talks of gold, talks of silver, and talks made of a mixture of gold and silver, so many talks that they merely served as the foundation on which the greater gifts were piled. There were Roman hand mirrors, flasks of Roman glass, and piles of Roman jewels. There were necklaces, brooches, ewers, pins, and clasps. There was a king's ransom in glittering metal, in enamel, coral, and precious gems, and all of it, I knew, had been rescued from burning Innistribes, when Lancelot, disdaining to carry his sword against the rampaging Franks, had fled on the first ship to escape the city's slaughter. The applause for the gifts was still sounding when Lancelot arrived in his glory. Like Arthur, he was dressed in black, but Lancelot's black clothes were hemmed by strips of rare gold cloth. His black hair had been oiled and sleeked back, so that it lay close to his narrow skull and flat against his back. The fingers of his right hand glittered with rings of gold, while his left was dull with warrior rings, none of which I sourly assumed he had earned in battle. Around his neck he wore a heavy gold torque with finials glinting with bright stones, and on his breast, in Kynwyn's honour, he wore her royal family's symbol of the spread-winged eagle. He wore no weapons, for no man was allowed to bring a blade into a king's hall, but he wore the enamelled sword belt that had been a gift from Arthur. He acknowledged the cheers with a raised hand, kissed his mother on the cheek, kissed Guinevere on the hand, bowed to Heleth, then sat. The one chair remained empty. A harpist had begun to play, her plangent notes scarcely audible above the buzz of talk. The smell of roasting meat wafted into the hall, where slave girls carried round the jugs of mead. Beorwith, the druid, bustled up and down the hall, making a corridor between the men seated on the rush-strewn floor. He pushed men aside, bowed to the king when the corridor was made, then gestured with his staff for silence. A great cheer erupted from the crowd outside. The guests of honour had entered the hall from the rear, stepping straight from the night shadows onto the dais. But Kynwyn would make her entrance through the large door at the front of the hall, and to reach that door she had to walk through the throng of guests waiting in the firelit compound. The cheer we heard was the sound of those guests applauding her progress from the women's hall, while inside the king's hall we waited for her in expectant silence. Even the harpist lifted her fingers from the strings to watch the door. A child entered first. It was a small girl dressed in white linen, who walked backwards up the aisle made by Eorwith for Kynwyn's passage. The child strewed dried petals of spring flowers on the newly laid rushes. No one spoke. Every eye was fixed on the door, except for mine, for I was watching the dais. Lancelot gazed at the door, a half-smile on his face. Keenaglass kept cuffing tears from his eyes, so great was his happiness. Arthur, the maker of peace, beamed. Guinevere alone was not smiling. She just looked triumphant. She had once been scorned in this hall, and now she was disposing of its daughter in marriage. I watched Guinevere, as with my right hand I took the bone from my pouch. The rib felt smooth in my grasp, and Issa, standing behind me with my shield, must have wondered what significance that piece of kitchen waste carried in this moon-bright night of gold and fire. I looked at the hall's great door, just as Kynwyn appeared, and, in the instant before the cheers began in the hall, there was a gasp of astonishment. Not all the gold in Britain, not all the queens of old could have outshone Kynwyn that night. I did not even need to look at Guinevere to know that she had been utterly outwitted on this night of beauty. This, I knew, was Cynwyn's 4th betrothal feast. She had come here once for Arthur, but he had broken that oath under the spell of Guinevere's love, and afterwards Cynwyn had been betrothed to a prince from distant Rheged, but he had died of a fever before they could marry. Then, not long ago, she had carried the betrothal halter to Gundlius of Siluria, but he had died screaming under Nimue's cruel hands. And now, for the 4th time, Cynwyn carried the halter to a man. Lancelot had given her a hoard of gold, but custom demanded that she return to him the gift of a common ox halter, as a symbol that from this day on she would submit to his authority. Lancelot stood as she entered, and the half-smile spread into a look of joy. And no wonder, for her beauty was dazzling. At her other betrothals, as befitted a princess, Cynwyn had come in jewels and silver, in gold and finery. But this night she wore only a simple bone-white gown that was belted with a pale blue cord that hung by the dress's simple skirt to end in tassels. No silver decked her hair, no gold showed at her throat. She wore no precious jewels anywhere, just the linen dress, and about her pale blonde hair a delicate blue wreath made from the last dog-violets of summer. She wore no shoes, but stepped barefoot among the petals. She displayed no sign of royalty or any symbol of wealth, but had just come to the hall dressed as simply as any peasant girl. And it was a triumph. No wonder men gasped, and no wonder they cheered as she paced slow and shy between the guests. Keenaglass was weeping for happiness. Arthur led the applause. Lancelot smoothed his oiled hair, and his mother beamed her approval. For a moment, Guinevere's face was unreadable, but then she smiled, and it was a smile of pure triumph. She might have been outshone by Cynwyn's beauty, but this night was still Guinevere's night, and she was seeing her old rival being consigned to a marriage of her own devising. I saw that smirk of triumph on Guinevere's face, and maybe it was her gloating satisfaction that made up my mind, or maybe it was my hatred for Lancelot, or my love for Cynwyn, or maybe Merlin was right, and the gods do love chaos, for, in a sudden surge of anger, I gripped the bone in both my hands. I did not think of the consequences of Merlin's magic, of his hatred for the Christians, or the risk that we would all die pursuing the cauldron in Diranac's realm. I did not think of Arthur's careful order. I was only aware that Cynwyn was being given to a man I hated. I, like the other guests on the floor, was standing and watching Cynwyn between the heads of the warriors. She had reached the great central oak pillar of the high hall, where she was surrounded and besieged by the wolfish din of cheers and whistles. I alone was silent on the floor. I watched her, and I placed my 2 thumbs at the center of the rib and gripped its ends between my fists. Now, Merlin, I thought, now, you old rogue. Let me see your magic now. I snapped the rib. The noise of its splintering was lost among the cheers. I pushed the rib's broken halves into the pouch, and I swear my heart was hardly beating as I watched the Princess of Powys, who had stepped from the night with flowers in her hair, and who now suddenly stopped. Just beside the pillar hung with berries and leaves, she stopped. From the moment Cynwyn had entered the hall, she had kept her eyes on Lancelot, and they were on him still, and a smile was still on her face. But she stopped, and her sudden stillness caused a slow, puzzled silence to fall across the hall. The child, scattering petals, frowned, and looked about for guidance. Cynwyn did not move. Arthur, smiling still, must have thought she had been overcome by nerves, for he beckoned her encouragingly.
The halter in her hands trembled. The harpist struck one uncertain chord, then lifted her fingers from the strings. And as her notes died away, in the silence, I saw a black-cloaked figure come from the crowd beyond the pillar. It was Nimue, her one gold eye reflecting the flames in the puzzled hall. Kynwyn looked from Lancelot to Nimue, and then, very slowly, she held out a white-sleeved arm. Nimue took her hand and looked into the princess's eyes with a quizzical expression. Kynwyn paused for a heartbeat, then gave the smallest nod of consent. Suddenly the hall was urgent with talk, as Kynwyn turned away from the dais and, following Nimue's lead, plunged into the crowd. The talk died away, for no one could find any explanation for what was now happening. Lancelot, left standing on the dais, could only watch. Arthur's mouth had dropped open, while Keenaglas, half risen from his seat, stared incredulously as his sister threaded the crowd that edged aside from Nimue's fierce, scarred and derisive face. Guinevere looked ready to kill. Then Nimue caught my eye and smiled, and I felt my heart beating like a trapped wild thing. Then Kynwyn smiled at me, and I had no eyes for Nimue, only for Kynwyn, sweet Kynwyn, who was carrying the ox-halter through the crowd of men towards my place in the hall. The warriors edged aside, but I seemed made of stone, unable to move or to speak, as Kynwyn, with tears in her eyes, came to where I stood. She said nothing, but just held the halter in offering to me. A babble of astonishment brewed all around us, but I ignored the voices. Instead, I fell to my knees and took the halter. Then I seized Kynwyn's hands and pressed them against my face, that, like hers, was wet with tears. The hall was erupting in anger, in protest and amazement, but Issa stood over me with his shield raised. No man carried an edged weapon into a king's hall, but Issa was holding the shield with its 5-pointed star as though he would beat down any man who challenged the astonishing moment. Nimue, on my other side, was hissing curses into the hall, daring any man to challenge the princess's choice. Kynwyn knelt so that her face was close to mine. "You swore an oath, Lord," she whispered, "to protect me." "I did, lady." "I release you from the oath, if that is your wish." "Never," I promised. She pulled away slightly. "I will marry no man, Derval," she warned me softly, her eyes on mine. "I will give you everything but marriage." "Then you give me everything I could ever want, lady," I said, my throat full and my eyes blurred with tears of happiness. I smiled and gave her back the halter. "Yours," I said. She smiled at that gesture, then dropped the halter into the straw and kissed me softly on the cheek. "I think," she whispered mischievously in my ear, "that this feast will go better without us." Then we both stood, and hand in hand, and ignoring the questions and protests and even some cheers, we walked into the moonlit night. Behind us was confusion and anger, and in front of us was a crowd of puzzled people, through whom we walked side by side. "The house beneath Dolforwyn," Kynwyn said, "is waiting for us." "The house with the apple trees?" I asked, remembering her telling me about the little house that she had dreamed of as a child. "That house," she said. We had left the crowd gathered about the hall doors, and were walking towards Caersus's torchlit gate. Issa had rejoined me after retrieving our swords and spears, and Nimue was at Kynwyn's other side. 3 of Kynwyn's servants were hurrying to join us, as were a score of my men. "Are you certain of this?" I asked Kynwyn, as though somehow she could turn back the last few minutes and restore the halter to Lancelot. "I am more certain," Kynwyn said calmly, "than of anything I ever did before." She gave me an amused glance. "Did you ever doubt me, Derval?" I doubted myself, I said. She squeezed my hand. I am no man's woman, she said. Only my own. And then she laughed with pure delight, let go of my hand and broke into a run. Violets fell from her hair as she ran for sheer joy across the grass. I ran after her, while behind us, from the astonished hall's doorway, Arthur called for us to come back. But we ran on. To chaos. Next day I took a sharp knife and trimmed the snapped ends of the 2 bone fragments, and then, working very carefully, I made 2 long narrow troughs in Howlbane's wooden hand grips. Issa walked to Kersus and fetched back some glue that we heated over the fire, and once we were sure that the 2 troughs exactly matched the shape of the bone fragments, we coated the troughs with the glue, then pushed the 2 scraps into the sword's hilt. We wiped off the excess glue, then bound the strips with bands of sinew to set them firmly into the wood. "It looks like ivory," Issa said admiringly when the job was done. "Strips of pig bone," I said dismissively, though in fact the 2 scraps did look like ivory, and gave Howlbane a rich appearance. The sword was named for its first owner, Merlin's steward Howl, who had taught me my weapons. "But the bones are magic?" Issa asked me anxiously. "Merlin's magic," I said, but I did not explain any further. Cavan came to me at midday. He knelt on the grass and bowed his head, but he did not speak, nor did he need to speak, for I knew why he had come. "You are free to go, Cavan," I told him. "I release you from your oath." He looked up at me, but the business of being freed of an oath was too heavy for him to say anything, so I smiled. "You're not a young man, Cavan," I said, "and you deserve a lord who will offer you gold and comfort, instead of a dark road and uncertainty." "I have a mind, Lord." He found his voice at last. "To die in Ireland." "To be with your people." "Yes, Lord. But I cannot go back a poor man. I need gold." "Then burn your throwboard," I advised him. He grinned at that, then kissed Howlbane's hilt. "No resentment, Lord?" he asked me anxiously. "No," I said. "And if you ever need my help, send word." He stood and embraced me. He would go back to Arthur's service, and take with him half my men, for only 20 stayed with me. The others feared Direnak, or else were too eager to find riches, and I could not blame them. They had earned honour, warrior rings and wolf-tails in my service, but little gold. I gave them permission to keep the wolf-tails on their helmets, for those they had earned in the terrible fights in Benwick, but I made them paint out the newly made stars on their shields. The stars were for the 20 men who stayed with me, and those 20 were the youngest, the strongest, and the most adventurous of my spearmen. And the gods know they needed to be, for by snapping the bone I had committed them to the dark road. I did not know when Merlin would summon us, and so I waited in the small house to which Kynwyn had led us in the moonlight. The house lay north and east of Dolforwyn, in a small valley so steep that the shadows did not flee from the stream until the sun was halfway up its climb in the morning sky. The valley's steep sides were shrouded by oaks, though around the house was a patchwork of tiny fields, where a score of apple trees had been planted. The house had no name, nor even did the valley. It was simply called Cwm Isaf, the lower valley, and it was now our home. My men built huts among the trees on the valley's southern slope. I did not know how I was to provide for 20 men and their families, for Cwm Isaf's little farm would have been hard-pressed to feed a field mouse, let alone a warrior band. But Kynwyn had gold, and, as she promised me, her brother would not let us starve. The farm, she told me, had belonged to her father, one of the thousands of scattered tenancies that had supported Gorfethid's wealth. The last tenant had been a cousin of Kersus's Candleman, but he had died before Lugvale, and no other tenant had yet been chosen.
The house itself was a poor thing, a little rectangle of stone with a roof thickly thatched with rye straw and bracken that desperately needed repair. There were 3 chambers inside. One, the central room, had been for the farm's few beasts, and that room we swept clean to give ourselves a living space. The other rooms were sleeping chambers, one for Kynwyn and the other one for me. "I have promised Merlin," she had said that first night in explanation of the 2 sleeping chambers. I felt my flesh crawl. "Promised him what?" I asked. She must have blushed, but no moonlight came into deep Cum Isaf, and so I could not see her face, but only feel the pressure of her fingers in mine. "I have promised him," she said slowly, "that I will stay a virgin till the cauldron is found." I had begun to understand then just how subtle Merlin had been. How subtle and wicked and clever. He needed a warrior to protect him while he travelled into Khane, and he needed a virgin to find the cauldron. And so he had manipulated us both. "No," I protested. "You can't go into Khane." "Only a virgin can discover the cauldron," Nimue had hissed at us from the dark. "Would you have us take a child, Derval?" "Kynwyn cannot go to Khane," I insisted. "Quiet." Kynwyn had hushed me. "I promised. I made an oath." "Do you know what Khane is?" I asked her. "You know what Durenak does?" "I know," she said, "that the journey there is the price I pay for being here with you. And I promised Merlin," she said again. "I made an oath." And so I slept alone that night. But in the morning, after we had shared a scanty breakfast with our spearmen and servants, and before I put the bone scraps into Howlbane's hilt, Kynwyn walked with me up Cum Isaf stream. She listened to my passionate arguments why she should not travel the dark road, and she dismissed them all by saying that if Merlin was with us, then who could prevail against us? "Durenak could," I said grimly. "But you're going with Merlin?" she asked me. "Yes." "Then don't prevent me," she insisted. "I will be with you, and you with me." And she would hear no more argument. She was no man's woman. She had made up her mind. And then, of course, we spoke of what had happened in the last few days, and our words tumbled out. We were in love, smitten just as hard as Arthur had been smitten by Guinevere, and we could not hear enough of the other's thoughts and stories. I showed her the pork bone, and she laughed when I told her how I had waited till the last moment to snap it in 2. "I really didn't know if I dared turn away from Lancelot," Kynwyn admitted. "I didn't know about the bone, of course. I thought it was Guinevere who made up my mind." "Guinevere?" I asked, surprised. "I couldn't bear her gloating. Is that awful of me? I felt as though I was her kitten, and I couldn't bear it." She walked on in silence for a while. Leaves drifted down from the trees that were still mostly green. That morning, waking to my first dawn in Cum Isaf, I had seen a martin fly away from the thatch. He did not come back, and I guessed we would not see another till the spring. Kynwyn walked barefoot beside the stream, her hand in mine. "And I've been wondering about that prophecy of the skull bed," she went on. "And I think it means I'm not supposed to marry. I've been betrothed 3 times, Derval. 3 times. And 3 times I've lost the man. And if that isn't a message from the gods, what is?" "I hear Nimue," I said. She laughed. "I like her." "I couldn't imagine the 2 of you liking each other," I confessed. "Why ever not? I like her belligerence. Life is for the taking, not for submission. And all my life, Derval, I've done what people told me to do. I've always been good," she said, giving the word good a wry stress. "I was always the obedient little girl, the dutiful daughter. It was easy, of course, for my father loved me, and he loved so few people. But I was given everything I ever wanted, and in return all they ever wanted of me was that I should be pretty and obedient. And I was very obedient. Pretty, too." She dug an elbow into my ribs as reproof.
A flock of pied wagtails flew up from the mist that shrouded the stream ahead of us. "I was always obedient," Kynwyn said wistfully. "I knew I would have to marry where I was told to marry, and that didn't worry me, because that's what king's daughters do. And I can remember being so happy when I first met Arthur. I thought that my whole lucky life would go on forever. I'd been given such a good man, and then suddenly he vanished."
"And you didn't even notice me," I said. I had been the youngest spearman in Arthur's guard when he came to Caer Sws to be betrothed to Kynwyn. It was then that she had given me the small brooch I still wore. She had rewarded all Arthur's escort, but never knew what a fire she started in my soul that day.
"I'm sure I did notice you," she said. "Who could miss such a big, awkward, straw-haired lump?"
She laughed at me, then let me help her over a fallen oak. She wore the same linen dress she had worn the previous night, though now the bleached skirt was soiled with mud and moss.
"Then I was betrothed to Caelgyn of Rheged," she continued her tale, "and I wasn't quite so sure I was lucky any more. He was a sullen beast, but he promised to bring father 100 spearmen and a bride price of gold, and I convinced myself I would be happy all the same, even if I did have to live in Rheged. But Caelgyn died of the fever. Then there was Gunlis."
She frowned at that memory.
"I realized then that I was just a throw-piece in a game of war. My father loved me, but he would even let me go to Gunlis if that meant more spears to carry against Arthur. And that was when I first understood that I would never be happy unless I made my own happiness. And it was just then that you and Galahad came to see us. Remember?"
"Yeah, I remember. I had accompanied Galahad on his failed mission of peace, and Gorfithid, as an insult, had made us dine in the women's hall. There, in the candlelight, as a harpist played, I had talked to Kynwyn, and given her my oath to protect her."
"And you cared whether I was happy," she said.
"I was in love with you," I confessed. "I was a dog howling at a star." She smiled.
"And then came Lancelot. Lovely Lancelot. Handsome Lancelot, and everyone told me I was the luckiest woman in Britain. But you know what I sensed? That I would be just another possession to Lancelot, and he seems to have so many already. But I still wasn't sure what I should do. Then Merlin came and talked to me, and he left Nimue, and she talked and talked. But I already knew I didn't want to belong to any man. I've belonged to men all my life. So Nimue and I made an oath to Don, and I swore to her that if she gave me the strength to take my own freedom, then I would never marry. I will love you," she promised me, looking up into my face, "but I will not be any man's possession."
Maybe not, I thought, but she, like me, was still Merlin's gaming piece. How busy he had been, he and Nimue. But I said nothing of that, nor of the Dark Road. "But you will be Guinevere's enemy now," I warned Kynwyn instead.
"Yes," she said, "but I always was, right from the moment when she decided to take Arthur away from me. But I was just a child then, and I didn't know how to fight her. Last night I struck back, but from now on I'll just stay out of sight."
She smiled.
"And you were to marry Gwynncheovach?"
"Yes," I confessed.
"Poor Gwynncheovach," Kynwyn said. "She was always very good to me when they lived here, but I remember every time her sister came into the room she'd run away. She was like a big plump mouse, and her sister was the cat."
Arthur came to the lower valley that afternoon. The glue holding the scraps of bone was still drying in Howlbane's hilt, as his warriors filled the trees on Cum Isaf's southern slope that faced our small house. The spearmen did not come to threaten us, but had merely diverted themselves from their long march home to comfortable Dumnonia. There was no sign of Lancelot, nor of Guinevere, as Arthur walked alone across the stream. He carried no sword or shield. We met him at our door. He bowed to Kynwyn, then smiled at her. "Dear lady," he said simply.
"Are you angry with me, Lord?"
she asked him anxiously. He grimaced. "My wife believes I am, but no." How can I be angry? You only did what I once did, and you had the grace to do it before the oath was given.
He smiled at her again.
You have perhaps inconvenienced me, but I deserve that. May I walk with Derval?
We followed the same path that I had taken that morning with Kynwyn, and Arthur, once he was out of sight of his spearmen, put an arm about my shoulders.
Well done, Derval,
he said quietly. I'm sorry if it hurts you, Lord.
Don't be a fool. You did what I once did, and I envy you the newness of it. It just changes things, that's all. It is, as I said, inconvenient.
I won't be Mordred's champion, I said.
No, but someone will. If it was up to me, my friend, I would take you both home and make you champion and give you all I had to give. But things cannot always be as we want.
You mean, I said bluntly, that the Princess Guinevere will not forgive me?
No,
Arthur said bleakly.
Nor will Lancelot.
He sighed.
What shall I do with Lancelot?
Marry him to Gwynhwyvarch, I said, and bury them both in Siluria. He laughed.
If only I could. I'll send him to Siluria, certainly, but I doubt Siluria will hold him. He has ambitions above that small kingdom, Derval. I'd hoped that Kynwyn and a family would keep him there. But now, he shrugged. I would have done better to give the kingdom to you.
He took his arm from about my shoulders and faced me.
I do not release you from your oaths, Lord Derval Cadern, he said formally. You are still my man, and when I send for you, you will come to me.
Yes, Lord.
That will be in the spring, he said. I am sworn to 3 months' peace with the Saxons, and I will keep that peace. And when the 3 months are up, the winter will keep our spears stacked. But in the spring, we march, and I shall want your men in my shield wall.
They will be there, Lord, I promised him. He raised both hands and put them on my shoulders.
Are you also sworn to Merlin? He asked, staring into my eyes.
Yes, Lord, I admitted.
So you'll chase a cauldron that doesn't exist?
I shall seek the cauldron, yes. He closed his eyes.
Such stupidity.
He dropped his hands and opened his eyes.
I believe in the gods, Derval. But do the gods believe in Britain? This isn't the old Britain, he said vehemently. Maybe once we were a people of one blood, but now? The Romans brought men from every corner of the world. Sarmatians, Libyans, Gauls, Numidians, Greeks. Their blood is mingled with ours, just as it seethes with Roman blood and mixes now with Saxon blood. We are what we are, Derval, not what we once were. We have 100 gods now, not just the old gods, and we cannot turn the years back, not even with the cauldron and every treasure of Britain.
Merlin disagrees.
And Merlin would have me fight the Christians just so his gods can rule. No, I won't do it, Derval. He spoke angrily. You can look for your imaginary cauldron, but don't think I'll play Merlin's game by persecuting Christians.
Merlin, I said defensively, will leave the fate of the Christians to the gods.
And what are we but the gods' implements? Arthur asked. But I won't fight other Britons just because they worship another god. Nor will you, Derval, so long as you're oath-sworn.
No, Lord. He sighed.
I do hate all this rancour about gods. But then Guinevere always tells me I am blind to the gods. She says it's my one fault.
He smiled.
If you're sworn to Merlin, Derval, then you must go with him. Where will he take you?
To Inis Mon, Lord. He stared at me in silence for a few heartbeats, then shuddered.
You go to Clane?
He asked incredulously.
No one comes alive from Clane.
I shall, I boasted.
Make sure you do, Derval. Make sure you do.
He sounded gloomy.
I need you to help me beat the Saxons, and after that, maybe you can return to Dumnonia. Guinevere isn't a woman to hold grudges." I doubted that, but said nothing. "So I shall summon you in the spring," Arthur went on, "and pray you survive clean." He put an arm through mine and walked me back towards the house. "And if anyone asks you, Derval, then I have just reproved you angrily. I have cursed you, even struck you." I laughed. "I forgive you the blow, Lord. Consider yourself reproved," he said. "And consider yourself," he went on, "the second luckiest man in Britain." The luckiest in the world, I thought, for I had my soul's desire. Or I would have it, the gods preserve us, when Merlin had his. I stood and watched the spearmen go. Arthur's banner of the bear showed briefly in the trees. He waved, hoisted himself onto his horse's back, and then was gone. And we were alone. So I was not in Dumnonia to see Arthur's return. I should have liked that, for he rode back a hero to a country that had dismissed his chances of survival and had plotted to replace him by lesser creatures. Food was scarce that autumn, for the sudden flare of war had depleted the new harvest. But there was no famine, and Arthur's men collected fair taxes. Well, that sounds like a small improvement, but after the recent years it caused a stir in the land. Only the rich paid taxes to the royal treasury. Some paid in gold, but most paid in grain and leather and linen and salt and wool and dried fish that they, in turn, had demanded from their tenants. In the last few years, the rich had paid little to the king, and the poor had paid much to the rich. So Arthur sent spearmen to inquire of the poor what tax had been levied of them, and used their answers to make his own levy of the rich. From the proceeds he returned a third of the yield back to the churches and magistrates, so that they could distribute the food in the winter. That action alone told Dumnonia that a new power had come to the land, and though the wealthy grumbled, none dared raise a shield wall to fight Arthur. He was the warlord of Mordred's kingdom, the victor of Lugvale, the slaughterer of kings, and those who opposed him now feared him. Mordred was moved into the care of Kiluk, Arthur's cousin and a crude, honest warrior who probably took small interest in the fate of a small and troublesome child. Kiluk was too busy suppressing the revolt that had been started by Cadui of Iska, deep in Dumnonia's west, and I heard that he led his spears in a swift campaign across the Great Moor, then south into the wild land on the coast. He ravaged Cadui's heartland, then stormed the rebellious prince in the old Roman stronghold of Iska. The walls had decayed, and the veterans of Lugvale swarmed over the town's ramparts to hunt the rebels through the streets. Prince Cadui was caught in a Roman shrine, and there dismembered. Arthur ordered parts of his body to be displayed in Dumnonia's towns, and his head, with its easily recognizable blue tattoos on the cheeks, to be sent to King Mark of Cornwell, who had encouraged the revolt. King Mark sent back a tribute of tin ingots, a tub of smoked fish, 3 polished turtle shells that had washed up on the shores of his wild country, and an innocent disavowal of any complicity in Cadui's rebellion. Kiluk, in capturing Cadui's stronghold, found letters there that he sent to Arthur. The letters were from the Christian party in Dumnonia, and had been written before the campaign that ended in Lugvale, and they revealed the full extent of the plans to rid Dumnonia of Arthur. The Christians had disliked Arthur ever since he had revoked High King Uther's rule that the church was to be exempt from taxes and loans, and they had become convinced that their god was leading Arthur to a great defeat at Gorfithid's hands. It was the prospect of that almost certain defeat that had encouraged them to put their thoughts into writing, and those same writings were now in Arthur's keeping. The letters revealed a worried Christian community, who wanted Arthur's death, but also feared the incursion of Gorfithid's pagan spearmen. To save themselves and their riches, they had been ready to sacrifice Mordred, and the letters encouraged Cadui to march on Durnovaria during Arthur's absence, kill Mordred, and then yield the kingdom to Gorfithid. The Christians promised him help, and hoped that Cadui's spears would protect them once Gorfithid ruled. Instead, it brought them punishment. King Melwas of the Belgi, a client king who had sided with the Christians who opposed Arthur, was made the new ruler of Cadui's land. It was hardly a reward, for it took Melwas far away from his own people, to a place where Arthur could keep him under close watch. Nabur, the Christian magistrate who had held Mordred's guardianship, and who had used that guardianship to raise the party that opposed Arthur, and who was the writer of the letters suggesting Mordred's murder, was nailed to a cross in Durnovaria's amphitheatre. These days, of course, he is called a saint and martyr, but I only remember Nabur as a smooth, corrupt liar. 2 priests, another magistrate, and 2 landowners were also put to death. The last conspirator was Bishop Sansom, though he had been too clever to let his name be put into writing, and that cleverness, together with his strange friendship for Arthur's maimed pagan sister Morgan, saved Sansom's life. He swore undying loyalty to Arthur, put a hand on a crucifix, and swore he had never plotted to kill the king, and so remained as the guardian of the shrine of the Holy Thorn at Inniswydren. You could bind Sansom in iron and hold a sword to his throat, and still he would slither free. Morgan, his pagan friend, had been Merlin's most trusted priestess until the younger Nimue usurped that position. But Merlin and Nimue were both far away, and that left Morgan as virtual ruler of Merlin's lands in Avalon. Morgan, with her gold mask hiding her fire-ravaged face, and her black robe shrouding her flame-twisted body, assumed Merlin's power. Then it was she who finished the rebuilding of Merlin's hall on the Tor, and she who organized the tax collectors in the northern part of Arthur's land. Morgan became one of Arthur's most trusted advisers. Indeed, after Bishop Bedwin died of a fever that autumn, Arthur even suggested, against all precedents, that Morgan be named as a full councillor. No woman had ever sat on a king's council in Britain, and Morgan might well have been the first, but Guinevere made sure she was not. Guinevere would let no woman be a councillor if she could not be one herself, and besides, Guinevere hated anything that was ugly, and, the gods know, poor Morgan was grotesque, even with her gold mask in place. So Morgan stayed in Inniswydren, while Guinevere supervised the building of the new palace at Lindinnis. It was a gorgeous palace. The old Roman villa that Gunlius had burned was rebuilt and extended so that its cloistered wings enclosed 2 great courtyards where water flowed in marble channels. Lindinnis, close to the royal hill of Caer Cadern, was to be Dumnonia's new capital, though Guinevere took good care that Mordred, with his twisted left foot, was allowed nowhere near the place. Only the beautiful were allowed in Lindinnis, and in its arcaded courtyards Guinevere assembled statues from villas and shrines throughout Dumnonia. There was no Christian shrine there, but Guinevere made a great dark hall for the women's goddess Isis, and she provided a lavish suite of rooms where Lancelot could stay when he visited from his new kingdom in Siluria. Elaine, Lancelot's mother, lived in those rooms, and she, who had once made Innistribes so beautiful, now helped Guinevere make Lindinnis's palace into a shrine of beauty. Arthur, I know, was rarely at Lindinnis. He was too busy preparing for the great war against the Saxons, to which end he began refortifying the ancient earth citadels in southern Dumnonia. Even Caer Cadern, deep in our heartland, had its walls strengthened and new timber fighting platforms poised on its ramparts. But his greatest work was at Caer Ambra, just a half-hour's walk east of the Stones, which was to be his new base against the Sace. The old people had made a fort there, but all that autumn and winter the slaves toiled to steepen the ancient earth walls and make new palisades and fighting platforms on their summits. More forts were strengthened south of Cair Ambra to defend the lower parts of Dumnonia against the southern Saxons led by Cerdic, who were sure to attack us while Arthur assaulted Ael in the north. Not since the Romans, I dare say, had so much British earth been dug or timber split, and Arthur's honest taxes could never pay for half that labour. He therefore made a levy on the Christian churches that were plentiful and powerful in southern Britain, the same churches that had supported Nabur and Sansom's effort to topple him. That levy was eventually repaid, and it protected the Christians from the ghastly attentions of the Saxon heathens. But the Christians never forgave Arthur, nor did they notice that the same levy was taken from the handful of pagan shrines that still possessed wealth. Not all the Christians were Arthur's enemies. At least a third of his spearmen were Christians, and those men were as loyal as any pagan. Many other Christians approved of his rule, but most of the leaders of the church let their greed dictate their loyalty, and they were the ones who opposed him. They believed that their God would one day return to this earth and walk among us like a mortal man. But he would not come again until all pagans had been converted to his faith. The preachers, knowing that Arthur was a pagan, hissed curses at him, but Arthur ignored their words as he made his ceaseless tours of southern Britain. One day he would be with Sagramor on Ael's border. The next he would be fighting one of Cerdic's war bands as it probed deep into the river valleys of the south, and then he would ride north through Dumnonia and across Gwent to Isker, where he would argue with local chieftains about the number of spearmen who could be raised from western Gwent or eastern Siluria. Thanks to Lugvale, Arthur was now far more than Dumnonia's chief lord and Mordred's protector. He was Britain's warlord, the undisputed leader of all our armies, and no king dared refuse him, nor, in those days, wanted to. But all this I missed, for I was in Cair Sus, and I was with Cynwyn, and I was in love, and waiting for Merlin. Merlin and Nimue came to Cum Isaf just days before the winter solstice. Dark clouds were pressing close above the bare oak tops on the ridges, and the morning frost had lingered well into the afternoon. The stream was a patchwork of ice ledges and trickling water. The fallen leaves were crisp, and the valley's soil as hard as stone. We had a fire in the central chamber, so our house was warm enough, though it was choking with the smoke that billowed about the untrimmed beams before finding the small hole in the roof's ridge. Other fires smoked from the shelters that my spearmen had made across the valley, stout little huts with walls of earth and stone supporting roofs of timber and bracken. We had made a beast shed behind the house, where a bull, 2 cows, 3 sows, a boar, a dozen sheep, and a score of chickens were penned at night to protect them from the wolves. We had plenty of wolves in our woods, and their howling echoed at every dusk, and at night we would sometimes hear them scrabbling beyond the beast shed. The sheep would bleat piteously, the hens would set up a cackling panic, and then Issa, or whoever else stood guard, would shout and hurl a firebrand into the wood's edge, and the wolves would skitter away. One morning, going early to fetch water from the stream, I came face to face with a big old dog-wolf. He had been drinking, but as I stepped out of the bushes, he raised a grey muzzle, stared at me, then waited for my salute before he loped silently upstream. It was, I decided, a good omen, and in those days, as we waited for Merlin, we counted the omens. We also hunted the wolves. Keenaglas gave us 3 brace of long-haired wolfhounds that were bigger and shaggier than the famous Powisian deerhounds like those Guinevere kept in Dumnonia. The sport kept my spearmen active, and even Cynwyn liked those long, cold days in the high woods. She wore leather breeches, high boots and a leather jerkin, and hung a hunter's long knife at her waist. She would braid her fair hair into a knot at the back of her head, then scramble up rocks and down gullies and over dead trees behind her brace of hounds, who were leashed on long horsehair ropes. The simplest way to hunt wolves was with a bow and arrow, but as few of us possessed that skill, we used the dogs, war spears and knives, and by the time Merlin returned we had a pile of pelts stacked in Keenaglass's store hall. The king had wanted us to move back to Caersus, but Cynwyn and I were as happy as our anticipation of Merlin's ordeal allowed us, and so we stayed in our small valley and counted the days. And we were happy in Cwm Isaf. Cynwyn took a ridiculous pleasure in doing all the things that till now had been done for her by servants, though, strangely, she was never able to wring a chicken's neck, and I always used to laugh when she killed a hen. She had no need to do it, for any one of the servants could have killed the fowl, and my spearmen would do anything for Cynwyn. But she insisted on sharing the work, though when it came to killing hens, ducks, or geese, she could not make herself do it properly. The only method she ever devised was to lay the poor creature down on the earth, put a small foot on its neck, and then, with her eyes tight closed, give the head one quick, decisive tug. She was more successful with the distaff. Every woman in Britain, save for the very richest, was forever with a distaff and spindle, for spinning wool into thread was one of those endless jobs that will presumably last until the sun has made its last turn about the earth. As soon as one year's fleeces had been turned into yarn, so the next year's fleeces came to the storehouses, and the women would collect their apronfuls, wash and comb the wool, then start spinning the thread again. They spun when they walked. They spun as they talked. They spun whenever there was no other task needing their hands. It was monotonous, mindless work, but not unskilled. At first, Cynwyn could only produce pathetic little tatters of wool, but she became better, though never as quick as those women who had spun the wool since the very first day their hands were big enough to hold the distaff. She would sit of an evening, telling me about her day, and her left hand would turn the staff, and her right would flick the weighted spindle that hung from the distaff to elongate and twist the emerging thread. When the spindle reached the floor, she would wind the thread around it, fix the spooled yarn with the bone clip on the spindle's top, and then start spinning again. The wool she made that winter was often lumpy, or else fragile, but I loyally wore one of the shirts she made from that thread until it fell apart. Keenaglass visited us often, though his wife Heleth never came. Queen Heleth was truly conventional, and she disapproved deeply of what Cynwyn had done. "She thinks it brings disgrace on the family," Keenaglass told us cheerfully. He became, like Arthur and Galahad, one of my dearest friends. He was, I think, lonely in Caersus, for other than Iorwerth and some of the younger druids, he had few men with whom he could talk of anything but hunting and war, and so I replaced the brothers he had lost. His older brother, who should have become king, had been killed in a fall from a horse. The next son had died of a fever, and the youngest had been killed fighting the Saxons. Keenaglass, like me, deeply disapproved of Cynwyn's going on the dark road, but he told me that nothing short of a sword blow would ever stop her. "Everyone always thinks she's so sweet and kind," he told me, "but there's a will of iron there. Stubborn. Can't kill chickens. I can't even imagine her trying," he laughed. "But she is happy, Derval, and for that I thank you." It was a happy time, one of the happiest of all our happy times, but always shadowed by the knowledge that Merlin would come and demand the fulfillment of our oaths. He came on a frosty afternoon. I was outside the house, using a Saxon war-axe to split newly chopped logs that would fill our house with smoke, and Cynwyn was inside, hushing a squabble that had risen between her maidservants and the fiery Scarach, when a horn sounded across the valley. The horn was a signal from my spearmen that a stranger approached Cwm Isaf, and I lowered the axe in time to see Merlin's tall figure striding among the trees. Nimue was with him. She had stayed a week with us after the night of Lancelot's betrothal, and then, without a word of explanation, had slipped away one night. But now, dressed in black beside her lord in his long white robe, she returned. Kynwyn came from the house. Her face was smudged with soot, and her hands bloodied from a hair she had been jointing. "I thought he was bringing a warband," she said, her blue eyes fixed on Merlin. That was what Nimue had told us before she left, that Merlin was raising the army that would protect him on the Dark Road. "Or maybe he's left them at the river," I suggested. She pushed a lock of hair away from her face, adding a smudge of blood to the soot. "Aren't you cold?" she asked, for I had been stripped to the waist as I chopped the wood. "Not yet," I said, though I pulled on a wool shirt as Merlin leapt long-legged over the stream. My spearmen, anticipating news, trailed from their huts to follow him, but they stayed outside the house when he ducked his tall figure under our low lintel. He offered us no greeting, but just went past us into the house. Nimue followed him, and by the time Kynwyn and I entered, they were already squatting beside the fire. Merlin held his thin hands to the blaze, then seemed to give a long sigh. He said nothing, and neither of us wanted to ask his news. I, like him, sat on the fire's edge, while Kynwyn put the half-jointed hair into a bowl, then wiped her hands free of blood. She waved Scarach and the servants out of the house, then sat beside me. Merlin shivered, then seemed to relax. His long back was bowed as he hunched forward with his eyes closed. He stayed thus for a long time. His brown face was deeply lined, and his beard a startling white. Like all druids, he shaved the front part of his skull. But now that tonsure was smothered with a fine layer of short white hair, evidence that he had been a long time on the road without a razor or a bronze mirror. He looked so old that day, and, hunched by the fire, he even looked feeble. Nimue sat opposite him, saying nothing. She did rise once to take Howlbane from its nail hooks in the main beam, and I saw her smile as she recognized the 2 strips of bone set into the handle. She unsheathed the blade, then held it into the smokiest part of the fire, and once the steel was covered in soot, she carefully scratched an inscription into the soot with a piece of straw. The letters were not like these I write now, that both we and the Saxons employ, but were older magical letters, mere strokes slashed by bars, that only the druids and sorcerers used. She propped the scabbard against the wall and hung the sword back on its nails, but did not explain the significance of what she had written. Merlin ignored her. He opened his eyes suddenly, and the appearance of feebleness was replaced by a terrible savagery. "I put a curse," he said slowly, "on the creatures of Siluria." He flicked his fingers towards the fire, and a puff of brighter flame hissed in the wood. "May their crops be blighted," he growled, "their cattle barren, their children crippled, their swords blunted, and their enemies triumphant." It was for him a mild enough curse, but there was a hissing malevolence in his voice. "And on Gwent," he went on, "I give a murrain, and frosts in summer, and wombs shriveled to dry husks." He spat into the flames. "In Elmet," he said, "the tears will make lakes, plagues will fill graves, and rats shall rule their houses." He spat again. "How many men will you bring, Derval?" "All I have, Lord." I hesitated to admit how few that was, but I finally gave him the answer. 20 shields. "And those of your men who are still with Galahad?" He gave me a quick glance from beneath his bushy white eyebrows. "How many of those?" "I have heard nothing from them, Lord." He sneered. "They form a palace guard for Lancelot. He insists on it. He makes his brother into a doorkeeper." Galahad was Lancelot's half-brother, and as unlike him as any man could be.
It is a good thing, lady," Merlin looked at Kynwyn, "that you did not marry Lancelot." She smiled at me.
"I think so, Lord."
"He finds Siluria tedious. I can't blame him for that, but he'll seek Dumnonia's comforts and be a snake in Arthur's belly." He smiled. "You, my lady, were supposed to be his plaything."
"I'd rather be here,"
Kynwyn said, gesturing at our rough stone walls and smoke-stained roof beams. "But he'll try to strike at you," Merlin warned her. "His pride climbs higher than Cthulhu's eagle, lady. And Guinevere is cursing you. She killed a dog in her temple of Isis and draped its pelt on a crippled bitch that she gave your name." Kynwyn looked pale, made the sign against evil, and spat into the fire. Merlin shrugged. "I have counted the curse, lady," he said, then stretched his long arms and bent his head back so that his ribboned plaits almost touched the rush-covered floor behind him. "Isis is a foreign goddess," he said, "and her power is feeble in this land." He brought his head forward again, then rubbed his eyes with his long hands. "I have come empty-handed," he said bleakly. "No man in Elmet would step forward, and none elsewhere. Their spears, they say, are dedicated to Saxon bellies. I offered them no gold. I offered no silver. Only a fight on behalf of the gods, and they offered me their prayers, then let their womenfolk talk to them of children and hearths and cattle and land, and so they slunk away. 80 men! That's all I wanted. Dyranak can field 200, maybe a handful more, but 80 would have sufficed. Yet there were not even 8 men who would come. Their lords are sworn to Arthur now. The cauldron, they tell me, can wait till Llogir is ours again. They want Saxon land and Saxon gold, and all I offered them was blood and cold on the dark road." There was a silence. A log collapsed in the fire to spring a constellation of sparks toward the blackened roof. "Not one man offered a spear?" I asked, shocked at the news. "A few," he said dismissively, "but none I would trust. None worthy of the cauldron." He paused, then looked tired again. "I am struggling against the lure of Saxon gold, and against Morgan. She opposes me." "Morgan?" I could not hide my astonishment. Morgan, Arthur's eldest sister, had been Merlin's closest companion until Nimue usurped her place. And though Morgan hated Nimue, I did not think that hatred extended to Merlin. "Morgan," he said flatly. "She has spread a tale through Britain. The tale says that the gods oppose my quest, and that I am to be defeated, and that my death will embrace all my companions. She dreamed the tale, and folk believe her dreams. I am old, she says, and feeble, and loose-witted."
"She says," Nimue spoke softly, "that a woman will kill you. Not Dyranak."
Merlin shrugged. "Morgan plays her own game, and I don't yet understand it." He rooted about in a pocket of his gown and brought out a handful of dried knotted grasses. Each knotted stem looked alike to me, but he sorted through them and selected one that he held towards Kynwyn. "I release you from your oath, lady." Kynwyn glanced at me, then looked back to the knot of grass.
"Will you still take the dark road, Lord?"
she asked Merlin. "Yes."
"But how will you find the cauldron without me?"
He shrugged, but offered no answer. "How will you find it with her?" I asked, for I still did not understand why a virgin must find the cauldron, or why that virgin should have to be Kynwyn. Merlin shrugged again. "The cauldron," he said, "was ever under the guard of a virgin. One guards it now, if my dreams tell me correctly, and only another virgin can reveal its hiding place. You will dream it," he said to Kynwyn, "if you are willing to come."
"I shall come, Lord," Kynwyn said, "as I promised you."
Merlin pushed the grass knot back into the pocket before rubbing his face again with his long hands. "We leave in 2 days," he announced flatly. "You must bake bread, pack dried meat and fish, sharpen your weapons, and make sure you have furs against the cold." He looked at Nimue. "We shall sleep at Kersus. Come." "You can stay here," I offered. "I must speak to Iorwerth." He stood, his head level with the rafters. "I release you both from your oaths," he said very formally. "But pray you will come anyway. But it will be harder than you know, and harder than you fear in your worst dreams, for I have pledged my life on the cauldron." He looked down at us, and his face was immensely sad. "The day we step on the dark road," he told us, "I shall begin to die, for that is my oath, and I have no certainty that the oath will bring me success, and if the search fails, then I shall be dead, and you will be alone in Crane."
"We shall have Nimue," Kynwyn said.
"And she is all you will have," Merlin said darkly, then ducked out of the door. Nimue followed him. We sat in silence. I put another log on the fire. It was green, for all our firewood was fresh-cut, unseasoned timber, which was why it smoked so badly. I watched the smoke thicken and swirl about the rafters, then took Kynwyn's hand. "Do you want to die in Crane?" I chided her.
"No," she said, "but I want to see the cauldron."
I stared into the fire. "You will fill it with blood," I said softly. Kynwyn's fingers caressed mine.
"When I was a child," she said, "I heard all the tales of old Britain, how the gods lived among us and everyone was happy. There was no famine then and no plagues, just us and the gods and peace. I want that Britain back, Derval."
"Arthur says it can never return. We are what we are, not what we once were."
"So who do you believe?" she asked. "Arthur or Merlin?"
I thought a long time. "Merlin," I finally said. And perhaps that was because I wanted to believe in his Britain, where all our sorrows would be magically taken away. I loved the idea of Arthur's Britain too, but that would take war and hard work, and a trust that men would behave well if they were treated well. Merlin's dream demanded less and promised more.
"Then we'll go with Merlin,"
Kynwyn said. She hesitated, watching me.
"Are you worried by Morgan's prophecy?"
she asked. I shook my head. "She has power," I said, "but not like his. And not like Nimue either." Nimue and Merlin had both suffered the 3 wounds of wisdom, and Morgan had only endured the wound to the body, never the wound to the mind or the wound to the pride. But Morgan's prophecy was a shrewd tale, for in some ways Merlin was defying the gods. He wanted to tame their caprices, and in return give them a whole land dedicated to their worship. But why would the gods want to be tamed? Maybe they had chosen Morgan's lesser power to be their instrument against Merlin's meddling, for what else could explain Morgan's hostility? Or maybe Morgan, like Arthur, believed that Merlin's quest was a nonsense, an old man's hopeless search for a Britain that had vanished with the coming of the legions. For Arthur, there was only one fight, and that was to hurl the Saxon kings from Britain, and Arthur would have supported his sister's whispering tale if that meant no British spears were to be wasted against Direnac's blood-painted shields. So perhaps Arthur was using his sister to make certain that no precious Dumnonian lives were to be thrown away in Crane. Except for my life, and my men's lives, and my beloved Kynwyn's life, for we were oath-sworn. But Merlin had released us from our oaths, and so I tried one last time to persuade Kynwyn to stay in Powys. I told her how Arthur believed that the cauldron no longer existed, how it must have been stolen by the Romans and taken to that great sink of treasure, Rome, and melted down to make hair combs or cloak pins or coins or brooches. All that I told her, And when I was done, she smiled and asked me once again who I believed, Merlin or Arthur.
Merlin,
I said again.
And so do I, Kynwyn said. And I'm going.
We baked bread, packed food, and sharpened our weapons. And the next night, the eve of our going on Merlin's quest, the first snow fell. Keenaglas gave us 2 ponies that we loaded with food and furs. Then we slung our star-painted shields on our backs and took the northern road. Eorwith gave us a blessing, and Keenaglas's spearmen accompanied us for the first few miles. But once we had passed the great ice wastes of the Duv Bog that lay beyond the hills north of Caersus, those spearmen stepped aside, and we were alone. I had promised Keenaglas that I would protect his sister's life with my own, and he had embraced me, then whispered in my ear,
"Kill her, Derval," he said, "rather than let Diranach have her."
There were tears in his eyes, and they almost made me change my mind.
"If you order her not to go, Lord King," I said, "she might obey." "Never," he said. "But she is happier now than she has ever been. Besides, Eorwith tells me you will return. Go, my friend."
He stepped back. His parting gift had been a bag of gold ingots that we stowed on one of the ponies. The snowy road led north into Gwynedd. I had never been to that kingdom before, and found it a crude, hard place. The Romans had come here, but only to dig lead and gold. They had left few marks on the land, and given it no law. The folk lived in squat, dark huts that huddled together inside circling stone walls, from which dogs snarled at us, and on which the skulls of wolves and bears were mounted to deter the spirits. Cairns marked the summits of hills, and every few miles we would find a pole struck into the road's verge, and hung with dead men's bones and ribbons of tattered cloth. There were few trees. The streams were frozen, and snow blocked some of the passes. At night, we sheltered in the huddled houses where we paid for our warmth with slivers of gold chopped from Keenaglas's ingots. We dressed in furs. Kynwyn and I, like my men, were swathed in lice-ridden wolf pelts and deerskins. But Merlin wore a suit made from the coat of a great black bear. Nimue had grey otter skins that were much lighter than our furs, but even so she seemed not to feel the cold as the rest of us did. Nimue alone carried no weapons. Merlin had his black staff, a fearsome thing in battle, while my men had spears and swords, and even Kynwyn carried a light spear, and had her long-bladed hunting knife scabbarded at her waist. She wore no gold, and the folk who gave us shelter had no conception of her rank. They did notice her bright hair, and assumed that she, like Nimue, was one of Merlin's adepts. Merlin they loved, for they all knew of him, and they brought their crippled children to be touched by his hand. It took us 6 days to reach Caer Gy, where Cadwallon, king of Gwynedd, was spending the winter. The Caer itself was a hilltop fort, but under the fort's shoulder there was a deep valley with tall trees growing from its steep sides, and in the valley a wooden palisade circling a timber hall, some storerooms and a score of sleeping huts, all of them ghosted white with snow, and with long icicles hanging from their eaves. Cadwallon proved to be a sour old man, while his hall was merely 1/3 the size of Keenaglas's hall, and the press of warriors meant that its earth floor was already packed tight with beds. A space was grudgingly made for us, and a corner screened for Nimue and Kynwyn. That night Cadwallon gave us a feast, a poor thing of salted mutton and stewed carrots, but the best his stores could provide. He did generously offer to take Kynwyn off our hands by making her his 8th wife, but he seemed neither offended nor disappointed when she refused. His 7 existing wives were dark, sullen women, who shared a round hut where they squabbled and persecuted each other's children. It was a wretched place, Caer Gy, though a royal one, and it was hard to believe that Cadwalladen's father, Cunetha, had been the High King before Uther of Dumnonia. Gwyneth's spears had fallen on lean times since those great days. It was hard to believe, too, that it was here, beneath the high peaks that were now brilliant with ice and snow, that Arthur had been raised. I went to see the house where his mother had been given shelter after Uther had rejected her, and found it to be an earth-walled hall about the same size as our house in Cum Isaf. It stood among fir trees, whose boughs were bent low by snow, and it looked north towards the dark road. The house was now home to 3 spearmen, their families and livestock. Arthur's mother had been half-sister to King Cadwallon, who was thus Arthur's uncle, though Arthur's birth had been illegitimate, and the relationship could hardly be expected to yield many spears for Arthur's spring campaign against the Saxons. Cadwallon, indeed, had sent men to fight against Arthur at Lugvale, but that gift of men had been a precaution to keep Powys's friendship, rather than because the king of Gwynedd hated Dumnonia. Most of the time, Cadwallon's spears faced north, towards Clane. The king summoned Beorthig, his edling, to the feast, so that he could tell us of Clane. Prince Beorthig was a short, squat man, with a scar running from his left temple across his broken nose and down into his thick beard. He had only 3 teeth, which made his efforts to chew meat lengthy and messy. He would use his fingers to chafe the meat against his one front tooth, thus abrading the food into shreds that he washed down with mead, and the laborious work had left his bristling black beard filthy with meat juices and half-chewed scraps. Cadwallon, in his gloomy manner, offered him as a husband to Cynwyn, and again seemed unmoved by her gentle refusal. Duanac, Prince Beorthig told us, had his home at Boduan, a fort that lay far to the west in the peninsula of Clane. The king was one of the Irish lords across the sea, but his warband, unlike that of Oengus of Demetia, was not composed of men from a single Irish tribe, but was a collection of fugitives from every tribe. "He welcomes whatever comes across the water, and the more murderous they are, the better," Beorthig told us. "The Irish use them to rid themselves of their outlaws, and there have been many of those of late." "The Christians," Cadwallon grumbled in curt explanation, then spat. "Clane is Christian?" I asked in surprise. "No," Cadwallon snapped, as though I should have known better. "But Ireland is bowing to the Christian God. Bowing in droves, and those who can't stand that God flee to Clane." He pulled a scrap of bone from his mouth and inspected it gloomily. "We'll have to fight them soon," he added. "Duanac's numbers increase?" Merlin asked. "So we hear, though we hear little enough," Cadwallon replied. He looked up as the heat in the hall melted a swathe of snow from the sloping roof. There was a scraping rumble, then a soft crash as the mass slid off the thatch. "Duanac," Beorthig explained, his voice made sibilant by his ravaged teeth, "asks only to be left alone. If we do not disturb him, he will only occasionally disturb us. His men come to take slaves, but we have few people left in the north now, and his men will not travel far. But if his warband grows too large for Clane's crops, then he will seek new land somewhere." "Inismon is famous for its crops," Merlin said. Inismon was the big island that lay off Clane's northern coast. "Inismon could feed 1,000, Cadwallon agreed, "but only if its people are spared to plough and reap, and its people are not spared. No one is. Any Briton with sense left Clane years ago, and the ones who were left crouch in terror. So would you, if Duanac came visiting to search for what he wants." "Which is?" I asked. Cadwallon looked at me, paused, then shrugged. "Slaves," he said. "In which," Merlin asked silkily, "you pay him tribute?" "A small price for peace." Cadwallon dismissed the accusation. "How much?" Merlin demanded. 40 a year,"
Cadwallon finally admitted.
Mostly orphan children and maybe some prisoners. He's happiest, though, with girls.
He looked broodingly at Kynwyn.
He has an appetite for girls.
Many men do, Lord King, Kynwyn answered dryly.
I don't like Direnac's appetite, Cadwallon warned her. His wizards had told him that a man armed with a shield covered with the tan skin of a virgin girl would be invincible in battle. He shrugged. I can't say I've ever tried it myself.
So you send him children? Kynwyn said accusingly.
Well, do you know any other kind of virgin?
Cadwallon retorted.
We think he's touched by the gods, Beatrix said, as though that explained Direnac's appetite for virgin slaves. For he seems mad. One of his eyes is red.
He paused to grind a piece of grey mutton on his front tooth.
He covers his shields in skin,
he went on, when the meat had been reduced to a tissue.
Then paints them with blood, and that's why his men call themselves the Blood Shields.
Cadwallon made the sign against evil.
And some men say he eats the girl's flesh, Beatrix went on. But we don't know that. Who knows what the mad do? The mad are close to the gods, Cadwallon growled.
He was plainly terrified of his northern neighbour, and no wonder, I thought.
Some of the mad are close to the gods, Merlin said. Not all.
Direnac is, Cadwallon warned him. He does what he wants, to whom he wants, how he wants, and the gods keep him safe while he does it.
Again I made the sign against evil, and suddenly I wished I was back in far Dumnonia, where there were law courts and palaces and long Roman roads.
With 200 spears, Merlin said, you could scour Direnac from Clain. You could wash him into the sea.
We tried once, Cadwallon said, and 50 of our men died of the flux in 1 week, and another 50 were shivering in their own excrement, and always his howling warriors circled us on ponies, and their long spears showered out of the night. When we reached Bodwin, there was only a great wall hung with dying things that bled and screamed, and twisted on their hooks, and none of my men would scale that horror. Nor would I, he admitted. And if I had, what then? He would have fled to Innisbon, and it would have taken me days and weeks to find the ships to follow him over the water. I have neither the time, the spearmen, nor the gold to scour Direnac into the sea. So I give him children instead. It's cheaper.
He shouted for a slave to bring him more mead, then gave Kynwyn a sour glance.
Give her to him, he said to Merlin, and he might give you the cauldron.
I will give him nothing for the cauldron, Merlin snapped. Besides, he does not even know the cauldron exists.
He does now, Beatrix put in. All Britain knows why you go north. And do you think his lizards don't want to find the cauldron?
Merlin smiled.
Send your spearmen with me, Lord King, and we shall take both the cauldron and Clain.
Cadwallon snorted at that proposal.
Direnac, Merlin, teaches a man to be a good neighbour. I will let you travel my land, for I fear your curse if I don't. But not one man of mine will go with you. And when your bones are buried in Clain's sands, I shall tell Direnac that your trespass was none of my doing.
Will you tell him by which road we travel?
Merlin asked, for we faced 2 roads now. One led around the coast and was the usual winter road north, while the other was the dark road that most men reckoned was impassable in winter. Merlin hoped that by using the dark road we could surprise Direnac, and be gone from Innismon almost before he knew we had even come. Cadwallon smiled for the only time that night.
He knows already, the king said,
then glanced at Kynwyn, the brightest figure in that smoke-dark hall.
And doubtless he looks forward to your coming.
Did Direnac know we planned to use the dark road? Or was Cadwallon guessing? I spat anyway, to protect us all from evil. The solstice was due, the long night of the year when life ebbs, hope is bleak, and the demons have dominion of the air. And that was when we would be on the dark road. Cadwallon thought us fools. Direnac waited for us, and we wrapped ourselves in fur
and slept. The sun shone next morning, making the surrounding peaks into dazzling spikes of whiteness that hurt our eyes. The sky was almost clear, and a strong wind blew snow from the ground to make clouds of glittering specks that wafted across the white land. We loaded the ponies, accepted the grudging gift of a sheepskin from Cornwell, then marched towards the dark road that began just north of Caer Hir. It was a road without settlements, without farms, without a soul to offer us shelter. Nothing but a rugged path through the wild mountain barrier that protected Cadwallan's heartland from Diranac's blood shields. 2 poles marked the beginning of the road, and both were topped by rag-draped human skulls, from which long icicles clinked in the wind. The skulls faced north towards Diranac, 2 talismans to keep his evil beyond the mountains. I saw Merlin touch an iron amulet that hung around his neck as we passed between the twin skulls, and remembered his dreadful promise that he would begin to die the moment we reached the dark road. Now, as our boots squeaked and crunched through the road's undisturbed layer of snow, I knew that oath of death had begun its work. I watched him, but saw no signs of distress, as all that day we climbed into the hills, sliding on snow and trudging in a cloud of our own misting breath. We slept that night in an abandoned shepherd's hut that still blessedly had a ragged roof of old timbers and decaying straw, with which we built a fire that flickered feebly in the snowy darkness. Next morning, we had gone no more than a quarter mile when a horn sounded above and behind us. We stopped, turned, and shaded our eyes to see a dark line of men cresting a hill, down which we had slithered the previous evening. There were 15 of them, all with shields, swords, and spears, and when they saw they had gained our attention, they half ran and half slid down the treacherous slope of snow. Their progress made great cloudy plumes that drifted westwards on the wind. My men, without orders from me, formed a line, unstrapped their shields and lowered their spears so that they formed a shield wall across the road. I had given Cavan's responsibilities to Issa, and he growled at them to stand firm. But no sooner had he spoken than I recognized the curious device painted on one of the approaching shields. It was a cross, and that Christian symbol was carried by only one man I knew, Galahad. "Friends!" I called to Issa, then broke into a run. I could see the approaching men clearly now, and they were all from those of my men who had been left in Siluria and forced to serve as Lancelot's palace guard. Their shields still bore the device of Arthur's bear, but Galahad's cross led them. He was waving and shouting, and I was doing the same, so that neither of us heard a word the other spoke until we had already met and embraced. "Lord Prince," I greeted him, then embraced him again, for of all the friends I ever had in this world, he was the best. He had fair hair, and a face as broad and strong as his half-brother Lancelot's was narrow and subtle. Like Arthur, he invited trust on sight, and if all Christians had been like Galahad, I think I would have taken the cross in those early days. "We slept all night across the ridge," he gestured back up the road, "and half froze, while you must all have rested there." He pointed towards the wisp of smoke still drifting from our fire. "Warm and dry," I said. And then, when the newcomers had greeted their old companions, I embraced them all and gave their names to Cynwyn. One by one they knelt and swore her loyalty. They had all heard how she had fled her betrothal feast to be with me, and they loved her for that, and now held their naked sword blades for her royal touch. "What of the other men?" I asked Galahad. "Gone to Arthur," he grimaced. "None of the Christians came, sadly. Except me." "You think this is worth a pagan cauldron?" I asked, gesturing towards the cold road ahead. "Diranac lies at the road's end, my friend," Galahad said, "and I hear he is a king as evil as anything that ever crawled from the devil's pit. A Christian's task is to fight evil. So here I am."
He greeted Merlin and Nimue, and then, because he was a prince, and so of equal rank to Kynwyn, embraced her.
"You are a fortunate woman," I heard him whisper.
She smiled and kissed his cheek.
"More fortunate now that you are here, Lord Prince."
Well, that's true, of course. Galahad stepped back and looked from her to me, and from me to her. All Britain speaks of you two. Because all Britain is stuffed with idle tongues, Merlin snapped, in a surprising burst of shrewishness. And we have a journey to make when you two have finished gossiping. His face was pinched and his temper short. I put it down to age and the hard road we walked in cold weather, and tried not to think of his death oath. The journey through the mountains took us 2 more days. The dark road was not long, but it was hard, and it climbed up steep hills and went through gaping valleys, where the smallest sound echoed hollow and cold from the ice-locked walls. We found an abandoned settlement to spend the second night on the road, a place of round stone huts that were huddled inside a wall the height of a man, on which we set 3 guards to watch the glittering moonlit slopes. There was no fuel for a fire, and so we sat close together and sang songs and told tales and tried not to think of the blood shields. Galahad gave us news of Siluria that night. His brother, he told us, had refused to occupy Gunlius's old capital at Nidum, because it was too far from Dumnonia, and had no comforts other than a decaying Roman barrack block. So he had moved Siluria's government to Iska, the huge Roman fort that lay beside the Usk, at the very edge of Siluria's territory, and just a stone's throw from Gwent. It was as close as Lancelot could get to Dumnonia, while still staying in Siluria. "He likes mosaic floors and marble walls," Galahad said, "and there's just enough of them at Iska to keep him satisfied. He's gathered every druid in Siluria there." "There are no druids in Siluria," Merlin growled. "None that are any good, anyway." "Those who call themselves druids, then," Galahad said patiently. "He has 2 he particularly values, and he pays them to make curses." "On me?" I asked, touching the iron on Howlbane's hilt. "Among others," Galahad said, glancing at Kynwyn and making the sign of the cross. "He'll forget in time," he added, trying to reassure us. "He'll forget when he's dead," Merlin said, "and even then he'll carry a grudge across the Bridge of Swords." He shivered, not because he feared Lancelot's enmity, but because he was cold. "Who are these so-called druids he particularly values?" "Tanaber's grandsons," Galahad said. And I felt an icy hand creep round my heart. I had killed Tanaber's, and though I had possessed the right to take his soul, it was still a brave fool who killed a druid, and Tanaber's dying curse still hovered about me. We went slowly the next day, our pace held back by Merlin. He insisted he was well and refused any assistance, but his step faltered too often. His face looked yellow and haggard, and his breath came in short, harsh gasps. We had hoped to be over the last pass by nightfall, but we were still climbing towards it as the short day's light faded. All afternoon the dark road had twisted uphill, though to call it a road was a mockery, for it was nothing but a stony, dreadful path that crossed and recrossed a frozen stream, where the ice hung thick from the ledges of the frequent small waterfalls. The ponies kept slipping, and sometimes refused to move at all. It seemed we spent more time supporting them than leading them. But as the last light drained cold into the west, we reached the pass, and it was just as I had seen it in my shivering dream on Dorforwin's summit. It was just as bleak, just as cold, though with no black ghoul barring the dark road that now dropped steeply onto Llane's narrow coastal plain, and then ran north to the shore. And beyond that shore lay Ynys Môn. I had never seen the Blessed Isle. I had heard of it all my life, and known of its power, and lamented the destruction worked on it by the Romans in the Black Year, but I had never seen it, except in the dream. Now, in the winter's dusk,
It looked nothing like that lovely vision. It was not sunlit, but shadowed by cloud, so that the big isle looked dark and menacing, a threat made worse by the sullen glint of black pools that broke its low hills. The isle was almost free of snow, though its rocky edges were fretted white by a grey and miserable sea. I fell to my knees at the sight of the island. We all did, except for Galahad, and even he finally went on one knee as a mark of respect. As a Christian, he sometimes dreamed of going to Rome, or even to far-off Jerusalem, if such a place really existed. But Ynys Môn was our Rome and our Jerusalem, and we were now in sight of its holy soil. We were also now in Llyn. We had crossed the unmarked border, and the few settlements on the coastal plain beneath us were the holdings of Diranac. The fields were lightly covered with snow. Smoke rose from huts, but nothing human seemed to move in that dark space, and all of us, I think, were wondering how we were to go from the mainland to the island. "There are ferrymen on the straits," Merlin said, reading our thoughts. He alone of us had been to Ynys Môn, but it had been many years ago, and long before he had ever known that the cauldron still existed. He had gone there when Leodegan, Guinevere's father, had ruled the land in the days before Diranac's ragged ships had come from Ireland to sweep Leodegan and his motherless daughters out of their kingdom. "In the morning," Merlin said, "we shall walk to the shore and pay our ferrymen. By the time Diranac knows we have reached his land, we shall already have gone." "He'll follow us to Ynys Môn," Galahad said nervously. "And we shall be gone again," Merlin said. He sneezed. He looked wretchedly cold. His nose was running, his cheeks were pale, and from time to time he shivered uncontrollably. But he found some dusty herbs in a small leather pouch, and he swallowed them with a handful of melted snow, and insisted he was well. He looked much worse next morning. We had spent that night in a cleft of the rocks, where we had not dared light a fire, despite Nemui's charm of concealment that she had worked with the help of a polecat's skull we had found higher up the road. Our sentries had watched the coastal plain, where 3 small glints of fire betrayed the presence of life, while the rest of us had clung together in the deep rocks, where we shivered and cursed the cold, and wondered if morning would ever dawn. It came at last, with a seeping, leprous light that made the distant isle look darker and more menacing than ever. But Nemui's charm seemed to have worked, for no spearmen guarded the dark road's ending. Merlin was shaking now, and was much too weak to walk, and so 4 of my spearmen carried him in a litter made of cloaks and spears, as we slid and edged our way down to the first small wind-bent trees in the hedgerows of Llyn. The road was sunken here, and its ruts were frosted hard where it twisted between hunched oaks, thin hollies, and the small, neglected fields. Merlin was moaning and shuddering, and Issa wondered if we should turn back. "To cross the mountains again," Nimue said, "would surely kill him. We go on." We came to a fork in the road, and there found our first sign of Diranac. It was a skeleton, bound together with horsehair ropes and hung from a pole so that its dry bones rattled in the brisk west wind. 3 crows had been nailed to the post below the human bones, and Nimue sniffed their stiffened bodies to decide what kind of magic had been imbued into their deaths. "Piss! Piss!" Merlin managed to say from his litter. "Quick, girl! Piss!" He coughed horribly, then turned his head to spit the sputum towards the ditch. "I won't die," he said to himself. "I will not die." He lay back as Nimue squatted by the pole. "He knows we're here," Merlin warned me. "Is he here?" I asked, crouching beside him. "Someone is. Be careful, devil." He closed his eyes and sighed. "I am so old," he said softly. "So horribly old. And there's badness here, all about us." He shook his head.
Get me to the island. That's all. Just reach the island. The cauldron will cure all."
Nimue finished, then waited to see which way the steam from her urine blew, and the wind took it towards the right-hand fork, and that omen decided our path. Before we set off, Nimue went to one of the ponies and found a leather bag, from which she took a handful of elf bolts and eagle stones that she distributed among the spearmen. "Protection," she explained, as she laid a snake stone in Merlin's litter. "Onwards," she ordered us. We walked all morning, our pace slowed by the need to carry Merlin. We saw no one, and that absence of life put a dreadful fear into my men, for it seemed as though we had come to a land of the dead. There were rowan and hollyberries in the hedgerows, and thrushes and robins in the branches, but there were no cattle, no sheep, and no men. We did see one settlement from which a wisp of smoke blew in the wind, but it was far off, and no one appeared to be watching us from its circling wall. Yet men were in this dead land. We knew that when we paused to rest in a small valley where a stream trickled sluggishly between icy banks under a grove of small, black, wind-bent oaks. The intricate branches were each delicately limed with a white frost, and we rested beneath them until Gwilym, one of the spearmen who was standing guard at the rear, called to me. I went to the oak's edge to see that a fire had been set on the lower slope of the mountains. There were no flames visible, just a thick gruel of grey smoke that boiled fiercely before being snatched away by the west wind. Gwilym pointed to the smoke with his spear-blade, then spat to avert its evil. Galahad came to stand beside me. "A signal?" he asked. "Probably. So they know we're here." He crossed himself. "They know." Nimue joined us. She was carrying Merlin's heavy black staff, and she alone seemed to burn with energy in this cold, dead place. Merlin was sick. The rest of us were besieged by fear, but the deeper we pierced into Duranak's black land, the fiercer Nimue became. She was nearing the cauldron, and the lure of it was like a fire in her bones. "They're watching us," she said. "Can you hide us?" I asked, wanting another of her concealment spells. She shook her head. "This is their land, Derval, and their gods are powerful here." She sneered as Galahad made the sign of the cross a second time. "Your nailed god won't defeat Cromdove," she said. "He's here?" I asked fearfully. "Or one like him," she said. Cromdove was the black god, a crippled and malevolent horror who gave dark nightmares. The other gods, it was said, avoided Cromdove, which suggested we were alone in his power. "So we're doomed?" Gwilym said flatly. "Fool!" Nimue hissed at him. "We're only doomed if we fail to find the cauldron. Then we'd all be doomed anyway. Are you going to watch that smoke all morning?" she asked me. We walked on. Merlin could not speak any longer, and his teeth chattered, even though we piled him with furs. "He's dying," Nimue told me calmly. "Then we should find shelter," I said, "and build a fire. So we can all be warm while we're slaughtered by Duranak's spearmen." She scoffed at the idea. "He's dying, Derval," she explained, "because he's close to his dream, and because he made his bargain with the gods." "His life for the cauldron?" Kynwyn, walking on my other side, asked the question. "Not quite," Nimue admitted. "But while you two were setting up your little house—" She made that statement sarcastically. "We went to Cader Idris. We made a sacrifice there, the old sacrifice, and Merlin pledged his life, not for the cauldron, but for the search. If we find the cauldron, he'll live, but if we fail, then he dies, and the shadow soul of the sacrifice can claim Merlin's soul for all time." I knew what the old sacrifice was, though I had never heard of it being made in our time. "Who was the sacrifice?" I asked. "No one you knew. No one we knew. Just a man." Nimue was dismissive, "But his shadow soul is here, watching us, and it wants us to fail.
It wants Merlin's life."
"What if Merlin dies anyway?" I asked.
"He won't, you fool. Not if we find the cauldron."
"If we find it," Kynwyn said nervously.
"You will,"
Nimue said confidently.
"How?" "You'll dream," Nimue said, "and the dream will lead us to the cauldron."
And Duranak, I realized when we reached the straits dividing the mainland from the island, wanted us to find it. The signal fire told us his men had been watching us, but they had neither shown themselves nor tried to stop our journey. And that suggested Duranak knew of our quest, and wanted it to succeed so that he could take the cauldron for himself. There could be no other reason why he was making it so easy for us to reach Inismon. The straits were not wide, but the grey water swirled and sucked and foamed as it swept through the channel. The sea ran fast in those narrows, twisting itself into sullen whirlpools, or else breaking white on hidden rocks. But the sea was not as frightening as the far shore that stood so utterly empty and dark and bleak, almost as if it waited to suck our souls away. I shivered as I looked at that distant grassy slope. I could not help thinking of the far-off black day when the Romans had stood on this same rocky shore, and that far bank had been thick with druids who had hurled their dread curses at the foreign soldiers. The curses had failed, the Romans had crossed, and Inismon had died. And now we stood in the same place, in a last desperate attempt to wind back the years and spool back the centuries of sadness and hardship, so that Britain would be restored to its blessed state before the Romans came. It would be Merlin's Britain then, a Britain of the gods, a Britain without Saxons, a Britain full of gold and feasting halls and miracles. We walked east towards the narrowest part of the straits, and there, rounding a point of rock and beneath the earth loom of a deserted fortress, we found 2 boats hauled up on the pebbles of a tiny cove. A dozen men waited with the boats, almost as though they expected us.
"The ferrymen?"
Kynwyn asked me. "Duranak's boatmen," I said, and touched the iron in Halbane's hilt. "They want us to cross," I said, and I was afraid, because the king was making it so easy for us. The sailors were quite unafraid of us. They were squat, hard-looking creatures with fish scales sticking to their beards and their thick woolen clothes. They carried no weapons other than their gutting knives and fish spears. Galahad asked if they had seen any of Duranak's spearmen, but they simply shrugged as if his language made no sense to them. Nimue spoke to them in her native Irish, and they responded politely enough. They claimed to have seen no blood shields, but did tell her that we must wait until the tide had reached its height before we could cross. Only then, it seemed, were the straits safe for boats. We made Merlin a bed in one of the boats. Then Issa and I climbed to the deserted fort and stared inland. A second pyre of smoke blew skyward from the valley of twisted oaks, but otherwise nothing had changed and no enemies were in sight. But they were there. You did not need to see their blood-daubed shields to know that they were close. Issa touched his spear-blade. "It seems to me, Lord," he said, "that Inismon would be a good place to die." I smiled. "It would be a better place to live," I said. "But our souls will surely be safe if we die in the Blessed Isle?" he asked anxiously. "They will be safe," I promised him. "And you and I will cross the Bridge of Swords together." And Kynwyn, I promised myself, would be just a pace or 2 ahead of us, for I would kill her myself before any of Duranak's men could lay their hands on her. I drew Halbane, its long blade still smeared with the soot in which Nimue had written her charm, and I held its tip to Issa's face. "Make me an oath," I ordered him. He went on one knee. "Say it, Lord." "If I die, Issa, and Kynwyn still lives, then you must kill her with one sword stroke before Duranak's men can take her." He kissed the sword's tip. "I swear it, Lord." At high tide, the swirling currents died away, so that the sea lay still, except for the wind-fretted waves that had floated the two boats up from the shingle. We lifted the ponies on board, then took our places. The boats were long and narrow, and as soon as we had settled amidst the sticky fishing nets, the boatman gestured that we were to bail out the water that seeped between the tarred planks. We used our helmets to scoop the cold sea back to its place, and I prayed to Manawyddan, the sea god, that he would preserve us as the boatmen put their long oars between the tholes. Merlin shivered. His face was whiter than I had ever seen it, but touched by a nauseous yellow and smeared by flecks of foam that dribbled from the corners of his lips. He was not conscious, but muttered odd things in his delirium. The boatmen chanted a strange song as they pulled on their oars, but fell silent when they reached the middle of the straits. They paused there, and one man in each boat gestured back towards the mainland. We turned. At first I could only see the dark strip of the shore beneath the snow-white and slate-black loom of the mountains beyond. But then I saw a ragged black thing moving just beyond the stony beach. It was a banner, mere fluttering strips of rags tied to a pole, but an instant after it appeared, a line of warriors showed themselves above the strait's bank. They laughed at us, their cackling coming clear through the cold wind above the sound of the lapping sea. They were all mounted on shaggy ponies, and all were dressed in what appeared to be torn strips of ragged black cloth that caught the breeze and fluttered like pennants. They carried shields and the hugely long war spears that the Irish favoured, and neither the shields nor the spears frightened me. But there was something about their tattered, long-haired wildness that struck a sudden chill through me. Or perhaps that chill came from the sleet that had begun to spit on the west wind, to dimple the sea's grey surface. The ragged dark riders watched as our boats grounded on Inismon. The boatmen helped us lift Merlin and the ponies safe ashore. Then they ran their boats back into the sea. "Shouldn't we have kept the boats here?" Galahad asked me. "How?" I asked. "We'd have to divide the men, some to guard the boats and some to go with Cynwyn and Nimue." "So how do we get off the island?" Galahad asked. "With the cauldron." I adopted Nimue's confidence. "All things will be possible." I had no other answer to give him, and dared not tell him the truth. That truth was that I felt doomed. I felt as though the curses of those ancient druids were even now congealing around our souls. We struck north from the beach. Gulls screamed at us, whirling around us in the flying sleet as we climbed up from the rocks into a bleak moorland broken only by outcrops of stone. In the old days, before the Romans came to destroy Inismon, the land had been thick with sacred oaks, amongst which the greatest mysteries of Britain were performed. The news of those rituals governed the seasons in Britain, Ireland, and even Gaul, for here the gods had come to earth, and here the link between man and the gods had been strongest, before it had been sundered by the short Roman stabbing swords. This was holy ground, but it was also difficult ground, for after just an hour's walking we came to a vast bog that seemed to bar our path into the island's interior. We ranged along the bog's edge, seeking a path, but there was none. So as the light began to fade, we used our spear shafts to discover the firmest passage through the spiky tussocks of grass and the sucking, treacherous patches of marsh. Our legs were soaked in freezing mud, and the sleet found its way inside our furs. One of the ponies became stuck, and the other began to panic, so we unloaded both beasts, distributed their remaining burdens amongst ourselves, then abandoned them. We struggled on, sometimes resting on our circular shields that served like shallow coracles to support our weight, until inevitably the brackish water seeped over their edges and forced us to stand again. The sleet became harder and thicker, whipped by a rising wind that flattened the marsh grass and drove the cold deep into our bones. Merlin was shouting strange words and thrashing his head from side to side, while some of my men were weakening, sapped by the cold, as well as by the malevolence of whatever gods now ruled this ruined land. Nimue was the first to reach the bog's far side. She leapt from tussock to tussock, showing us a path, and finally reached firm ground where she jumped up and down to show us that safety was close. Then, for a few seconds, she froze, before pointing Merlin's staff back the way we had come. We turned to see that the dark riders were with us, only now there were more of them. A whole horde of tattered blood shields was watching us from the bog's far side. 3 ragged banners were hoisted above them, and one of those banners was lifted in ironic salute before the riders turned their ponies eastwards. "I should never have brought you here," I said to Kynwyn.
"You didn't bring me, Derval," she said. "I came of my own will."
She touched a gloved finger to my face.
"And we shall leave the same way, my love."
We climbed up from the bog to find, beyond a low crest, a landscape of small fields that lay between lumpish moors and sudden rock outcrops. We needed a refuge for the night, and found it in a settlement of 8 stone huts that was circled by a wall the height of a spear. The place was deserted, though people clearly lived there, for the small stone huts were swept clean, and the ashes in the hearth were still just warm to the touch. We stripped the turf roof off one hut and cut the roof timbers into shreds, with which we made a fire for Merlin, who was now shivering and raving. We set a guard, then stripped off our furs and tried to dry our sopping boots and wet leggings. Then, as the very last of the light seeped from the grey sky, I went to stand on the wall and searched all about the landscape. I saw nothing. 4 of us stood guard for the first part of the night. Then Galahad and another 3 spearmen watched through the rest of that rainy darkness, and not one of us heard anything other than the wind and the crackle of the fire in the hut. We heard nothing. We saw nothing. Yet in the morning's first wan light, there was a newly severed head of a sheep, dripping blood on one part of the wall. Nimue angrily pushed the sheep's head off the wall's coping, then screamed a challenge towards the sky. She took a pouch of grey powder and scattered it on the fresh blood, and afterwards she rapped the wall with Merlin's staff and told us the malevolence had been countered. We believed her because we wanted to believe her, just as we wanted to believe that Merlin was not dying. But he was deathly pale, breathing shallowly and making no sound. We tried to feed him with the last of our bread, but he clumsily spat the crumbs out.
"We must find the cauldron today," Nimue said calmly, "before he dies."
We gathered our burdens, hoisted our shields onto our backs, picked up our spears, and followed her northwards. Nimue led us. Merlin had told her all he knew of the Sacred Isle, and that knowledge took us northwards all morning long. The blood shields appeared soon after we had left our shelter, and now that we neared our goal, they became bolder, so that at any one time there were always a score in sight, and sometimes 3 times that number. They formed a loose ring about us, but took care to stay well outside the range of our spears. The sleet had stopped with the dawn, leaving just a cold, damp wind that bent the grass on the moors and lifted the black tatters of the dark riders' cloaks. It was just after midday that we came to the place Nimue called Llyn Cerrig Bach. The name means the Lake of Little Stones, and it was a dark sheet of shallow water, surrounded by bogs. Here, Nimue said, the old Britons had held their most sacred ceremonies, and here too, she told us, our search would begin. But it seemed a bleak place in which to seek the greatest treasure of Britain. To the west was a small shallow neck of the sea, beyond which lay another island. To the south and north were just farmlands and rocks, and to the east there rose a very small steep hill that was crowned with a group of grey rocks like a score of other such outcrops we had passed that morning. Merlin lay as if dead. I had to kneel beside him and put my ear close to his face to hear the tiny scratching of each laboured breath.
I laid my hand on his forehead and found it was cold. I kissed his cheek. "Live, Lord," I whispered to him. "Live." Nimue told one of my men to plant a spear in the ground. He forced the point into the hard soil. Then Nimue took a half-dozen cloaks, and by hanging them from the spear's butt and weighting their hems with stones, she formed a kind of tent. The dark riders made a ring about us, but stayed far enough away so that they could not interfere with us, nor we with them. Nimue groped under her otter-skins and brought out the silver cup from which I had drunk on Dolforwyn, and a small clay bottle stoppered with wax. She ducked under the tent and beckoned Kynwyn to follow. I waited and watched as the wind chased black ripples across the lake. Then suddenly, Kynwyn screamed. She screamed again, terribly, and I started towards the tent, only to be stopped by Issa's spear. Galahad, who as a Christian was not supposed to believe in any of this, stood beside Issa and shrugged at me. "We've come this far," he said. "We should see it to the end." Kynwyn screamed again, and this time Merlin echoed the noise by uttering a faint and pathetic moan. I knelt beside him and stroked his forehead, and tried not to think what horrors Kynwyn dreamed inside the black tent. "Lord," Issa called to me. I twisted round to see that he was looking southwards, to where a new group of riders had joined the Bloodshield's ring. Most of the newcomers were on ponies, but one man was mounted on a gaunt black horse. That man, I knew, had to be Direnak. His banner flew behind him, a pole on which was mounted a crosspiece, and from the crosspiece there hung 2 skulls and a clutch of black ribbons. The king was cloaked in black, and his black horse was hung with a black saddlecloth, and in his hand was a great black spear that he raised vertically into the air before riding slowly forward. He came alone, and when he was 50 paces from us, he unslung his round shield and ostentatiously turned it about, to show that he did not come looking for a fight. I walked to meet him. Behind me, Kynwyn gasped and moaned inside the tent, about which my men made a protective ring. The king was dressed in black leather armour beneath his cloak, and wore no helmet. His shield looked flaky with rust, and I suppose the flakes had to be the layers of dried blood, just as its leather covering had to be the flayed skin of a slave girl. He let the grim shield hang beside his long black sword scabbard, as he curbed his horse and rested the great spear's butt on the ground. "I am Direnak," he said. I bowed my head to him. "I am Derval, Lord King." He smiled. "Welcome to Ennismon, Lord Derval Cadern," he said. And doubtless he wanted to surprise me by knowing my full name and title, but he astonished me more by being a good-looking man. I had expected a hook-nosed ghoul, a thing from nightmare, but Direnak was in early middle age and had a broad forehead, a wide mouth, and a short-clipped black beard that accentuated his strong jawline. There was nothing mad about his appearance, but he did have one red eye, and that was enough to make him fearsome. He leaned his spear against his horse's flank and took an oatcake from a pouch. "You look hungry, Lord Derval," he said. "Winter is a time for hunger, Lord King." "But you will not refuse my gift, surely?" He broke the oatcake into halves and tossed one half to me. "Eat." I caught the oatcake, then hesitated. "I am sworn not to eat, Lord King, till my purpose is finished." "Your purpose?" he teased me, then slowly put his half of the oatcake into his mouth. "It wasn't poison, Lord Derval," he said when it was eaten. "Why should it be, Lord King?" "Because I am Direnak, and I kill my enemies in so many ways." He smiled again. "Tell me about your purpose, Lord Derval." "I come to pray, Lord King." "Ah," he said, drawing the sound out as if to suggest that I had cleared up all the mystery. "A prayer said in Domnonia so very ineffective." "This is holy ground, Lord King," I said.
"It is also my ground, Lord Derval Cadern," he said, "and I believe strangers should seek my permission before they dung its soil or piss on its walls."
"If we have offended you, Lord King," I said, "then we apologize."
"Too late for that," he said mildly. "You're here now, Lord Derval, and I can smell your dung. Too late. So, what shall I do with you?"
His voice was low, almost gentle, suggesting that here was a man who would see reason very easily.
"What shall I do with you?" he asked again, and I said nothing.
The ring of dark riders was unmoving. The sky was leaden with cloud, and Kynwyn's moans had subsided to small whimpers. The king lifted his shield, not in threat, but because its weight rested uncomfortably on his hip, and I saw with horror that the skin of a human arm and hand hung from its lower edge. The wind stirred the fat fingers of the hand. Diranak saw my horror and smiled.
"She was my niece," he said.
Then he stared past me, and another slow smile showed on his face.
"The vixen is out of the covert, Lord Derval," he said.
I turned to see that Kynwyn had come out from under the tent. She had discarded her wolfskins and was dressed in the bone-white dress she had worn to her betrothal feast, its hem still soiled by the mud she had kicked onto the linen when she had run away from Kersus. She was barefoot. Her golden hair had been unloosed, and to me it seemed she was in a trance.
"The Princess Kynwyn, I believe," Diranak said.
"Indeed, Lord King."
"And still a maid, I hear?"
the king asked. I said nothing in answer. Diranak leaned forward to ruffle his horse's ears fondly.
"It would have been courteous of her, do you not think, to have greeted me when she arrived in my country?"
"She too has prayers to say, Lord King."
"And let us hope they work."
He laughed.
"Give her to me, Lord Derval, or else you will die the slowest of deaths. I have men who can take the skin from a man inch by inch until he is nothing but a thing of raw flesh and blood, and yet still he can stand. He can even walk."
He patted his horse's neck with a black-gloved hand, then smiled on me again.
"I have choked men on their own dung, Lord Derval. I have pressed them beneath the stones, I have burned them, I have buried them alive, I have bedded them down with vipers, I have drowned them, I have starved them, and I have even frightened them to death." "So many interesting ways. But just give the Princess Kynwyn to me, Lord Derval, and I will promise you a death as swift as a bright star's fall."
Kynwyn had started to walk westwards, and my men had snatched up Merlin's litter, their cloaks, weapons, and bundles, and were now going with her. I looked up at Diranak. "One day, Lord King," I said, "I will put your head in a pit and bury it in slave dung." I walked away from him. He laughed.
"Blood, Lord Derval," he shouted after me. "Blood! It's what the gods feed on, and yours will make a rich brew. I'll make your woman drink it in my bed."
And with that he kicked back his spurred boots and wheeled his horse towards his men. 74 of them, Galahad told me as I caught up with him. 74 men and spears. And we are 36 spears, 1 dying man and 2 women. They won't attack yet, I reassured him. They'll wait till we've discovered the cauldron. Kynwyn must have been freezing in her thin dress, and without any boots, but she was sweating as if it was a summer's day, as she staggered across the grass. She was finding it difficult to stand, let alone walk, and she was twitching, just as I had twitched on Dolforwin's summit after drinking from the silver cup. But Nimue was beside her, talking to her and supporting her, but also, oddly, tugging her away from the direction she wanted to take. Duranak's dark riders were keeping pace with us, a moving ring of blood shields that moved across the island in a loose, wide circle that was centred on our small party. Kynwyn, despite her dizziness, was almost running now. She seemed barely conscious and was mouthing words I could not catch. Her eyes looked empty.
Nimue constantly dragged her to one side, making her follow a sheep path that twisted north about the knoll that was crowned with grey stones. But the closer we came to those high and lichen-covered rocks, the more Kynwyn resisted, until Nimue was forced to use all her wiry strength to keep her on the narrow path. The front edge of the ring of dark riders had already gone past the steep knoll, so that it, like us, lay within their circle. Kynwyn was whimpering and protesting. Then she began to hit at Nimue's hands, but Nimue held her hard and dragged her on, and all the while Duranac's men moved with us. Nimue waited until the path was at its closest point to the steep crest of rocks. Then at last she let Kynwyn run free.
"To the rocks!" she shrieked. "All of you! To the rocks! Run!"
We ran. I saw then what Nimue had done. Duranac dared not touch us until he knew where we were going, and if he had seen Kynwyn heading for the rocky knoll, he would surely have sent a dozen spearmen to garrison its summit, then sent the rest of his men to capture us. But now, thanks to Nimue's cleverness, we would have the steep jumble of huge boulders to protect us. The same boulders, if Kynwyn was right, that had protected the cauldron of Clithno Ethin through more than 4.5 centuries of gathering darkness.
"Run!"
Nimue screamed, and all about us the ponies were being whipped inwards as the ring of dark riders closed to cut us off.
"Run!"
Nimue shrieked again. I was helping to carry Merlin. Kynwyn was already clambering up the rocks, and Galahad was shouting at men to find themselves places where they could stand amidst the stones and use their spears. Issa stayed with me, his spear ready to cut down any dark rider who came close. Gwilym and 3 others snatched Merlin from us and carried him to the foot of the rocks, just as the 2 leading bloodshields reached us. They shrieked a challenge as they kicked their ponies up the hill, but I knocked the first man's long spear aside with my shield, then swung my own spear so that its steel blade cracked like a club across the pony's skull. The beast screamed and fell sideways, and Issa slid his spear into the rider's belly, while I slashed my spear back at the second rider. His spear shaft clattered on mine. Then he was past me, but I managed to seize a handful of his long, tattered ribbons, and so dragged him backwards off the small beast. He flailed at me as he fell. I put a boot on his throat, raised the spear, and rammed it hard down at his heart. There was a leather breastplate beneath his ragged tunic, but the spear cut through both, and suddenly his black beard was frothing with a bloody foam.
"Back!"
Galahad shouted at us. And Issa and I tossed our shields and spears to the men already safe on the high rock summit, then clambered up ourselves. A black-shafted spear clattered on the rocks beside me. Then a strong hand reached down, grasped my wrist, and hauled me up. Merlin had been similarly dragged up the rocks, then unceremoniously dropped in the summit's centre, where, like a cup crowned by the ring of vast boulders, there was a deep, stony hollow. Kynwyn was in that hollow, scrabbling like a frantic dog at the little stones that filled the cup. She had vomited, and her hands obliviously scratched among the mix of vomit and small cold stones. The knoll was ideal for defence. Our enemy could only climb the rocks with hands and feet, while we could shelter in the clefts of the summit's crown to deal with them as they appeared. A few tried to reach us, and those men screamed as the blades slashed into their faces. A shower of spears was thrown at us, but we held our shields aloft, and the weapons clattered harmlessly away. I put 6 men down in the central hollow, and they used their shields to shelter Merlin, Nimue, and Kynwyn, while the other spearmen guarded the summit's outer rim. The bloodshields, their ponies abandoned, made one more rush, and for a few moments we were busy stabbing and lunging. One of my men took a spear cut on his arm during that brief fight, but otherwise we were unhurt, while the Dark Riders carried 4 dead and 6 wounded men back to the knoll's foot. "So much," I told my men, "for shields made of virgin skins." We waited for another attack, but none came. Instead, Duranac walked his horse up the slope alone.
"Lord Derval,"
he called in his deceptively pleasant voice, and when I showed my face between 2 rocks, he offered me his placid smile.
"My price has risen," the king said. "Now, in return for your swift death, I demand the Princess Kynwyn and the cauldron." It is the cauldron that you've come for, is it not?
It is all Britain's cauldron, Lord King, I said.
Ah, and you think I would be an unworthy guardian?
He shook his head sadly.
Lord Derval, you don't insult a man so very easily. What was it to be? My head in a pit being dung by slaves? What a paltry imagination you do have. Mine, I fear, sometimes seems excessive, even to me.
He paused and glanced towards the sky as if judging how much daylight remained.
I have few enough warriors, Lord Derval, he went on in his reasonable voice, and I do not want to lose any more of them to your spears. But sooner or later, you must come out of the rocks, and I shall wait for you. And as I wait, I shall let my imagination rise to new heights of achievement. Give the Princess Cornwell my greetings, and tell her I so look forward to a closer acquaintance.
He raised his spear in mocking salute, then rode back to the ring of dark riders, who now had the knoll entirely surrounded. I let myself down into the bowl in the knoll's centre, and saw that whatever we found here would prove too late for Merlin. Death was plain on his face. His jaw was hanging open, and his eyes were as empty as the space between the worlds. His teeth chattered once to show he was still alive, but that life was a thread now, and it was fraying fast. Nimue had taken Kynwyn's knife, and was scratching and clawing at the small stones that filled the hollow of the summit, while Kynwyn, her face looking exhausted, had slumped against a rock where she shivered and watched as Nimue dug. Whatever trance had possessed Kynwyn had now passed, and I helped her clean the mess from her hands, found her suit of wolfskins, and covered her over. She pulled on her gloves.
"I had a dream," she whispered to me, "and saw the end."
"Our end?" I asked in alarm.
She shook her head. "In Ismarn's end. There were lines of soldiers, Derval, in Roman skirts and breastplates and bronze helmets. Great hunting lines of soldiers, and their sword arms were bloody to their shoulders, because they just killed and killed. They came through the forests in a great line, just killing, arms going up and down, and all the women and children running away. Only there was nowhere to run, and the soldiers just closed on them and chopped them down. Little children, Derval."
"And the druids?"
"All dead. All but 3. And they brought the cauldron here. They made a pit for it already, you see, before the Romans crossed the water, and they buried it here. They covered it with stones from the lake, and after that they put ashes on the stones and lifted fire with their bare hands, so that the Romans would think nothing could be buried here. And when that was done, they walked singing into the woods to die."
Nimue hissed in alarm, and I twisted around to see that she had uncovered a small skeleton. She fumbled among her otter skins and brought out a leather bag that she tore open to take out 2 dried plants. They had spiky leaves and small faded golden flowers, and I knew she was placating the dead bones with a gift of asphodel.
"It was a child they buried," Kynwyn explained the smallness of the bones. "The guardian of the cauldron, and the daughter of one of the 3 druids. She had short hair, and a fox-skin bracelet on her wrist, and they buried her alive, so she would guard the cauldron till we found it."
Nimue, the dead soul of the cauldron's guardian placated by the asphodel, dragged the girl's bones from the small stones, then attacked the deepening hole with her knife, and snapped at me to come and help her.
"Dig with your sword, Derval,"
she ordered, and I obediently thrust Halbane's tip into the pit, and found the cauldron. At first it was just a glimpse of dirty gold. Then a sweep of Nimue's hand showed a heavy golden rim. The cauldron was much bigger than the hole we had made, and so I ordered Issa and another man to help make it wider. We scooped the stones out with our helmets, working in a desperate haste, for Merlin's soul was flickering out the very last of his long life. Nimue was panting and weeping as she attacked the tight-packed stones that had been brought to this summit from the sacred lake of Chlyn Carrigbach.
"He's dead!"
Kynwyn cried. She was kneeling beside Merlin.
"He's not dead,"
Nimue spat between clenched teeth.
Then she seized the golden rim with both her hands and began to tug at the cauldron with all her strength. I joined her, and it seemed impossible that the huge vessel could be moved with all the weight of stones that still pressed into its deep belly. But somehow, with the gods' help, we shifted that great thing of gold and silver out of its dark pit. And thus we brought the lost cauldron of Clithno Ethen into the light. It was a great bowl, as wide as a man's outstretched hands, and as deep as the blade of a hunting knife. It was made of thick, uneven silver, stood on 3 short golden legs, and was decorated with lavish traceries of gold. 3 golden hoops were fixed to its rim, so that it could be hung above a fire. It was the greatest treasure of Britain, and we ripped it from its grave, shedding stones, and I saw how the gold that decorated it was shaped into warriors and gods and deer. But we had no time to admire the cauldron, for Nimue frantically scattered the last stones from its belly and placed it back in the hole, before tearing the black furs from Merlin's body. "Help me!" she screamed, and together we rolled the old man into the pit and down into the belly of the great silver bowl. Nimue tucked his legs inside the golden rim and laid a cloak over him. Only then did Nimue lean back against the boulders. It was freezing, but her face was shining with sweat.
"He's dead,"
Kynwyn said, in a small, frightened voice. "No," Nimue insisted tiredly.
"No, he's not. He was cold,"
Kynwyn protested.
"He was cold, and there was no breath."
She clung to me and began weeping softly.
"He's dead."
"He lives," Nimue said harshly. It had begun to rain again. A small, spitting, wind-hurried rain that slicked the stones and beaded our bloodied spear blades. Merlin lay shrouded and unmoving in the cauldron's pit. My men watched the enemy across the tops of the grey stones. The dark riders ringed us, and I wondered what madness had brought us to this miserable place, at the dark, cold end of Britain.
"So what do we do now?"
Galahad asked.
"We wait,"
Nimue snapped.
"We just wait."
I will never forget the cold of that night. Frost made crystals on the rock, and to touch a spear blade was to leave a scrap of skin frozen to the steel. It was so bitterly cold. The rain turned to snow at dusk, then stopped, and after the snow's passing the wind dropped, and the clouds sailed off to the east to reveal an enormous moon rising full above the sea. It was a moon full of portent, a great swollen silver ball that was hazed by a shimmer of distant cloud above an ocean crawling with black and silver waves. The stars had never seemed so bright. The great shape of Bel's chariot blazed above us, eternally chasing the constellation we called the Trout. The gods lived among the stars, and I sent a prayer winging up through the cold air in the hope that it would reach those far, bright fires. Some of us dozed, but it was the shallow sleep of weary, cold, and frightened men. Our enemies, ringing the knoll with their spears, had made fires. Ponies brought the blood shield's fuel, and the flames burned vast in the night to spew sparks into the clear sky. Nothing moved in the cauldron's pit, where Merlin's cloaked body was shadowed from the moon by the loom of high rock, where we took turns to watch the riders' shapes against the fires. At times a long spear would fly out of the night, and its head would glitter in the moonlight before the weapon clattered harmlessly against the stones. "So what will you do with the cauldron now?" I asked Nimue.
"Nothing, till Semaine,"
she said dully. She lay crumpled near the heap of discarded bundles that had been thrown into the summit's hollow, her feet resting on the spoil we had scrabbled so desperately from the pit.
"Everything has to be right, Derval. The moon must be full, the weather right, and all the 13 treasures assembled."
"Tell me of the treasures," Galahad said from the hollow's farther side. Nimue spat.
"So you can mock us, Christian?"
she challenged him. Galahad smiled.
"There are thousands of folk, Nimue, who mock you. They say the gods are dead and that we should put our faith in men. We should follow Arthur, they say. And they believe your search for cauldrons and cloaks and knives and horns is so much nonsense that died with Inismon. How many kings of Britain would send you men for this search?" He stirred, trying to find some comfort in this cold night. "None, Nimue. None, because they mock you. It's all too late, they say. The Romans changed everything, and sensible men say that your cauldron is as dead as Innistribes. The Christians say you are doing the devil's work. But this Christian, dear Nimue, carried his sword to this place. And for that, dear lady, you owe me at least civility."
Nimue was not used to being reprimanded, except perhaps by Merlin, and she stiffened at Galahad's mild rebuke. But then, at last, she relented. She pulled Merlin's bearskin about her shoulders and hunched forward.
"The treasures," she said, "were left to us by the gods. It was long ago, when Britain was quite alone in all the world. There were no other lands, just Britain and a wide sea that was covered by a great mist. There were 12 tribes in Britain then, and 12 kings, and 12 feasting halls, and just 12 gods. Those gods walked as we do on the land, and one of them, Bel, even married a human. Our lady here,"
she gestured towards Kynwyn, who was listening as avidly as any of the spearmen,
"is descended from that marriage."
She paused as a shout sounded from the ring of fires, but the shout presaged no threat, and silence fell on the night again as Nimue went on with her tale.
"But other gods who were jealous of the 12 who ruled Britain came from the stars and tried to take Britain from the 12 gods. And in the battles, the 12 tribes suffered. One spear stroke from a god could kill 100 people, and no earthly shield could stop a god's sword. So the 12 gods, because they loved Britain, gave the 12 tribes 12 treasures. Each treasure was to be kept in a royal hall, and the presence of the treasure would keep the spears of the gods from falling on the hall or any of its people. They were not grand things. If the 12 gods had given us splendid things, then the other gods would have seen them, guessed their purpose, and stolen them for their own protection. So the 12 gifts were just common things. A sword, a basket, a horn, a chariot, a halter, a knife, a whetstone, a sleeved coat, a cloak, a dish, a throw-board, and a warrior ring. 12 ordinary things. And all the gods asked of us was that we should cherish the 12 treasures, to keep them safe, and to offer them honour. And in return, as well as having the protection of the treasures, each tribe could use its gift to summon their god. They were allowed one summons a year, only one. But that summons gave the tribe some power in the terrible war of the gods."
She paused and pulled the furs tighter about her thin shoulders.
"So the tribes had their treasures," she went on. "But Bel, because he loved his earthly girl so very much, gave her a 13th treasure. He gave her the cauldron, and he told her that whenever she began to grow old, she had only to fill the cauldron with water, immerse herself, and she'd be young again. Thus, in all her beauty, she could walk beside Bel forever and ever. And the cauldron, as you saw, is splendid. It is gold and silver, lovely beyond anything man can make. The other tribes saw it and were jealous, and in this way the wars of Britain began. The gods warred in the air, and the 12 tribes warred on earth, and one by one the treasures were captured, or else they were bartered for spearmen, and in their anger the gods withdrew their protection. The cauldron was stolen, Bel's lover grew old and died, and Bel placed a curse on us. The curse was the existence of other lands and other peoples, but Bel promised us that if once amain we drew the 12 treasures of the 12 tribes together again, and made the proper rites, and filled the 13th treasure with the water that no man drinks, but without which no man can live, then the 12 gods would come to our aid again."
She stopped, shrugged, and looked at Galahad.
"There, Christian," she said. "That is why your sword came here?"
There was a long silence. The moonlight slid down the rocks, creeping ever nearer to the pit where Merlin lay beneath the thin cover of a cloak.
"And you have all 12 treasures?"
Kynwyn asked.
"Most,"
Nimue said evasively.
"But even without the 12, the cauldron has immense power. Vast power. More power than all the other treasures together."
She looked belligerently across the pit towards Galahad.
"And what will you do, Christian, when you see that power?"
Galahad smiled.
"I shall remind you that I carried my sword in your quest," he said softly. "We all did. We are the warriors of the cauldron," Issa said quietly,
displaying a streak of poetry I had not suspected in him, and the other spearmen smiled. Their beards were frosted white, their hands were wrapped in strips of cloth and fur, and their eyes looked hollow. But they had found the cauldron, and the pride of that achievement filled them, even if at first light they must face the blood shields and the dawning knowledge that we were all doomed. Kynwyn leaned against me, sharing my wolfskin cloak. She waited till Nimue was sleeping, then tipped her face up to mine.
"Merlin's dead, Derval," she said in a small, sad voice.
"I know," I said, for there had been neither motion nor sound from the cauldron's pit.
"I felt his face and hands," she whispered, "and they were cold as ice. I put my knife blade beside his mouth, and it didn't cloud. He's dead."
I said nothing. I loved Merlin because he had stood to me as a father, and I could not truly believe he had died at this moment of his triumph, but nor could I find the hope to see his life's soul again.
"We should bury him here," Kynwyn said softly, "inside his cauldron."
Again I did not speak. Her hand found mine.
"What shall we do?" she asked.
Die, I thought, but still I said nothing.
"You will not let me be taken," she whispered.
"Never," I said.
"The day I met you, Lord Derval Caden," she said, "was the best day of my life."
And that made my tears come. But whether they were tears of joy or a lament for all that I would lose in the next cold dawn, I do not know. I fell into a shallow sleep, and dreamed I was trapped in a bog and surrounded by dark riders who were magically able to move across the soaking land. And then I found I could not raise my shield arm, and saw the sword coming down on my right shoulder, and I woke with a start, reaching for my spear, only to see that it was Gwillem, who had inadvertently touched my shoulder as he clambered up the rock to take over guard duty.
"Sorry, Lord," he whispered.
Kynwyn slept in the crook of my arm, and Nimue was huddled on my other side. Galahad, his fair beard whitened by frost, was snoring gently, and my other spearmen either dozed or else lay in cold stupefaction. The moon was almost above me now, its light slanting down to show the stars painted on my men's stacked shields, and on the stony side of the pit we had scrabbled in the summit's hollow. The mist that had shimmered the moon's swollen face when it had hung just above the sea was gone, and now it was a pure, hard, clear, cold disk, etched as sharp as a newly minted coin. I half remembered my mother telling me the name of the man in the moon, but I could not pin the memory down. My mother was a Saxon, and I had been in her belly when she had been captured in a Dumnonian raid. I had been told she was still alive in Siluria, but I had not seen her since the day the druid Tanaburs had snatched me from her arms and tried to kill me in the death pit. Merlin had raised me after that, and I had become a Briton, a friend of Arthur, and the man who had taken the Star of Powys from her brother's hall. What an odd thread of life, I thought. And how sad that it would be cut short here on Britain's sacred isle.
"I don't suppose," Merlin said, "that there is any cheese?"
I stared at him, thinking I must still be dreaming.
"The pale sort, Derval," he said anxiously, "that crumbles, not the hard, dark yellow stuff. I can't abide that hard, dark yellow cheese."
He was standing in the pit and peering earnestly at me, with the cloak that had covered his body now hanging about his shoulders like a shawl. "Lord," I said in a tiny voice.
"Cheese, Derval. Did you not hear me? I am hungry for cheese. We did have some. It was wrapped in linen. And where is my staff? A man lies down for a small sleep, and immediately his staff is stolen. Is there no honesty left? It's a terrible world. No cheese, no honesty, and no staff."
"Lord!"
"Stop shouting at me, Derval. I'm not deaf, just hungry."
"Oh, Lord!"
"Now you're weeping. I do hate blubbing. All I ask is a morsel of cheese, and you start weeping like a child. Ah, there's my staff. Good."
He plucked it from beside Nimue, and used it to hoist himself out of the pit. The other spearmen were awake now, and gaping at him. Then Nimue stirred, and I heard Kynwyn gasp.
"Yeah, I suppose, Derval,"
Merlin said as he began rummaging in the piled bundles to find his cheese,
"that you've landed us in a predicament. Surrounded, are we?"
"Yes, Lord."
"Outnumbered?"
"Yes, Lord."
"Oh, dear me, Derval, dear me. And you call yourself a lord of warriors?" "Cheese! Here it is. I knew we had some. Wonderful."
I pointed a tremulous finger at the pit. "The cauldron, Lord." I wanted to know whether the cauldron had performed a miracle, but I was too confused with wonder and relief to be coherent.
"And a very nice cauldron it is, Derval. Capacious, deep, full of the qualities one wants in a cauldron."
He bit a hunk of the cheese.
"I am famished."
He took another bite, then settled back against the rocks and beamed at us all.
"Outnumbered and surrounded. Well, well, whatever next?"
He crammed the last of the cheese into his mouth and then brushed the crumbs from his hands. He bestowed a special smile on Kynwyn, then held out a long arm for Nimue.
"All well?"
he asked her.
"All well,"
she said calmly, as she settled into his embrace. She alone did not seem surprised by his appearance, or by his evident health.
"Except that we are surrounded and outnumbered," he said mockingly. "What shall we do? Usually the best thing to do in an emergency is to sacrifice someone."
He peered expectantly about the stunned circle of men. His face had recovered its colour, and all his old mischievous energy had returned.
"Derval, perhaps."
"Lord!"
Kynwyn protested.
"Lady, not you. No. You've done enough."
"No sacrifice, Lord,"
Kynwyn pleaded. Merlin smiled. Nimue appeared to have gone to sleep in his arm, but for the rest of us there could be no more sleep. A spear clattered on the lower rocks, and the sound made Merlin hold his staff out to me.
"Climb to the top, Derval, and hold my staff to the west. To the west, remember, not the east. Try and do something right for a change, will you? Of course, if you want a job done properly, then you should always do it yourself, but I don't want to wake Nimue. Off you go."
I took the staff and clambered up the rocks to stand on the highest point of the knoll, and there, following Merlin's instructions, I pointed it towards the distant sea.
"Don't prod with it," Merlin called up to me. "Point it. Feel its power. It isn't an ox goad, boy. It's a druid's staff."
I held the staff westward. Duranek's dark riders must have scented magic, for his own sorcerers suddenly howled, and a pack of spearmen scuttled up the slope to hurl their weapons at me.
"Now,"
Merlin called as the spears fell beneath me,
"give it power, Derval. Give it power."
I concentrated on the staff, but truly felt nothing, though Merlin seemed satisfied with my effort.
"Bring it down now," he said, "and get some rest. We have a fair walk to make in the morning. Oh, is there any more cheese? I could eat a sackful."
We lay in the cold. Merlin would not discuss the cauldron, nor his illness, but I sensed the change of mood in all of us. We were suddenly hopeful. We would live, and it was Kynwyn who first saw the way of our salvation. She prodded my side, then pointed up at the moon, and I saw that what had been a clear, clean shape
was now hazed by a talk of shimmering mist. That misty talk looked like a ring of powdered gems. So hard and bright did those tiny points shine about the full silver moon. Merlin did not care about the moon. He was still talking of cheese.
There used to be a woman in Dunsilo who made the most wonderful soft cheese, he told us. She wrapped it in nettle leaves, as I remember, then insisted it spent 6 months sitting in a wooden bowl that had been steeped in ram's urine. Ram's urine! Some people do possess the most absurd superstitions, but all the same, her cheese was very good.
He chuckled.
She made her poor husband collect the urine. How did he do it? I never like to ask. Grasp it by the horns and tickle, do you think? Or maybe he used his own and never told her. I would have done. Is it getting warmer, do you think?
The glittering ice mist about the moon had faded, but the fading had not made the moon's edges any duller. Instead, they were being diffused by a gentler mist that was now being wafted on a small west wind that was indeed warmer. The bright stars were hazed, the crystal frost on the rocks was melting to a wet sheen, and we had all stopped shivering. Our spear points could be touched again. A fog was forming.
The Dumnonians, of course, insist their cheese is the very finest in Britain,
Merlin said earnestly, as though none of us had anything better to do than listen to a lecture on cheese.
And admittedly, it can be good, but too often it is hard. I remember Uther broke a tooth once on a piece of cheese from a farm near Lindinnis. Clean in two. Poor fellow was in pain for weeks. He never could abide having a tooth pulled. He insisted I work some magic, but it's a strange thing. Magic never works with teeth. Eyes, yes, bowels every time, and even brains sometimes, though there's few enough of those in Britain these days. But teeth, never. I must work on that problem when I have some time. Mind you, I do enjoy pulling teeth.
He smiled extravagantly, showing off his own rare set of perfect teeth. Arthur was similarly blessed, but the rest of us were plagued by toothaches. I looked up to see that the topmost rocks were almost hidden by the fog that was thickening by the minute. It was a druid's fog, brewing dense and white beneath the moon and smothering the whole of Inis Mon in its thick cloak of vapour.
In Siluria, Merlin said, they serve a pale bowl of slops and call it cheese. It's so repellent that even the mice won't eat it. But what else does one expect of Siluria? Was there something you wished to say to me, Derval? You look excited.
Fog, Lord, I said.
Oh, what an observant man you are, he said admiringly. So, perhaps you would pull the cauldron from the pit? It's time we went, Derval. It's time we went.
And so we did. Part 2. The Broken War.
No,
Igraine protested, when she looked at the last parchments in the pile.
No? I asked politely. You can't just leave the story there, she said. What happened?
We walked out, of course.
Oh, Derval.
She threw the parchment down.
There are scullions who know how to tell a tale better than you. Tell me how it happened, I insist.
So I told her. It was near dawn, and the fog lay like a fleece so thick that when we managed to descend the rocks and assemble on the grass at the top of the knoll, we were in danger of losing each other by taking just one step. Merlin made us form a chain, each person holding the cloak of the one in front, and then, with the cauldron tied on my back, we crept downhill in single file. Merlin, with his staff held at arm's length, led us clean through the surrounding blood shields, and not one of them saw us. I could hear Diranak shouting at them, telling them to spread out, but the Dark Riders knew it was a wizard's fog, and they preferred to stay close by their fires. Yet those first few steps were the most dangerous part of our journey.
But the stories, my queen insisted, say that you all disappeared. Diranak's men claim that you flew off the island. It's a famous story. My mother told it to me. You can't just say that you walked away.
Oh, but we did, I said.
Derval,
she reprimanded me. We neither disappeared, I said patiently, nor did we fly. Whatever your mother might have told you.
So what happened then? She asked,
still disappointed in my pedestrian version of the tale. We walked for hours, following Nimue, who possessed an uncanny ability to find her way in darkness or fog. It was Nimue who had led my war band on the night before Lugvale, and now, in that thick winter fog in Inismon, she led us to one of the great grassy hummocks that had been made by the old people. Merlin knew the place. Indeed, he claimed to have slept there years before, and he ordered 3 of my men to pull away the stones that blocked the entrance, which lay between 2 curving banks of grassy earth that jutted out like horns. Then, one by one, on our hands and knees, we crawled into the mound's black centre. The mound was a grave, and it had been made by piling huge rocks to make a central passageway, off which branched 6 smaller chambers, and when the whole thing was done, the old people had roofed the corridor and chambers with stone slabs, then piled earth above the stones. They did not burn their dead as we did, or leave them in the cold earth like Christians, but placed them in the stone chambers where they still lay, each with treasures: horn cups, deer antlers, stone spearheads, flint knives, a bronze dish, and a necklace of precious pieces of jet that were strung on a decayed thread of sinew. Merlin insisted we should not disturb the dead, for we were their guests, and we huddled together in the central passage and left the bone chambers alone. We sang songs and told tales. Merlin told us how the old people had been the guardians of Britain before the British came, and there were places, he said, where they still lived. He had been to those deep lost valleys in the wilds, and had learned some of their magic. He told us how they would take the first lamb born in the year, bind it in wicker, and bury it in a pasture to ensure that the other lambs would be born healthy and strong. "We still do that," said Issa. "Because your ancestors learned from the old people," Merlin said. "In Benwick," Galahad said, "we used to take the skin of the first lamb and nail it to a tree." "That works too." Merlin's voice echoed in the cool, dark passage. "Poor lambs," Kynwind said, and everyone laughed. The fog lifted, but deep in the mound we had little sense of night or day, except when we unblocked the entrance so that some of us could creep out. We had to do that from time to time if we were not to live in our own dung, and if it was daylight when we pulled down the stones, then we would hide between the mound's earth-horns and watch the dark riders searching the fields, caves, moors, rocks, cabins, and small woods of wind-bent trees. They searched for 5 long days, and in that time we ate the last scraps of our food and drank the water that seeped down through the mound. But at last, Diranak decided that our magic was superior to his, and abandoned his search. We waited 2 more days to make sure he was not trying to entice us out of our hiding place, and then, at last, we left. We added gold to the treasures of the dead as payment of rent. We blocked the entrance behind us, then walked eastwards under a wintry sun. Once at the coast, we used our swords to commandeer 2 fishing boats, and so sailed away from the sacred isle. We went east, and as long as I live, I shall remember the sun glinting from the cauldron's golden ornaments and thick silver belly, as the ragged sails dragged us to safety. We made a song as we sailed, the Song of the Cauldron, and even to this day it is sometimes sung, though it is a poor thing compared with the songs of the bards. We landed in Cornovia, and from there walked south across Elbert into friendly Powys. "And that, my lady," I concluded, "is why all the tales say that Merlin vanished." Igraine frowned. "Didn't the Dark Riders search the mound?" "Twice," I said, "but they didn't know the entrance could be unblocked, or else they feared the spirits of the dead inside. And Merlin, of course, had woven us a charm of concealment." "I wish you had flown away," she grumbled. "It would make a much better tale."
She sighed for that lost dream. But the story of the cauldron does not end there, does it?
Alas, no.
So?
So I will tell it in its proper place, I interrupted her. She pouted. Today she is wearing her cloak of grey wool, edged with otter fur that makes her look so pretty. She is still not pregnant, which makes me think that either she is not destined to have children, or else her husband, King Brockvale, is spending too much time with his mistress, Nuilch. It is cold today, and the wind gusts at my window and tugs at the small flames in the hearth that is big enough to hold a fire 10 times the size of the one Bishop Sansom allows me. I can hear the saints scolding Brother Aaron, who is our monastery's cook. The gruel was too hot this morning, and scalded St. Tudwell's tongue. Tudwell is a child in our monastery, the bishop's close companion in Christ Jesus, and last year the bishop declared Tudwell to be a saint. The devil sets many snares in the path of true faith.
So it was you and Kynwyn?
Igraine accuses me. Was what? I asked.
You were her lover,
Igraine said. For life, lady, I confessed.
And you never married?
Never. She took her oath, remember?
But nor did she split in two with a baby,
Igraine said. The third child almost killed her, I said. But the others were much easier. Igraine was crouching by the fire, holding her pale hands to its pathetic flames.
You are lucky, Derval.
I am.
To have known a love like that.
She looked wistful. The Queen is no older than Kynwyn when I first knew her, and like Kynwyn, Igraine is beautiful and deserves a love fit for a bard's song. I was lucky, I admitted. Outside my window, Brother Maelgwyn is finishing the monastery's log pile, splitting the trunks with a maul and hammer, and singing as he goes about his business. His song tells the love story of Ritherch and Morag, which means he will be reprimanded as soon as St. Sansom has finished humiliating Aaron. We are brothers in Christ, the saint tells us, united in love.
Wasn't Keenaglass angry with his sister for running away with you? Igraine asks me. Not even a bit?
Not in the least, I said. He wanted us to move back to Kersus, but we both liked it in Cum Isaf. And Kynwyn never really liked her sister-in-law. Cheleth was a grumbler, you see, and she had 2 aunts who were very tart, and they all disapproved of Kynwyn, and they were the ones who started all the stories of scandal. But we were never scandalous. I paused, remembering those early days. Most people were very kind, in fact, I went on. In Powys, you see, there was still some resentment about Slug Vale. Too many people had lost fathers, brothers, and husbands, and Kynwyn's defiance was a kind of recompense to them. They enjoyed seeing Arthur and Lancelot embarrassed, so, other than Cheleth and her ghastly aunts, no one was unkind to us.
And Lancelot didn't fight you for her?
Asked Igraine, shocked. I wish he had, I said dryly. I would have enjoyed that.
And Kynwyn just made up her own mind?
Igraine asked, astonished at the very thought of a woman daring to do such a thing. She stood and walked to the window, where she listened for a while as Maelgwyn sang.
Poor Gwynhewfach, she said suddenly. You make her sound very plain and plump and dull.
Well, she was all of those things, alas.
Not everyone can be beautiful, she said,
with the assurance of one who was. No, I agreed. But you do not want tales of the commonplace. You want Arthur's Britain to be livid with passion, and I could feel no passion for Gwynhewfach. You cannot command love, lady. Only beauty or lust does that. Do you want the world to be fair? Well, then just imagine a world with no kings, no queens, no lords, no passion, and no magic. You would want to live in such a dull world?
That has nothing to do with beauty,
Igraine protested. It has everything to do with beauty. What is your rank but the accident of your birth? And what is your beauty but another accident? If the gods—" I paused and corrected myself. "If God wanted us to be equal, then he would have made us equal. And if we were all the same, where would your romance be?" She abandoned the argument.
"Do you believe in magic, Brother Derville?" She challenged me instead.
I thought about it. "Yes," I said. "And even as Christians we can believe in it. What else are the miracles but magic?"
"And Merlin could really make a fog?"
I frowned. "Everything Merlin did, my lady, had another explanation. Fogs do come from the sea, and lost things are found every day."
"And the dead come to life?"
"Lazarus did," I said. "And so did our Saviour." I crossed myself. Igraine dutifully made the sign of the cross.
"But did Merlin rise from the dead?"
she demanded. "Well, I don't know that he was dead," I said carefully.
"But Cynwyn was certain."
"Until her dying day, lady." Igraine twisted her gown's braided belt in her fingers.
"But wasn't that the cauldron's magic? That it could restore life?"
"So we are told."
"And surely Cynwyn's discovery of the cauldron was magic," Igraine said.
"Perhaps," I said, "but maybe it was just common sense. Merlin had spent months discovering every stray memory about Inismon. He knew where the Druids had their sacred centre, and that was beside Llyn Cerrig Bach. And Cynwyn merely led us to the nearest place where the cauldron could be safely hidden. She did have her dream, though."
"And so did you," Igraine said. "On Dorforwyn. What was it that Merlin gave you to drink?"
"The same thing Nimue gave Cynwyn at Llyn Cerrig Bach," I said. "And that was probably an infusion of the redcap."
"The mushroom?"
Igraine sounded appalled. I nodded. "And that was why I was twitching and couldn't stand."
"But you could have died,"
she protested. I shook my head. "Not many die from redcaps. And besides, Nimue was skilled in such things." I decided not to tell her that the best way to make the redcap safe was for the wizard himself to eat the mushroom, then give the dreamer a cup of his urine to drink. "Or maybe she used rye blight," I said instead. "But I think it was redcap." Igraine frowned as St. Sansom ordered Brother Maelgwyn to stop singing his pagan song. "The saint is in a testier mood than usual these days. He suffers pain when passing urine, maybe because of a stone. We pray for him."
"So what happens now?"
Igraine asked, ignoring Sansom's ranting. "We went home," I said. "Back to Powys."
"And to Arthur?"
she asked eagerly. "To Arthur, too," I said. "For this is his tale. The tale of our dear warlord, our lawgiver, our Arthur." That spring was so glorious in Cwm Isaf. Or perhaps when you are in love, everything appears fuller and brighter. But it seemed to me as though the world had never been so crammed with cowslips and dog mercury, with bluebells and violets, with lilies and great banks of cow parsley. Blue butterflies haunted the meadow, where we ripped out tangled bundles of couch grass from beneath the apple trees that blossomed pink. Wrynecks sang in the blossom. There were sandpipers by the stream, and a wagtail made its nest under Cwm Isaf's thatch. We had 5 calves, all healthy and greedy and soft-eyed, and Cynwyn was pregnant. I had made us both lovers' rings when we returned from Inismon. They were rings incised with a cross, though not the Christian cross. The girls often wore them after they had passed from being maids to women. Most girls took a twist of straw from their lovers and wore it as a badge, and spearmen's women usually wore a warrior ring on which the cross had been scratched, while women of the highest rank rarely wore the rings at all, despising them as vulgar symbols. Some men wore them too, and it had been just such a crossed lover's ring that Valerian, the chieftain of Powys, had worn when he died at Lug Vale. Valerian had been Guinevere's betrothed before she met Arthur. Our rings were both warrior rings, made from a Saxon axe-head. But before I left Merlin, who was continuing his journey southwards to Inniswydren, I secretly broke off a fragment of the cauldron's decoration. It was a miniature golden spear carried by a warrior, and it came off easily. I hid the gold in a pouch, and once back at Cum Isaf, I took the scrap of gold and the 2 warrior rings to a metalworker there, and watched as he melted and fashioned the gold into 2 crosses that he burned onto the iron. I stood over him to make sure he did not substitute some other gold, and then I carried one of the rings to Cynwyn and wore the other myself. Cynwyn laughed when she saw the ring.
"A piece of straw would have done just as well, Derval," she said.
"Gold from the cauldron will serve better," I answered. We wore the rings always, much to Queen Cheleth's disgust. Arthur came to us in that lovely spring. He found me stripped to the waist and pulling couch grass, a job as unending as spinning wool. He hailed me from the stream, then strode uphill to greet me. He was dressed in a grey linen shirt and long dark leggings, and he carried no sword. "I like to see a man working," he teased me. "Pulling couch is harder work than fighting," I grumbled, and pressed my hands into the small of my back. "Oh, you've come to help." "I've come to see Keenaglas," he said, then took a seat on a boulder near one of the apple trees that dotted the pasture. "War?" I asked, as though Arthur might have any other business in Powys. He nodded. "Time to gather the spears, Derval. Especially," he smiled, "the warriors of the cauldron." Then he insisted on hearing the whole story, even though he must already have heard it a dozen times, and when it was told he had the grace to apologize for having doubted the cauldron's existence. I'm sure Arthur still thought it was all a nonsense, and even a dangerous nonsense, for the success of our quest had angered Dumnonia's Christians, who, as Galahad had said, believed we performed the devil's work. Merlin had carried the precious cauldron back to Inniswydren, where it was being stored in his tower. In time, Merlin said, he would summon its vast powers. But even now, just by being in Dumnonia, and despite the hostility of the Christians, the cauldron was giving the land a new confidence. "Though I confess," Arthur told me, "that I take more confidence from seeing spearmen gathered. Keenaglas tells me he will march next week. Lancelot's Silurians are gathering at Iska, and Tudric's men are ready to march. And it will be a dry year, Derval. A good year for fighting." I agreed. The ash trees had turned green before the oaks, and that signified a dry summer to come. And dry summers meant firm ground for shield walls. "So where do you want my men?" I asked. "With me, of course," he said, then paused before offering me a sly smile. "I thought you would have congratulated me, Derval." "You, Lord?" I asked, pretending ignorance so he could tell me the news himself. His smile grew broader. "Guinevere gave birth a month ago. A boy. A fine boy." "Lord!" I exclaimed, pretending he had surprised me with the news, though a report of the birth had reached us a week before. "He's healthy and hungry. A good omen." He was plainly delighted, but he was always inordinately pleased with the commonplace things of life. He yearned for a sturdy family within a well-built house surrounded by properly tended crops. "We call him Gwyddra," he said, and repeated the name fondly. "Gwyddra." "A good name, Lord," I said. Then told him of Cynwyn's pregnancy, and Arthur immediately decreed that her child must be a daughter, and of course would marry his Gwyddra when the time came. He put an arm round my shoulder and walked me up to the house, where we found Cynwyn skimming cream from a dish of milk. Arthur embraced her warmly, then insisted she leave the cream-making to her servants and come into the sunlight to talk. We sat on a bench Issa had made under the apple tree that grew beside the house door. Cynwyn asked him about Guinevere,
Was it an easy birth? She asked.
It was. He touched an iron amulet that hung at his neck. It was indeed, and she's well. He grimaced. She worries a little that having a child will make her look old, but that's nonsense. My mother never looked old, and having a child will be good for Guinevere. He smiled, imagining that Guinevere would love a son as much as he would himself. Gwyddra, of course, was not his first child. His Irish mistress, Eileen, had given him twin boys, Amhar and Loholt, who were now old enough to take their places in the shield wall. But Arthur was not looking forward to their company. "They're not fond of me," he admitted when I asked about the twins. "But they do like our old friend Lancelot." He offered us both a ruefully apologetic glance at the mention of that name. "And they will fight with his men," he added.
"Fight?" Kynwyn asked warily.
Arthur gave her a gentle smile. "I come to take Derval away from you, my lady."
"Bring him back to me, lord,"
was all she said. "With riches enough for a kingdom," Arthur promised. But then he turned and looked at Cum Isaf's low walls, and the bulging heap of thatch that kept us warm, and the steaming dung heap that lay beyond the gable's end. It was not as big as most farmhouses in Dumnonia, but it was still the kind of croft a prosperous freeman of Powys might own, and we were fond of it. I thought Arthur was about to make some comment comparing my present humble state with my future wealth, and I was ready to defend Cum Isaf against such a comparison. But instead he looked rueful. "I do envy you this, Derval." "It's yours for the taking, lord," I said, hearing the yearning in his voice. "I am doomed to marble pillars and soaring pediments." He laughed the moment away. "I leave tomorrow," he said. "Keenaglas will follow within 10 days. Would you come with him? Or earlier, if you can, and bring as much food as you can carry." "To where?" I asked. "Corinium," he replied, then stood and gazed up the Cum before smiling down at me. "One last word," he requested.
"I must be sure Scarach isn't scalding the milk," Kynwyn said, taking his broad hint. "I wish you victory, lord," she said to Arthur, then stood to give him a parting embrace. Arthur and I walked up the Cum, where he admired the newly pleached hedges, the trimmed apple trees, and the small fish pool we had dammed into the stream. "Don't become too rooted in this soil, Derval," he told me. "I want you back in Dumnonia." "Nothing would give me more pleasure, lord," I said, knowing it was not Arthur who kept me from my homeland, but his wife and her ally Lancelot. Arthur smiled, but said nothing more of my return. "Kynwyn," he said instead, "seems very happy." "She is. We are." He hesitated a second. "You might discover," he said with the authority of a new father, "that pregnancy will make her turbulent." "Not so far, lord," I said, "though these are early weeks." "You are fortunate in her," he said softly. And looking back, I think that was the very first time I ever heard him utter the faintest criticism of Guinevere. "Childbirth is a stressful time," he added in hasty explanation, "and these preparations for war don't help. Alas, I can't be at home as much as I'd like." He stopped beside an ancient oak that had been riven by lightning, so that its fire-blackened trunk was split in two, though even now the old tree was struggling to put out new green shoots. "I have a favour to ask of you," he said softly. "Anything, lord." "Don't be hasty, Derval. You don't know the favour yet." He paused, and I sensed the request would be hard, for he was embarrassed to be making it. For a moment or two he could not make the request at all, but instead stared towards the woods on the southern side of the Cum, and muttered something about deer and bluebells. "Bluebells?" I asked, thinking I must have misheard him. "I was just wondering why deer never eat bluebells," he said evasively. "They eat everything else." "I don't know, lord." He hesitated a heartbeat, then looked into my eyes.
I have asked for a gathering of Mithras at Corinium, he finally admitted. I understood what was coming then, and hardened my heart to it. War had given me many rewards, but none so precious as the fellowship of Mithras. He had been the Roman god of war, and he had stayed in Britain when the Romans left. The only men admitted to his mysteries were those elected by his initiates. Those initiates came from every kingdom, and they fought against each other as often as they fought for each other. But when they met in Mithras's hall, they met in peace, and they would only elect the bravest of the brave to be their fellows. To be an initiate of Mithras was to receive the praise of Britain's finest warriors, and it was an honour that I would not give lightly to any man. No women, of course, were permitted to worship Mithras. Indeed, if a woman ever saw the mysteries, she would be killed. "I have called the gathering," Arthur said, "because I want us to admit Lancelot to the mysteries." I had known that was the reason. Guinevere had made the same request of me the year before, and in the months that followed I had hoped her idea would fade away. But here, on the eve of war, it had returned. I gave a politic answer. "Would it not be better, Lord," I asked, "if King Lancelot were to wait until the Saxons are defeated? Then surely we will have seen him fight." None of us had yet seen Lancelot in the shield wall, and to be truthful, I would be astonished to see him fight in this coming summer. But I hoped the suggestion would delay the terrible moment of choice for a few further months. Arthur offered a vague gesture as though my suggestion was somehow irrelevant. "There is pressure," he said vaguely, "to elect him now." "What pressure?" I asked. "His mother is unwell." I laughed. "There's hardly a reason to elect a man to Mithras, Lord." Arthur scowled, knowing his arguments were feeble. "He is a king, Derval," he said, "and he leads a king's army to our wars. He doesn't like Siluria, and I can't blame him. He yearns for the poets and harpists and halls of Innistribes. But he lost that kingdom because I could not fulfill my oath and bring my army to his father's aid. We owe him, Derval." "Not me, Lord." "We owe him," Arthur insisted. "He should still wait for Mithras," I said firmly. "If you propose his name now, Lord, then I dare say it will be rejected." He had feared I would say that, but still he did not abandon his arguments. "You are my friend," he said, and waved away any comment I might make. "And it would please me, Derval, if my friend were as honoured in Dumnonia as he is in Powys." He had been staring down at the bole of the storm-blasted oak, but now he looked up at me. "I want you at Lindinnis, friend. And if you, above all others, support Lancelot's name in Mithras's hall, then his election is assured." There were far more there than Arthur's bare words had said. He was subtly confirming to me that it was Guinevere who was pressing Lancelot's candidacy, and that my offences in Guinevere's eyes would be forgiven if I granted her this one wish. Elect Lancelot to Mithras, he was saying, and I could take Kynwyn to Dumnonia, and assume the honour of being Mordred's champion, with all the wealth, land, and rank which accompanied that high position. I watched a group of my spearmen come down from the high northern hill. One of them was cradling a lamb, and I guessed it was an orphan that would need to be hand-fed by Kynwyn. It was a laborious business, for the lamb would have to be nurtured on a cloth teat soaked in milk, and as often as not the little things died. But Kynwyn insisted on trying to save their lives. She had utterly forbidden any of her lambs to be buried in wicker, or have their pelts nailed to a tree, and the flock did not seem to have suffered as a result of that neglect. I sighed. "So, at Corinium," I said, "you will propose Lancelot?" "Not I, no. Bors will propose him. Bors has seen him fight." "Then let us hope, Lord, that Bors is given a tongue of gold." Arthur smiled. "You can give me no answer now?"
None that you would want to hear, Lord. He shrugged, took my arm and walked me back.
I do hate these secret guilds, he said mildly.
And I believed him, for I had never yet seen Arthur at a meeting of Mithras, even though I knew he had been initiated many years before.
Cults like Mithras, he said, are supposed to bind men together, but they only serve to drive them apart. They rouse envy. But sometimes, Derval, you have to fight one evil with another, and I'm thinking of starting a new guild of warriors. Those men who bear arms against the Saxons will belong, all of them, and I shall make it the most honoured band in all Britain.
The largest, too, I hope, I said.
And not the levies, he added,
thus restricting his honoured band to those men who carried a spear by oath duty, rather than by land obligation.
Men will rather belong to my guild than to any secret mystery.
What will you call it? I asked.
I don't know. Warriors of Britain, the Comrades, the Spears of Cadern.
He spoke lightly, but I could tell he was serious.
And you think that if Lancelot belongs to these Warriors of Britain,
I said, snatching one of his suggested titles, then he won't mind being barred from Mithras?
It might help, he admitted, but it isn't my prime reason. I shall impose an obligation on these warriors. To join, they will have to take a blood oath never to fight each other again.
He gave a swift smile.
If the kings of Britain squabble, then I shall make it impossible for their warriors to fight each other.
Hardly impossible, I said tartly. A royal oath supersedes all others, even your blood oath.
Then I shall make it difficult, he insisted, because I shall have peace, Derval. I shall have peace. And you, my friend, will share it with me, in Dumnonia.
I hope so, Lord. He embraced me.
I shall meet you in Corinium, he said.
He raised a hand in greeting to my spearmen, then looked back to me.
Think about Lancelot, Derval, and consider the truth that sometimes we must yield a little pride in return for a great peace.
And with those words he strode away, and I went to warn my men that the time for farming was over. We had spears to sharpen, swords to hone, and shields to repaint, revarnish, and bind hard. We were back at war. We left 2 days before Keenaglas, who was waiting for his western chieftains to arrive with their rough-pelted warriors from Powys's mountain fastnesses. He told me to promise Arthur that the men of Powys would be in Corinium within a week. Then he embraced me and swore on his life that Cynwyn would be safe. She was moving back to Caer Sus, where a small band of men would guard Keenaglas's family while he was at war. Cynwyn had been reluctant to leave Cum Isaf and rejoin the women's hall, where Heleth and her aunts ruled. But I remembered Merlin's tale of a dog being killed and its skin draped on a crippled bitch in Guinevere's temple of Isis, and so I pleaded with Cynwyn to take refuge for my sake, and at last she relented. I added 6 of my men to Keenaglas's palace guard, and the rest, all warriors of the cauldron, marched south. All of us bore Cynwyn's 5-pointed star on our shields. We carried 2 spears each, our swords, and had huge bundles of twice-baked bread, salted meat, hard cheese, and dried fish strapped to our backs. It was good to be marching again, even though our route did take us through Lug Vale, where the dead had been unearthed by wild pigs, so that the fields of the Vale looked like a boneyard. I worried that the sight of the bones would remind Keenaglas's men of their defeat, and so insisted that we spend a half-day reburying the corpses that had all had one foot chopped off before they were first buried. Not every dead man could be burned as we would have liked, so most of our dead we buried, but we took away 1 foot to stop the soul walking. Now we reburied the 1-footed dead, but even after that half-day's work there was still no disguising the butchery of the place. I paused in the work to visit the Roman shrine where my sword had killed the druid Tanabers, and where Nimue had extinguished Gundlius's soul, and there, on a floor still stained by their blood,
I lay flat between the piles of cobweb skulls and prayed I would return unwounded to my Kynwyn. We spent the next night at Magnus, a town that was a whole world away from fog-shrouded cauldrons and night-time tales of the treasures of Britain. This was Gwent, Christian territory, and everything here was grim business. The blacksmiths were forging spearheads, the tanners were making shield covers, scabbards, belts, and boots, while the town's women were baking the hard, thin loaves that could keep for weeks on a campaign. King Tudric's men were in their Roman uniforms of bronze breastplates, leather skirts, and long cloaks. 100 such men had already marched to Corinium. Another 200 would follow, though not under the command of their king, for Tudric was sick. His son, Murig, the Edling of Gwent, would be their titular leader, though in truth Agricola would command them. Agricola was an old man now, but his back was straight and his scarred arm could still wield a sword. He was said to be more Roman than the Romans, and I had always been a little scared of his severe frown. But on that spring day outside Magnus, he greeted me as an equal. His close-cropped grey head ducked under the lintel of his tent. Then, dressed in his Roman uniform, he strode towards me, and, to my astonishment, greeted me with an embrace. He inspected my 34 spearmen. They looked shaggy and unkempt beside his clean-shaven men, but he approved of their weapons, and approved even more of the amount of food we carried.
"I've spent years," he growled, "teaching that it's no use sending a spearman to war without a pack full of food. But what does Lancelot of Siluria do? Sends me 100 spearmen without a peck of bread between them."
He had invited me into his tent, where he served me a sour, pale wine.
"I owe you an apology, Lord Derville," he said.
"I doubt that, Lord," I said. I felt embarrassed to be in such intimacy with a famous warrior, who was old enough to be my grandfather. He waved away my modesty.
"We should have been at Lugvale."
"It seemed a hopeless fight, Lord," I said, "and we were desperate. You were not."
"But you won, didn't you?" he growled.
He turned as a lick of wind tried to dislodge a wood shaving from his table that was covered with scores of other such shavings, each bearing lists of men and rations. He weighted the wisp of wood with an inkhorn, then looked back at me.
"I hear we are to meet with the bull."
"At Corinium," I confirmed. Agricola, unlike his master Tudric, was a pagan, though Agricola had no time for the British gods, only for Mithras.
"To elect Lancelot,"
Agricola said sourly. He listened as a man shouted orders in his camp lines, heard nothing that would spring him out of the tent, and so looked back to me.
"What do you know of Lancelot?" he asked.
"Enough," I said, "to speak against him."
"You defend Arthur?"
He sounded surprised. "I either offend Arthur," I said bitterly, "or Mithras." I made the sign against evil. "And Mithras is a god."
"Arthur spoke to me on his way back from Powys," Agricola said, "and told me that electing Lancelot would bind Britain's union."
He paused, looking morose.
"He hinted that I owed him a vote to make up for our absence at Lugvale."
Arthur, it seemed, was buying votes however he could. "Then vote for him, Lord," I said, "for his exclusion only needs one vote, and mine will suffice."
"I don't tell lies to Mithras," Agricola snapped, "and nor do I like King Lancelot. He was here 2 months ago, buying mirrors."
"Mirrors?" I had to laugh. Lancelot had always collected mirrors, and in his father's high, airy sea palace at Innistribes he had kept the walls of a whole room covered with Roman mirrors. They must all have melted in the fire when the Franks swarmed over the palace walls, and now, it seemed, Lancelot was rebuilding his collection.
"Tudric sold him a fine electrum mirror," Agricola told me, "big as a shield and quite extraordinary. It was so clear that it was like looking into a black pool on a fine day, and he paid well for it."
He would have had to, I thought, for mirrors of electrum, an amalgam of silver and gold, were rare indeed.
"Mirrors,"
Agricola said scathingly. He should be attending to his duties in Siluria, not buying mirrors.
He snatched up his sword and helmet as a horn sounded from the town. It called twice, a signal Agricola recognized.
The Edling, he growled,
and led me out into the sunlight to see that Murig was indeed riding out from Magnus's Roman ramparts.
I camp out here,
Agricola told me as he watched his honour guard form into two ranks,
to stay away from their priests.
Prince Murig came attended by 4 Christian priests, who ran to keep up with the Edling's horse. The prince was a young man. Indeed, I had first seen him when he was a child, and that had not been so very long before. But he disguised his youth with a querulous and irritable manner. He was short, pale, and thin, with a wispy brown beard. He was notorious as a creature of pettifogging detail, who loved the quibbles of the law courts and the squabbles of the church. His scholarship was famous. He was, we were assured, an expert at refuting the Pelagian heresy that so harassed the Christian church in Britain. He knew by heart the 18 chapters of tribal British law, and he could name the genealogies of 10 British kingdoms going back 20 generations, as well as the lineage of all their septs and tribes. And that, we were informed by his admirers, was only the beginning of Murig's knowledge. To his admirers he seemed a youthful paragon of learning, and the finest rhetorician of Britain. But to me it seemed that the prince had inherited all of his father's intelligence, and none of his wisdom. It was Murig, more than any other man, who had persuaded Gwent to abandon Arthur before Lugvale, and for that reason alone I had no love for Murig. But I obediently went down on one knee as the prince dismounted.
"Derval,"
he said in his curiously high-pitched voice.
"I remember you."
He did not tell me to rise, but just pushed past me into the tent. Agricola beckoned me inside, thus sparing me the company of the 4 panting priests, who had no business here except to stay close to their prince, who, dressed in a toga, with a heavy wooden cross hanging on a silver chain about his neck, seemed irritated by my presence. He scowled at me, then went on with a querulous complaint to Agricola, but as they spoke in Latin I had no idea what they talked about. Murig was buttressing his argument with a sheet of parchment that he waved in front of Agricola, who endured the harangue patiently. Murig at last abandoned his argument, rolled up the parchment and thrust it into his toga. He turned to me.
"You will not,"
he said, speaking British again,
"be expecting us to feed your men?"
"We carry our own food, Lord Prince," I said, then inquired after his father's health.
"The king suffers from fistula in the groin,"
Murig explained in his squeaking voice.
"We have used poultices, and the physicians are bleeding father regularly, but alas, God has not seen fit to requite the condition."
"Send for Merlin, Lord Prince," I suggested. Murig blinked at me. He was very short-sighted, and it was those weak eyes, perhaps, that gave his face its permanent expression of ill temper. He uttered a short snaffle of mocking laughter.
"You, of course, if you will forgive the remark," he said snidely, "are famous as one of the fools who risked Dyranak to bring a bowl back to Dumnonia. A mixing bowl, yes?"
"A cauldron, Lord Prince." Murig's thin lips flickered in a quick smile.
"You did not think, Lord Derval, that our smiths could have hammered you a dozen cauldrons in as many days?"
"I shall know where to come for my cooking pots next time, Lord Prince," I said. Murig stiffened at the insult, but Agricola smiled.
"Did you understand any of that?"
Agricola asked me when Murig had left. "I have no Latin, Lord."
"He was complaining because a chieftain hasn't paid his taxes. The poor man owes us 30 smoked salmon and 20 cartloads of cut timber, and we've had no salmon from him and only 5 carts of wood. But what Murig won't grasp is that poor Chillig's people have been struck by the plague this last winter. The River Wye's been poached empty, and Chillig is still bringing me 24 spearmen."
Agricola spat in disgust.
10 times a day, he said. 10 times a day the prince will come out here with a problem that any half-witted treasury clerk could solve in 20 heartbeats. I just wish his father would just strap up his groin and get back on the throne."
"How sick is Tudrick?" Agricola shrugged.
He's tired, not sick. He wants to give up his throne. He says he'll have his head tonsured and become a priest.
He spat onto the tent floor again.
But I'll manage our Edling. I'll make sure his ladies come to war.
Ladies? I asked, made curious by the ironic twist Agricola had put on the word.
He might be as blind as a worm, Lord Derval, but he can still spot a girl like a hawk seeing a shrew. He likes his ladies, Murik does, and plenty of them. And why not? That's the way of princes, isn't it?
He unstrapped his sword belt and hung it on a nail driven into one of the tent poles.
You march tomorrow?
Yes, Lord.
Dine with me tonight, he said,
then ushered me out of the tent and squinted up at the sky.
It will be a dry summer, Lord Derval. A summer for killing Saxons.
A summer to breed great songs, I said enthusiastically.
I often think that the trouble with us Britons, Agricola said gloomily, is that we spend too much time singing and not enough killing Saxons.
Not this year, I said. Not this year. For this was Arthur's year, the year to slaughter the Sais, the year, I prayed, of total victory. Once out of Magnus, we marched on the straight Roman roads that tied Britain's heartland together. We made good time, reaching Corinium in just 2 days, and we were all glad to be back in Dumnonia. The 5-pointed star on my shield might have been a strange device, but the moment the country folks heard my name, they knelt for a blessing. For I was Derval Cadern, the holder of Lugvale and a warrior of the Cauldron, and my repute, it seemed, soared high in my homeland. At least among the pagans it did. In the towns and larger villages, where the Christians were more numerous, we were more likely to be met by preaching. We were told that we were marching to do God's will by fighting the Saxons, but that if we died in battle, our souls would go to hell if we were still worshippers of the older gods. I feared the Saxons more than the Christian hell. The Sais were a dreadful enemy, poor, desperate, and numerous. Once at Corinium, we heard ominous tales of new ships grounding almost daily on Britain's eastern shores, and how each ship brought its cargo of feral warriors and hungry families. The invaders wanted our land, and to take it they could muster hundreds of spears, swords, and double-edged axes. Yet still we had confidence. Fools that we were, we marched almost blithely to that war. I suppose, after the horrors of Lugvale, we believed we could never be beaten. We were young, we were strong, we were loved by the gods, and we had Arthur. I met Galahad in Corinium. Since the day we had parted in Powys, he had helped Merlin carry the cauldron back to Inniswydren. Then he had spent the spring at Caer Ambra, from which rebuilt fortress he had raided deep into Lochir with Sagramor's troops. The Saxons, he warned me, were ready for our coming, and had set beacons on every hill to give warning of our approach. Galahad had come to Corinium for the great council of war that Arthur had summoned, and he brought with him Cavan and those of my men who had refused to march north into Llain. Cavan went on one knee and begged that he and his men might renew their old oaths to me.
"We have made no other oaths," he promised me, "except to Arthur, and he says we should serve you if you'll have us."
"I thought you'd be rich by now," I told Cavan, "and gone home to Ireland." He smiled.
"I still have the throwboard, Lord."
I welcomed him back to my service. He kissed Halbane's blade, then asked if he and his men could paint the white star on their shields. "You may paint it," I said, "but with only 4 points."
"4, Lord?"
Cavan glanced at my shield.
"Yours has 5.
"And the 5th point," I told Cavan, "is for the warriors of the Cauldron." He looked unhappy, but agreed. Nor would Arthur have approved, for he would have seen, rightly enough, that the 5th point was a divisive mark, which implied that one group of men was superior to another. But warriors like such distinctions, and the men who had braved the dark road deserved it. I went to greet the men who accompanied Cavan, and found them camped beside the river Churn that flowed to the east of Corinium. At least 100 men were bivouacked beside that small river,
for there was not nearly enough space inside the town for all the warriors who had assembled about the Roman walls. The army itself was gathering close to Caer Ambra, but every leader who had come for the council of war had brought some retainers, and those men alone were sufficient to give the appearance of a small army in the Churn's water meadows. Their stacked shields showed the success of Arthur's strategy, for at a glance I could see the black bull of Gwent, the red dragon of Dumnonia, the fox of Siluria, Arthur's bear, and the shields of men, like me, who had the honour of carrying their own device: stars, hawks, eagles, boars, Sagramor's dread skull, and Galahad's lone Christian cross. Killoch, Arthur's cousin, was camped with his own spearmen, but now hurried to greet me. It was good to see him again. I had fought at his side in Benwick, and had come to love him like a brother. He was vulgar, funny, cheerful, bigoted, ignorant, and coarse, and there was no better man to have alongside in a fight. "I hear you've put a loaf in the princess's oven," he said when he had embraced me. "You're a lucky dog. Did you have Merlin cast you a spell?" 1,000. He laughed. "I can't complain. I've 3 women now, all clawing each other's eyes out, and all of them pregnant." He grinned, then scratched at his groin. "Lice," he said. "Can't get rid of them, but at least they've infested that little bastard Mordred." "Our Lord King?" I teased him. "Little bastard," he said vengefully. "I tell you, Derval, I've beaten him bloody and he still won't learn. Sneaky little toad," he spat. "So, tomorrow you speak against Lancelot." "How do you know?" I had told no one but Agricola of that firm decision, but somehow news of it had preceded me to Corinium. Or else my antipathy to the Silurian king was too well known for men to believe I could do anything else. "Everyone knows," Killoch said, "and everyone supports you." He looked past me and spat suddenly. "Crows," he growled. I turned to see a procession of Christian priests walking alongside the Churn's far bank. There were a dozen of them, all black-gowned, all bearded, and all chanting one of the dirges of their religion. A score of spearmen followed the priests, and their shields, I saw with surprise, bore either Siluria's fox or Lancelot's sea-eagle. "I thought the rites were in 2 days' time," I said to Galahad, who had stayed with me. "They are," he said. The rites were the preamble to war, and would ask the blessing of the gods on our men, and that blessing would be sought from both the Christian god and the pagan deities. "This looks more like a baptism," Galahad added. "What in Bel's name is a baptism?" Killoch asked. Galahad sighed. "It is an outward sign, my dear Killoch, of a man's sins being washed away by God's grace." That explanation made Killoch bay with laughter, prompting a frown from one of the priests who had tucked his gown into his belt and was now wading into the shallow river. He was using a pole to discover a spot deep enough for the baptismal rite, and his clumsy probing attracted a crowd of bored spearmen on the rushy bank opposite the Christians. For a while nothing much happened. The Silurian spearmen made an embarrassed guard, while the tonsured priests wailed their song, and the lone paddler poked about in the river with the butt end of his long pole that was surmounted by a silver cross. "You'll never catch a trout with that!" Killoch shouted. "Try a fish spear!" The watching spearmen laughed, and the priests scowled as they sang drearily on. Some women from the town had come to the river and joined in the singing. "It's a woman's religion," Killoch spat. "It is my religion, dear Killoch," Galahad murmured. He and Killoch had argued thus throughout the whole long war in Benwick, and their argument, like their friendship, had no end. The priest found a deep enough spot, so deep indeed that the water came right up to his waist, and there he tried to fix the pole in the river's bed, but the force of the water kept bearing the cross down, and each failure prompted a chorus of jeers from the spearmen. A few of the spectators were Christians themselves, but they made no attempt to stop the mockery. The priest at last managed to plant the cross, albeit precariously, and climbed back out of the river. The spearmen whistled and hooted at the sight of his skinny white legs, and he hurriedly dropped the sopping skirts of his robe to hide them.
Then a second procession appeared, and the sight of it was sufficient to cause a silence to drop on our bank of the river. The silence was one of respect, for a dozen spearmen were escorting an ox-cart that was hung with white linens, and in which sat 2 women and 1 priest. One of the women was Guinevere, and the other was Queen Elaine, Lancelot's mother. But most astonishing of all was the identity of the priest. It was Bishop Sansom. He was in his full bishop's regalia, a mound of gaudy copes and embroidered shawls, and had a heavy red gold cross hanging about his neck. The shaven tonsure at the front of his head was burned pink by the sun, and above it his black hair stood up like mouse ears. Lugtigern, Nimue always called him, the Mouse Lord. I thought Guinevere couldn't stand him, I said, for Guinevere and Sansom had always been the bitterest of enemies. Yet here the Mouse Lord was, riding to the river in Guinevere's cart. And isn't he in disgrace? I added. Shit sometimes floats, Killock growled. And Guinevere isn't even a Christian, I protested. And look at the other shit who's with her, Killock said, and pointed to a group of 6 horsemen who followed the lumbering cart. Lancelot led them. He was mounted on a black horse, and wore nothing but a simple pair of trews and a white shirt. Arthur's twin sons, Amhar and Loholt, flanked him, and they were dressed in full war gear with plumed helmets, mail coats, and long boots. Behind them rode 3 other horsemen, one in armour, and the other 2 in the long white robes of druids. Druids, I said. At a baptism? Galahad shrugged, no more able to find an explanation than I. The 2 druids were both muscular young men, with dark, handsome faces, thick black beards, and long, carefully brushed black hair that grew back from their narrow tonsures. They carried black staffs tipped with mistletoe, and, unusually for druids, had swords scabbarded at their sides. The warrior who rode with them, I saw, was no man but a woman, a tall, straight-backed, red-haired woman, whose extravagantly long tresses cascaded from beneath her silver helmet to touch the spine of her horse. "Aid, she's called," Killock told me. "Who is she?" I asked. "Who do you think? His kitchen maid? She keeps his bed warm." Killock grinned. "Does she remind you of anyone?" She reminded me of Ladwis, Gunglius's mistress. Was it the fate of Silurian kings, I wondered, always to have a mistress who rode a horse and wore a sword like a man? Aid had a long sword at her hip, a spear in her hand, and the sea-eagle shield on her arm. Gunglius's mistress, I told Killock. "With that red hair?" Killock said dismissively. "Guinevere," I said. And there was a distinct resemblance between Aid and the haughty Guinevere, who sat next to Queen Elaine in the cart. Elaine was pale, but otherwise I could see no evidence of the sickness that was rumoured to be killing her. Guinevere looked as handsome as ever, and betrayed no sign of the ordeal of childbirth. She had not brought her child with her, but nor would I have expected her to. Guidre was doubtless in Lindinis, safe in a wet nurse's arms, and far enough away so that his cries could not disturb Guinevere's sleep. Arthur's twins dismounted behind Lancelot. They were still very young, only just old enough indeed to carry a spear to war. I had met them many times, and did not like them, for they had none of Arthur's pragmatic sense. They had been spoiled since childhood, and the result was a pair of tempestuous, selfish, greedy youths, who resented their father, despised their mother Eileen, and took revenge for their bastardy on people who dared not fight back against Arthur's progeny. They were despicable. The 2 druids slid off their horses' backs and stood beside the ox-cart. It was Killock who first understood what Lancelot was doing. "If he's baptized," he growled to me, "then he can't join Mithras, can he?" "Bedwin did," I pointed out, "and Bedwin was a bishop." "Dear Bedwin," Killock explained to me, "played both sides of the throwboard. When he died, we found an image of Bel in his house, and his wife told us he'd been sacrificing to it. No, you see if I'm not right.
This is how Lancelot evades being rejected from Mithras.
Maybe he has been touched by God, Galahad protested.
Then your god must have filthy hands by now, Killock responded. Begging your pardon, seeing as he's your brother.
Half-brother, Galahad said, not wanting to be too closely associated with Lancelot. The cart had stopped very close to the riverbank. Sansom now clambered down from its bed, and, without bothering to tuck up his splendid robes, pushed through the rushes and waded into the river. Lancelot dismounted, and waited on the bank as the bishop reached and grasped the cross.
He's a small man, Sansom, and the water came right up to the heavy cross on his narrow chest. He faced us, his unwitting congregation, and raised his strong voice. "This week," he shouted, "you will carry your spears against the enemy, and God will bless you. God will help you. And today, here in this river, you will see a sign of our God's power."
The Christians in the meadow crossed themselves, while some pagans, like Killock and I, spat to avert evil.
"You see here, King Lancelot,"
Sansom bellowed, throwing a hand towards Lancelot as though none of us would have recognized him.
"He is the hero of Benwick, the king of Siluria, and the lord of eagles." "The lord of what?" Killock asked. "And this week," Sansom went on, "this very week, he was to be received into the foul company of Mithras, that false god of blood and anger." "He was not," Killock growled amidst the other murmurs of protest from the men in the field who were Mithraists. "But yesterday," Sansom's voice beat down the protest, "this noble king received a vision. A vision! Not some belly-given nightmare spawned by a drunken wizard, but a pure and lovely dream sent on golden wings from heaven. A saintly vision." "Aid lifted her skirts," Killock muttered. "The holy and blessed Mother of God came to King Lancelot," Sansom shouted. "It was the Virgin Mary herself, that Lady of Sorrows, from whose immaculate and perfect loins was born the Christ-child, the Saviour of all mankind. And yesterday, in a burst of light, in a cloud of golden stars, she came to King Lancelot and touched her lovely hand to Tancladwyr."
He gestured behind him again, and Aid solemnly drew out Lancelot's sword that was called Tancladwyr, which meant bright killer, and held it aloft. The sun slashed its reflection off the steel, blinding me for an instant.
"With this sword," Sansom shouted, "our blessed lady promised the king that he would bring Britain victory. This sword, our lady said, has been touched by the nail-scarred hand of the sun and blessed by the caress of his mother. From this day on, our lady decreed, this sword shall be known as the Christ blade, for it is holy."
Lancelot, to give him credit, looked exquisitely embarrassed at this sermon. Indeed, the whole ceremony must have embarrassed him, for he was a man of vast pride and fragile dignity. But even so, it must have seemed better to him to be dunked in a river than publicly humiliated by losing election to Mithras. The certainty of his rejection must have prompted him to this public repudiation of all the pagan gods. Guinevere, I saw, pointedly stared away from the river, gazing instead towards the war banners that had been hoisted on Corinium's earth and wooden ramparts. She was a pagan, a worshipper of Isis. Indeed, her hatred of Christianity was famous. Yet that hatred had clearly been overcome by the need to support this public ceremony that spared Lancelot from Mithras's humiliation. The two druids talked softly with her, sometimes making her laugh. Sansom turned and faced Lancelot.
"Lord King,"
he called, loudly enough for those of us on the other bank to hear.
"Come now! Come now to the waters of life! Come now as a little child to receive your baptism into the blessed church of the one true God."
Guinevere slowly turned to watch as Lancelot walked into the river. Galahad crossed himself. The Christian priests on the far bank had their arms spread wide in an attitude of prayer, while the townswomen had fallen to their knees as they gazed ecstatically at the handsome, tall king who waded out to Bishop Sansom's side.
The sun glittered on the water and slashed gold from Sansom's cross. Lancelot kept his eyes lowered, as though he did not want to see who witnessed this humiliating rite. Sansom reached up and put his hand on the crown of Lancelot's head. "Do you," he shouted so we could all hear, "embrace the one true faith, the only faith, the faith of Christ who died for our sins?" Lancelot must have said yes, though none of us could hear his response. "And do you," Sansom bellowed even louder, "hereby renounce all other gods, and all other faiths, and all the other foul spirits and demons and idols and devil's spawn, whose filthy acts deceive this world?" Lancelot nodded and mumbled his assent. "And do you," Sansom went on with relish, "denounce and deride the practices of Mithras, and declare them to be, as indeed they are, the excrement of Satan and the horror of our Lord Jesus Christ?" "I do." That answer of Lancelot's came clear enough to us all. "Then in the name of the Father," Sansom shouted, "and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost, I pronounce you Christian." And with that he gave a great heave that pushed down on Lancelot's oiled hair, and so forced the king under the churn's cold water. Sansom held Lancelot there for so long that I thought the bastard would drown, but at last Sansom let him up. "And," Sansom finished, as Lancelot sputtered and spat out water, "I now proclaim you blessed, name you a Christian, and enroll you in the holy army of Christ's warriors." Guinevere, uncertain how to respond, clapped politely. The women and priests burst into a new song that, for Christian music, was surprisingly sprightly. "What in the holy name of a holy harlot," Culloch asked Galahad, "is a holy ghost?" But Galahad did not wait to answer. In a rush of happiness caused by his brother's baptism, he had plunged into the river, and now waded across so that he emerged from the water at the same time as his blushing half-brother. Lancelot had not expected to see him, and for a second he stiffened, doubtless thinking of Galahad's friendship for me. But then he suddenly remembered the duty of Christian love that had just been imposed upon him, and so he submitted to Galahad's enthusiastic embrace. "Shall we kiss the bastard too?" Culloch asked me with a grin. "Let him be," I said. Lancelot had not seen me, and I did not feel any need to be seen. But just then, Sansom, who had emerged from the river and was trying to wring the water from his heavy robes, spotted me. The Mouse Lord never could resist provoking an enemy, nor did he now. "Lord Devil!" the bishop called. I ignored him. Guinevere, on hearing my name, looked up sharply. She had been talking to Lancelot and his half-brother, but now she snapped an order to the ox-driver, who stabbed his goad at his beast's flanks, and so lurched the cart forward. Lancelot hastily clambered onto the moving vehicle, abandoning his followers beside the river. Aid followed, leading his horse by its bridle. "Lord Devil!" Sansom called again. I turned reluctantly to face him. "Bishop," I answered, "might I prevail on you to follow King Lancelot into the River of Healing?" "I bathed at the last full moon, Bishop," I called back, provoking some laughter from the warriors on our bank. Sansom made the sign of the cross. "You should be washed in the holy blood of the Lamb of God," he called, "to wipe away the stain of Mithras. You are an evil thing, devil, a sinner, an idolater, an imp of the devil, a spawn of Saxons, a whoremaster." That last insult tripped my rage. The other insults were mere words, but Sansom, though clever, was never a prudent man in public confrontations, and he could not resist that final insult to Kynwyn. And his provocation sent me charging forward to the cheers of the warriors on the churn's eastern bank, cheers that swelled as Sansom turned in panic and fled. He had a good start on me, and he was a lithe, swift man, but the sopping layers of his weighty robes tangled his feet, and I caught him within a few paces of the churn's far bank. I used my spear to knock his feet out from under him, and so sent him sprawling among the daisies and cowslips. Then I drew Howlbane and put her blade to his throat. "I did not quite hear, Bishop," I said.
The last name you called me?" He said nothing, only glanced towards Lancelot's 4 companions, who now gathered close. Amhar and Loholt had their swords drawn, but the 2 druids left their swords scabbarded, and just watched me with unreadable expressions. By now, Killock had crossed the river and was standing beside me, as was Galahad, while Lancelot's worried spearmen watched us from a distance. "What word did you use, Bishop?" I asked, tickling his throat with Howlbane.
"The whore of Babylon," he gabbled desperately. "All pagans worship her. The Scarlet Woman, Lord Derval. The Beast. The Antichrist."
I smiled. "And I thought you were insulting the Princess Kynwyn."
"No, Lord, no, no." He clasped his hands. "Never."
"You promise me now?" I asked him.
"I swear it, Lord. By the Holy Ghost, I swear it."
"I don't know who the Holy Ghost is, Bishop," I said, giving his Adam's apple a small blow with Howlbane's tip. "Swear your promise on my sword," I said. "Kiss that, and I will believe you." He loathed me then. He had disliked me before, but now he hated me. Yet still he put his lips to Howlbane's blade and kissed the steel.
"I meant the princess no insult," he said. "I swear it."
I left Howlbane at his lips for a heartbeat, then drew the sword back and let him stand. "I thought, Bishop," I said, "that you had a holy thorn to guard in Inniswydran." He brushed grass off his wet robes.
"God calls me to higher things," he snapped.
"Tell me of them." He looked up at me, hate in his eyes, but his fear overcame his hate.
"God called me to King Lancelot's side, Lord Derval," he said, "and his grace served to soften the Princess Guinevere's heart. I have hopes that she may yet see his everlasting light."
I laughed at that. "She has the light of Isis, Bishop, and you know it, and she hates you, you foul thing. So what did you bring her to change her mind?"
"Bring her, Lord?" he asked disingenuously. "What have I to bring a princess? I have nothing. I am made poor in God's service. I am but an humble priest."
"You are a toad, Sansom," I said, sheathing Howlbane. "You are dirt beneath my boots." I spat to avert his evil. I guessed from his words that it had been his idea to propose baptism to Lancelot, and that idea had served well enough to spare the Silurian king his embarrassment with Mithras. But I did not believe the suggestion would have been sufficient to reconcile Guinevere to Sansom and his religion. He must have given her something, or promised her something, but I knew he would never confess it to me. I spat again, and Sansom, taking the spittle as his dismissal, scuttled off towards the town. "A pretty display," one of the 2 druids said caustically. "And the Lord Derval Cadern," the other said, "does not have a reputation for prettiness." He nodded when I glared at him. "Dinas," he said, introducing himself. "And I am Lavain," said his companion. They were both tall young men, both built like warriors and both with hard, confident faces. Their robes were dazzling white, and their long black hair was carefully combed, betraying a fastidiousness that was made somehow chilling by their stillness. It was the same stillness that men like Sagramor possessed. Arthur did not. He was too restless, but Sagramor, like some other great warriors, had a stillness that was chilling in battle. I never fear the noisy men in a fight, but I take care when an enemy is calm, for those are the most dangerous men, and these 2 druids had that same calm confidence. They also looked very alike, and I supposed them to be brothers. "We are twins," Dinas said, perhaps reading my thoughts. "Like Amhar and Loholt," Lavain said, gesturing towards Arthur's sons, who still had their swords drawn. "But you can tell us apart." "I have a scar." "Here," Lavain said, touching his right cheek, where a white scar buried itself in his bristling beard. "Which he took at Lugvale," Dinas said. Like his brother, he had an extraordinarily deep voice, a grating voice that did not match his youth. "I saw Tanabers at Lugvale," I said, "and I remember Iorwerth. But I recall no other druids in Gorfethid's army."
Dinas smiled.
"At Lugvale," he said, "we fought as warriors." "And killed our share of Dumnonians," Levane added. "And only shaved our tonsures after the battle," Dinas explained. He had an unblinking and unsettling gaze. "And now," he added softly, "we serve King Lancelot." "His oaths are our oaths," Levane said. There was a threat in his words, but it was a distant threat, not challenging. "How can druids serve a Christian?" I challenged them. "By bringing an older magic to work alongside their magic, of course," Levane answered. "And we do work magic, Lord Derval," Dinas added. And he held out his empty hand, closed it into a fist, turned it, opened his fingers, and there on his palm lay a thrush's egg. He tossed the egg carelessly away. "We serve King Lancelot by choice," he said, "and his friends are our friends." "And his enemies our enemies," Levane finished for him. "And you," Arthur's son Loholt could not resist joining in the provocation, "are an enemy of our king." I looked at the younger pair of twins, callow, clumsy youths who suffered an excess of pride and a shortfall of wisdom. They both had their father's long, bony face, but on them it was overlaid by petulance and resentment. "How am I an enemy of your king, Loholt?" I asked him. He did not know what to say, and none of the others answered for him. Dinas and Levane were too wise to start a fight here, not even with all Lancelot's spearmen so close, for Kiluk and Galahad were with me, and scores of my supporters were just yards away across the slow-flowing churn. Loholt reddened, but said nothing. I knocked his sword aside with Howlbane, then stepped close to him. "Now let me give you some advice, Loholt," I said softly. "Choose your enemies more wisely than you choose your friends. I have no quarrel with you, nor do I wish one. But if you desire such a quarrel, then I promise you that my love for your father and my friendship with your mother will not stop me from sinking Howlbane in your guts and burying your soul in a dung heap." I sheathed my sword. "Now go." He blinked at me, but he had no belly for a fight. He went to fetch his horse, and Amhar went with him. Dinas and Levane laughed, and Dinas even bowed to me. "A victory," he applauded me. "We are routed," Levane said. "But what else could we expect from a warrior of the Cauldron?" He pronounced that title mockingly. "And a killer of druids," Dinas added, not at all mockingly. "Our grandfather, Tanabers," Levane said, and I remembered how Galahad had warned me on the dark road about the enmity of these two druids. "It is reckoned unwise," Levane said in his grating voice, "to kill a druid. Especially our grandfather," Dinas added, "who was like a father to us." "As our own father died," Levane said, "when we were young. Of a foul disease," Levane explained. "He was a druid too," Dinas said, "and he taught us spells. We can blight crops. We can make women moan," Levane said. "We can sour milk. While it's still in the breast," Levane added. Then he turned abruptly away, and with an impressive agility vaulted into his saddle. His brother leapt onto his own horse and collected his reins. "But we can do more than turn milk," Dinas said, looking balefully down at me from his horse. And then, as he had before, he held out his empty hand, made it into a fist, turned it over and opened it again. And there, on his palm, was a parchment star with 5 points. He smiled, then tore the parchment into scraps that he scattered on the grass. "We can make stars vanish," he said as a farewell, then kicked his heels back.
The two galloped away. I spat. Killock retrieved my fallen spear and handed it to me.
"Who in all the world are they?" he asked.
Tanaber's grandsons. I spat a second time to avert evil. The whelps of a bad druid.
"And they can make the stars disappear?"
He sounded dubious. "One star." I gazed after the two horsemen. Kynwyn, I knew, was safe in her brother's hall, but I also knew I would have to kill the Silurian twins if she was to remain safe. Tanaber's curse was on me, and the curse was called Dinas and Levain. I spat a third time, then touched Howlbane's sword hilt for luck.
"We should have killed your brother in Benwick,"
Killock growled to Galahad. "God forgive me," Galahad said. "But you're right." 2 days later, Keenaglass arrived, and that night there was a council of war. And after the council, under the waning moon and by the light of flaming torches, we pledged our spears to the war against the Saxons. We warriors of Mithras dipped our blades in bull's blood, but we held no meeting to elect new initiates. There was no need. Lancelot, by his baptism, had escaped the humiliation of rejection, though how any Christian could be served by druids was a mystery that no one could explain to me. Merlin came that day, and it was he who presided over the pagan rites. Eorwith of Powys helped him, but there was no sign of Dinas or Levain. We sang the battle song of Belimar. We washed our spears in blood. We vowed ourselves to the death of every Saxon. And next day, we marched. There were two important Saxon leaders in Crochir. Like us, the Saxons had chiefs and lesser kings. Indeed, they had tribes, and some of the tribes did not even call themselves Saxons, but claimed to be Angles or Jutes. But we called them all Saxons, and knew they only possessed two important kings, and those two leaders were called Ael and Cerdic. They hated each other. Ael, of course, was then the famous one. He called himself the Bretwalder, which in the Saxon tongue meant the ruler of Britain, and his land stretched from south of the Thames to the border of distant Elmet. His rival was Cerdic, whose territory lay on Britain's southern coast, and whose only borders were with Ael's lands and Dumnonia. Of the two kings, Ael was older, richer in land, and stronger in warriors, and that made Ael our chief enemy. Defeat Ael, we believed, and Cerdic would inevitably fall afterwards. Prince Murig of Gwent, arrayed in his toga and with a ludicrous bronze wreath perched atop his thin, pale brown hair, had proposed a different strategy at the Council of War. With his usual diffidence and mock humility, he had suggested we make an alliance with Cerdic. "Let him fight for us," Murig said. "Let him attack Ael from the south while we strike from the west. I know, no strategist." He paused to simper, inviting one of us to contradict him, but we all bit our tongues. "But it seems clear, even surely to the meanest of intelligences, that to fight one enemy is better than two." "But we have two enemies," Arthur said plainly. "Indeed we do. I have made myself master of that point, Lord Arthur. But my point, if you can seize it in turn, is to make one of those enemies our friend." He clasped his hands together and blinked at Arthur. "An ally," Murig added, in case Arthur had still not understood him.
"Cerdic,"
Sagramore growled in his atrocious British,
"has no honour. He will break an oath as easily as a magpie breaks a sparrow's egg. I will make no peace with him."
"You fail to understand," Murig protested.
"I will make no peace with him."
Sagramore interrupted the prince, speaking the words very slowly, as though he spoke to a child. Murig reddened and went silent. The Edling of Gwent was scared half to death of the tall Numidian warrior, and no wonder, for Sagramore's reputation was as fearsome as his looks. The Lord of the Stones was a tall man, very thin and quick as a whip. His hair and face were as black as pitch, and that long face, cross-hatched from a lifetime of war, bore a perpetual scowl that hid a droll and even generous character. Sagramore, despite his imperfect grasp of our language, could keep a campfire enthralled for hours with his tales of far-off lands, but most men only knew him as the fiercest of all Arthur's warriors. The implacable Sagramore, who was terrible in battle and sombre out of it, while the Saxons believed he was a black fiend sent from their underworld. I knew him well enough and liked him. Indeed, it had been Sagramore who had initiated me into Mithras's service, and Sagramore who had fought at my side all that long day in Lug Vale. "He's got himself a big Saxon girl now," Killock had whispered to me at the council. "Tall as a tree and with hair like a haystack. No wonder he's so thin." "Your 3 wives keep you solid enough," I said, poking him in his substantial ribs. "I pick them for the way they cook, Derval, not the way they look." "You have something to contribute, Lord Killock?" Arthur asked. "Nothing, cousin," Killock responded cheerfully. "Then we shall continue," Arthur said. He asked Sagramore what chance there was of Cerdic's men fighting for Ael, and the Numidian, who had guarded the Saxon frontier all winter, shrugged and said that anything was possible with Cerdic. He had heard, he said, that the 2 Saxons had met and exchanged gifts, but no one had reported that an actual alliance had been made. Sagramore's best guess was that Cerdic would be content to let Ael be weakened, and that while the Dumnonian army was about that business, he would attack along the coast in an effort to capture Donovaria.
"If we were at peace with him,"
Murik tried again. "We won't be," King Keenaglass said curtly. And Murik, outranked by the only king at the council, went quiet again. "There is one last thing," Sagramore warned us. "The Sis have dogs now. Big dogs." He spread his hands to show the huge size of the Saxon war dogs. We had all heard of these beasts, and we feared them. It was said that the Saxons released the dogs just seconds before the shield walls clashed, and that the beasts were capable of tearing huge holes in the wall into which the enemy's spearmen poured. "I will deal with the dogs," Merlin said. It was the only contribution he made to the council, but the calm, confident statement relieved some worried men. Merlin's unexpected presence with the army was contribution enough, for his possession of the cauldron made him, even for many of the Christians, a figure of more awesome power than ever. Not that many understood the purpose of the cauldron, but they were pleased that the Druid had declared his willingness to accompany the army. With Arthur at our head, and Merlin on our side, how could we lose? Arthur made his dispositions. King Lancelot, he said, with the spearmen of Siluria and a detachment of men from Dumnonia, would guard the southern frontier against Cerdic. The rest of us would assemble at Caer Ambra and march due east along the valley of the Thames. Lancelot made a show of being reluctant to be thus separated from the main army that would have to fight Ael, but Killock, hearing the orders, shook his head in wonder. "He's skipping out of battle again, Derval," he whispered to me. "Not if Cerdic attacks him," I said. Killock glanced across at Lancelot, who was flanked by the twins Dinas and Lavain. "And he's staying near his protectress, isn't he?" Killock said. "Mustn't stray too far from Guinevere, else he has to stand up by himself." I did not care. I was only relieved that Lancelot and his men were not in the main army. It was enough to face the Saxons, without worrying about Tanaber's grandsons or a Silurian knife in my back. And so we marched. It was a ragged army of contingents from 3 British kingdoms, while some of our more distant allies had still not arrived. There were men promised to us from Elmet, and even from Cornwell, but they would follow us along the Roman road that ran southeast from Corinium, and then east towards London. London. The Romans had called it Londinium, and before that it had been plain Londo, which Merlin once told me meant a wild place, and now it was our goal.
the once great city that had been the largest in all Rome's Britain, and which now lay decaying amidst Ael's stolen lands. Sagramore had once led a famous raid into the old city, and he had found its British inhabitants cowed by their new masters. But now, we hoped, we would take them back. That hope spread like wildfire through the army, though Arthur consistently denied it. Our task, he said, was to bring the Saxons to battle, and not be lured by the ruins of a dead city. But in this, Arthur was opposed by Merlin. "I'm not coming to see a handful of dead Saxons," he told me scornfully. "What use am I in killing Saxons?" "Well, every use, Lord," I told him. "Your magic frightens the enemy." "Don't be absurd, Derval. Any fool can hop about in front of an army making faces and hurling curses. Frightening Saxons isn't skilled work. Even those ludicrous druids of Lancelot's could just about manage that. Not that they're real druids." "Well, they're not." "Of course they're not. To be a real druid, you have to study. You have to be examined. You have to satisfy other druids that you know your business. And I never heard of any druid examining Dinas and Lavain. Unless Tanabers did. And what kind of druid was he? Not a very good one, plainly, else he'd never have let you live. I do deplore inefficiency." "They can make magic, Lord," I said. "Make magic?" He hooted at that. "One of the wretches produces a thrush's egg, and you think that's magic? Thrushes do it all the time. Now, if he'd made a sheep's egg, I'd take some notice." "He produced a star too, Lord." "Derval! What an absurdly credulous man you are," he exclaimed. "A star made of scissors and parchment. Don't worry. I heard about that star, and your precious Kynwyn isn't in any danger. Nimue and I made sure of that by burying 3 skulls. You don't need to know the details, but you can rest assured that if those frauds go anywhere near Kynwyn, they'll be changed into grass snakes. Then they can lay eggs forever." I thanked him for that, then asked him just why he was accompanying the army, if not to help us against Ael. "Because of the scroll, of course," he told me, and patted a pocket of his dirty black robe to show me the scroll was safe. "Calethin's scroll?" I asked. "Is there another?" he countered. Calethin's scroll was the treasure Merlin had brought from Innistribes, and in his eyes it was as valuable as all the treasures of Britain. And no wonder, for the secret of those treasures was described in the ancient document. Druids were forbidden to write anything down, because they believed that to record a spell was to destroy the writer's power to work the magic, and thus all their lore and rites and knowledge were handed down by voice alone. Yet the Romans, before they attacked Inismon, had so feared the British religion that they had suborned a druid named Calethin, and had persuaded him to dictate all he knew to a Roman scribe. And Calethin's traitorous scroll had thus preserved all the ancient knowledge of Britain. Much of it, Merlin once told me, had been forgotten in the passing centuries, for the Romans had persecuted the Druids cruelly, and much of the old knowledge had vanished into time. But now, with the scroll, he could recreate that lost power. "And the scroll," I ventured, "mentions London." My, how curious you are," Merlin mocked me. But then, perhaps because it was a fine day and he was in a sunny mood, he relented. "The last treasure of Britain is in London," he said. "Or it was," he added hastily. "It's buried there. I thought of giving you a spade and letting you dig the thing up, but you were bound to make a mess of it. Just look at what you did on Inismon. Outnumbered and surrounded, indeed. Unforgivable. So I decided to do it myself. I have to find where it's buried first, of course, and that could be difficult." "And is that, Lord," I asked, "why you brought the dogs?" For Merlin and Nimue had collected a mangy pack of snapping mongrels that now accompanied the army. Merlin sighed. "Allow me, Derval," he said, "to give you some advice. You do not buy a dog and bark yourself. I know the purpose of the dogs. Nimue knows their purpose, and you do not. That is how the gods intended it to be. Do you have any more questions, or may I now enjoy this morning's walk?" He lengthened his stride, thumping his big black staff into the turf with each emphatic step. The smoke of great beacons welcomed us once we had passed Clever. Those fires were the enemy's signals that we were in sight, and whenever a Saxon saw such a plume of smoke, he was under orders to waste the land. The grain stores were emptied, the houses were burned, and the livestock driven away. And always Ael withdrew, staying ever a day's march ahead of us, and thus tempting us forward into that wasted land. Wherever the road passed through woodland, it would be blocked by trees. And sometimes, as our men laboured to pull the felled trunks out of the way, an arrow or spear would crash through the leaves to snatch a life, or else one of the big Saxon war dogs would come leaping and slavering out of the undergrowth. But they were the only attacks Ael made, and we never once saw his shield wall. Back he went, and forward we marched, and each day the enemy spears or dogs would snatch a life or two. Much more damage was done to us by disease. We had found the same thing before Lugvale, that whenever a large army gathered, so the gods plagued it with sickness. The sick slowed us terribly, for if they could not march, they had to be laid in a safe place and guarded by spearmen to keep them from the Saxon war bands that prowled all about our flanks. We would see those enemy bands by day as distant, ragged figures, while every night their fires flickered on our horizon. Yet it was not the sick that slowed us the most, but rather the sheer ponderousness of moving so many men. It was a mystery to me why 30 spearmen could cover an easy 20 miles on a relaxed day, but an army of 20 times that number, even trying hard, was lucky to cover 8 or 9. Our markers were the Roman stones planted on the verge that recorded the number of miles to London, and after a while I refused to look at them, for fear of their depressing message. The ox wagons also slowed us. We were equipped with 40 capacious farm wagons that carried our food and spare weapons, and those wagons lumbered at a snail's pace in the army's rear. Prince Murig had been given command of that rearguard, and he fussed over the wagons, counted them obsessively, and forever complained that the spearmen ahead were marching too fast. Arthur's famed horsemen led the army. There were 50 of them now, all mounted on the big shaggy horses that were bred deep inside Dumnonia. Other horsemen, who did not wear the mail armour of Arthur's band, ranged ahead as our scouts, and sometimes those men failed to return, though we would always find their severed heads waiting for us on the road as we advanced. The main body of the army was composed of 500 spearmen. Arthur had decided to take no levies with him, for such farmers rarely carried adequate weapons. So we were all oath-sworn warriors, and all carried spears and shields, and most possessed swords too. Not every man could afford a sword, but Arthur had sent orders throughout Dumnonia that every household possessing a sword which was not already sworn to the army's service should surrender the weapon, and the 80 blades so collected had been distributed among his army. Some men, a few, carried captured Saxon war axes, though others, like myself, disliked the weapon's clumsiness. And to pay for all this? To pay for the swords and new spears and new shields and wagons and oxen and flour and boots and banners and bridles and cooking pots and helmets and cloaks and knives and horseshoes and salted meat? Arthur laughed when I asked him. "You must thank the Christians, Derval," he said. "They yielded more," I asked. "I thought that udder was dry." "It is now," he said grimly. "But it's astonishing how much their shrines yielded when we offered their guardians martyrdom. And it's even more astonishing how much we've promised to repay them." "Did we ever repay Bishop Sansom?" I asked. His monastery at Inniswydren had provided the fortune that had purchased Ael's peace during the autumn campaign that had ended at Lugvale. Arthur shook his head. "And he keeps reminding me of that." "The bishop," I said carefully, "seems to have made new friends." Arthur laughed at my attempt at tact. He's Lancelot's chaplain. Our dear bishop, it seems, cannot be kept down. Like an apple in a water barrel, he just bobs up again.
And he's made his peace with your wife, I observed.
I like to see folk resolve their arguments, he said mildly. But Bishop Sansom does have strange allies these days. Guinevere tolerates him, Lancelot lifts him, and Morgan defends him. How about that? Morgan?
He was fond of his sister, and it pained him that she was so estranged from Merlin. She ruled Inniswydran with a fierce efficiency, almost as if to demonstrate to Merlin that she was a more suitable partner for him than Nimue. But Morgan had long lost the battle to be Merlin's chief priestess. She was valued by Merlin, Arthur said, but she wanted to be loved. And who, Arthur asked me sadly, could ever love a woman so scarred and shriveled and disfigured by fire?
Merlin was never her lover, Arthur told me, though she pretended he was. And he never minded the pretence, for the more folk think him odd, the happier he is. But in truth he can't stand the sight of Morgan without her mask. She's lonely, devil.
So it was no wonder that Arthur was glad for his maimed sister's friendship with Bishop Sansom, though it puzzled me how the fiercest proponent of Christianity in Dumnonia could be such friends with Morgan, who was a pagan priestess of famous power. The Mouse Lord, I thought, was like a spider making a very strange web. His last web had tried to catch Arthur, and it had failed. So who was Sansom busy weaving for now?
We heard no news from Dumnonia after the last of our allies joined us. We were cut off now, surrounded by Saxons, though the last news from home had been reassuring. Cerdic had made no move against Lancelot's troops, nor, it was thought, had he moved east to support Ael. The last allied troops to join us were a war band from Cornwell, led by an old friend who came galloping up the column to find me, then slid off his horse to trip and fall at my feet. It was Tristan, Prince and Edling of Cornwell, who picked himself up, beat the dust off his cloak, then embraced me.
"You can relax, Derval," he said. "The warriors of Cornwell have arrived. All will be well."
I laughed. "You look well, Lord Prince." He did, too.
"I am free of my father," he explained. "He has let me out of the cage. He probably hopes a Saxon will bury an axe in my skull."
He made a grotesque face in imitation of a dying man, and I spat to avert evil. Tristan was a handsome, well-made man, with black hair, a forked beard, and long moustaches. He had a sallow skin and a face that often looked sad, but which today was filled with happiness. He had disobeyed his father by bringing a small band of men to Lug Vale, for which act, we had heard, he had been confined to a remote fortress on Cornwell's northern coast all winter. But King Mark had now relented and released his son for this campaign.
"We're family now," Tristan explained.
"Family?"
"My dear father," he said ironically, "has taken a new bride, Eal of Brasiliand."
Brasiliand was the remaining British kingdom in Armorica, and it was ruled by Budic ap Camran, who was married to Arthur's sister Anna, which meant that Eal was Arthur's niece.
"What's this?" I asked.
"Your 6th stepmother?" "7th, Tristan said. "And she's only 15 summers old. And father must be 50 at least. I'm already 30, he added gloomily.
"And not married?"
"Not yet. But my father marries enough for both of us. Poor Eal. Give her 4 years, Derval, and she'll be dead like the rest. But he's happy enough for now. He's wearing her out like he wears them all out." He put an arm round my shoulders. "And I hear you're married."
"Well, not married, but well harnessed."
"To the legendary Kynwyn?"
He laughed. "Well done, my friend, well done."
"One day I'll find my own Kynwyn."
"May it be soon, Lord Prince."
"It'll have to be. I'm getting old, ancient. I saw a white hair the other day, here, in my beard."
He poked at his chin.
"See it?"
he asked anxiously.
"It?" I mocked him. "You look like a badger."
There might have been 3 or 4 grey strands among the black, but that was all.
Tristan laughed, then glanced at a slave who was running beside the road with a dozen leashed dogs. "Emergency rations?" he asked me. "Merlin's magic, and he won't tell me what they're for." The druid's dogs were a nuisance. They needed food we could not spare, kept us awake at night with their howling, and fought like fiends against the other dogs that accompanied our men. On the day after Tristan joined us, we reached Pontis, where the road crossed the Thames on a wondrous stone bridge made by the Romans. We'd expected to find the bridge broken, but our scouts reported it whole, and, to our astonishment, it was still whole when our spearmen reached it. That was the hottest day of the march. Arthur forbade anyone to cross the bridge until the wagons had closed up on the main body of the army, and so our men sprawled by the river as they waited. The bridge had 11 arches, 2 on either bank, where they lifted the roadway onto the 7-arch span that crossed the river itself. Tree trunks and other floating debris had piled against the upstream side of the bridge, so that the river to the west was wider and deeper than to the east, and the makeshift dam made the water race and foam between the stone pilings. There was a Roman settlement on the far bank, a group of stone buildings surrounded by the remnants of an earth embankment, while at our end of the bridge a great tower guarded the road that passed beneath its crumbling arch, on which a Roman inscription still existed. Arthur translated it for me, telling me that the Emperor Adrian had ordered the bridge to be built. "Imperator," I said, peering up at the stone plaque. "Does that mean emperor?"
"It does."
"And an emperor is above a king?" I asked.
"An emperor is a lord of kings," Arthur said.
The bridge had made him gloomy. He clambered about its landward arches, then walked to the tower and laid a hand on its stones as he peered up at the inscription.
"Suppose you and I wanted to build a bridge like this," he said to me. "How would we do it?"
I shrugged. "Make it from timber, Lord. Good elm pilings, the rest from split oak."
He grimaced. "And would it still be standing when our great-great-grandchildren live?"
"Well, they can build their own bridges," I suggested.
He stroked the tower. "We have no one who can dress stone like this. No one who knows how to sink a stone pier into a riverbed. No one who even remembers how. We're like men with a treasure hoard, Derval, and day by day it shrinks, and we don't know how to stop it or how to make more."
He glanced back and saw the first of Murig's wagons appearing in the distance. Our scouts had probed deep into the woods that grew either side of the road, and they had reported neither sight nor smell of any Saxons. But Arthur was still suspicious.
"If I was them, I'd let our army cross, then attack the wagons," he said.
So instead he had decided to throw an advance guard over the bridge, cross the wagons into what remained of the settlement's decaying earth wall, and only then bring the main part of his army over the river. My men formed the advance guard. The land beyond the river was less thickly wooded, and though some of the remaining trees grew close enough to hide a small army, no one appeared to challenge us. The only sign of the Saxons was a severed horse's head waiting at the bridge's centre. None of my men would pass it until Numui came forward to dispel its evil. She merely spat at the head. Saxon magic, she said, was feeble stuff, and once its evil had been dissipated, Issa and I heaved the thing over the parapet. My men guarded the earth wall as the wagons and their escort crossed. Galahad had come with me, and the two of us poked about the buildings inside the wall. Saxons, for some reason, were loath to use Roman settlements, preferring their own timber and thatched halls, though some folk had been living here till recently, for the hearths contained ashes and some of the floors were swept clean. "It could be our people," Galahad said, "for plenty of Britons lived among the Saxons, many of them as slaves, but some as free people who had accepted the foreign rule." The buildings appeared to have been barracks once, but there were also 2 houses, and what I took to be a huge granary, which, when we pushed open its broken door,
proved to be a beast house where cattle were sheltered overnight to protect them from wolves. The floor was a deep mire of straw and dung that smelt so rank that I would have left the building there and then, but Galahad saw something in the shadows at its far end, and so I followed him across the wet, viscous floor. The building's far end was not a straight gabled wall, but was broken by a curved apse. High on the apse's stained plaster, and barely visible through the dust and dirt of the years, was a painted symbol that looked like a big X, on which was superimposed a P. Galahad stared up at the symbol and made the sign of the cross. "It used to be a church, Derval," he said in wonder. "It stinks," I said. He gazed reverently at the symbol. "There were Christians here." "Not any longer." I shuddered at the overwhelming stench and batted helplessly at the flies that buzzed around my head. Galahad did not care about the smell. He thrust his spear butt into the compacted mass of cow dung and rotting straw, and finally succeeded in uncovering a small patch of the floor. What he found only made him work harder, until he had revealed the upper part of a man, depicted in small mosaic tiles. The man wore robes like a bishop, had a sun halo round his head, and in one uplifted hand was carrying a small beast with a skinny body and a great shaggy head. "St. Mark and his lion," Galahad told me. "I thought lions were huge beasts," I said, disappointed. "Sagramore says they're bigger than horses and fiercer than bears." I peered at the dung-smeared beast. "Well, that's just a kitten." "It's a symbolic lion," he reproved me. He tried to clear more of the floor, but the filth was too old, thick, packed, and glutinous. "One day," he said, "I shall build a great church like this. A huge church. A place where a whole people can gather before their God. And when you're dead," I pulled him back towards the door, "some bastard will winter 10 herds of cattle in it, and be thankful to you." He insisted on staying 1 minute more, and while I held his shield and spear, he spread his arms wide and offered a new prayer in an old place. "It's a sign from God," he said excitedly, as he at last followed me back into the sunshine. "We shall restore Christianity to Logir, Derval. It's a sign of victory." It might have been a sign of victory to Galahad, but that old church was almost the cause of our defeat. The next day, as we advanced east towards London that was now so tantalizingly close, Prince Murig stayed at Pontus. He sent the wagons on with most of their escort, but kept 50 men back to clear the church of its cloying filth. Murig, like Galahad, was much moved by the existence of that ancient church, and decided to rededicate the shrine to its god. And so he had his spearmen lay aside their war gear and clear the building of its dung and straw, so that the priests who accompanied him could say whatever prayers were needed to restore the building's sanctity. And while the rearguard forked dung, the Saxons who had been following us came over the bridge. Murig escaped. He had a horse, but most of the dung sweepers died, and so did 2 of the priests, and then the Saxons stormed up the road and caught the wagons. The remnant of the rearguard put up a fight, but they were outnumbered, and the Saxons outflanked them, overran them, and began slaughtering the plodding oxen, so that one by one the wagons were stopped and fell into the enemy's hands. By now we had heard the commotion. The army stopped as Arthur's horsemen galloped back towards the sound of the killing. None of those horsemen was properly equipped for battle, for it was simply too hot for a man to ride in armour all day. Yet their sudden appearance was enough to stampede the Saxons. But the damage had already been done. 18 of the 40 wagons had been immobilized, and without oxen they would have to be abandoned. Most of the 18 had been plundered, and barrels of our precious flour had been spilt onto the road. We salvaged what flour we could, and wrapped it in cloaks, but the bread it would bake would be poor stuff, and riddled with dust and twigs. Even before the raid we had been cutting down on rations, reckoning we had enough for 2 more weeks, but now, because most of the food had been in the rearward vehicles, we faced the prospect of abandoning the march in just 1 week, and even then there would be barely enough food remaining to see us safe back to Chleva or Cair Ambra.
"There are fish in the river," Murig pointed out.
"Gods, not fish again," Killick grumbled,
recalling the privations of the last days of Innistribes.
"There are not fish enough to feed an army," Arthur answered angrily.
He would have liked to have shouted at Murig, to have stripped his stupidity bare. But Murig was a prince, and Arthur's sense of what was proper would never let him humiliate a prince. If it had been Killick or I who had divided the rearguard and exposed the wagons, Arthur would have lost his temper. But Murig's birth protected him. We were at a council of war, north of the road, which here ran straight across a dull, grassy plain that was studded with clumps of trees and with straggling banks of gorse and hawthorn. All the commanders were present, and dozens of lesser men crowded close to hear our discussions. Murig, of course, denied all responsibility. If he had been given more men, he said, the disaster would never have happened.
"Besides," he said, "and you will forgive me for pointing this out, though I would have thought it an obvious point that should hardly need my explication, no success can attend an army that ignores God."
"So why did God ignore us?" Sagramore asked.
Arthur hushed the Numidian.
"What is done, he said. "What happens next is our business here."
But what happened next was up to Ael, rather than to us. He had won the first victory, though it was possible he did not know the extent of that triumph. We were miles inside his territory, and we faced starvation unless we could trap his army, destroy it, and so break out into land that had not been stripped of supplies. Our scouts brought us deer, and once in a while they came across some cattle or sheep, but such delicacies were rare, and not nearly sufficient to make up for the lost flour and dried meat.
"He has to defend London, surely,"
Keenaglar suggested. Sagramore shook his head.
"London is populated by Britons," he said. "The Saxons don't like it there. He'll let us have London." "There'll be food in London," Keenaglar said. "But how long will it last, Lord King?" Arthur asked. "And if we take it with us, what do we do? Wander forever, hoping Ael will attack?" He stared at the ground, his long face hardened by thought. Ael's tactics were clear enough now. The Saxon would let us march, and his men would always be ahead of us to sweep our path clean of food. And once we were weakened and dispirited, the Saxon horde would swarm around us. "What we must do," Arthur said, "is draw him onto us." Murig blinked rapidly. "How?" he inquired, in a tone suggesting Arthur was being ridiculous. The druids who accompanied us, Merlin, Iorwerth, and 2 others from Powys, were all sitting in a group to one side of the council, and Merlin, who had commandeered a convenient ant-hill as his seat, now commanded attention by raising his staff. "What do you do?" he asked mildly, "when you want something valuable?" "Take it,"
Agravain growled. Agravain commanded Arthur's heavy horsemen, leaving Arthur free to lead the whole army.
"When you want something valuable from the gods," Merlin amended his question, "what do you do then?"
Agravain shrugged, and none of the rest of us could supply an answer. Merlin stood so that his height dominated the council. "If you wish something," he said very simply, as though he was our teacher and we his pupils, "you must give something. You must make an offering, a sacrifice. The thing I wanted above all things in this world was the cauldron. So I offered my life to its search, and I received my wish. But if I had not offered my soul for it, the gift would not have come. We must sacrifice something." Murig's Christianity was offended, and he could not resist taunting the druid. "Your life, perhaps, Lord Merlin. It worked last time." He laughed, and looked to his surviving priest to join the laughter. The laughter died as Merlin pointed his black staff at the prince.
He kept the staff very still, its butt just inches from Murig's face, and he held it there long after the laughter had stopped. And still Merlin held the staff, stretching the silence unbearably. Agricola, feeling he must support his prince, cleared his throat, but a twitch of the black staff stilled whatever protest Agricola might have made. Murig wriggled uncomfortably, but seemed struck dumb. He reddened, blinked, and squirmed. Arthur frowned, but said nothing. Nimue smiled in anticipation of the prince's fate, while the rest of us watched in silence, and some of us shuddered in fear, and still Merlin did not move. Until at last Murig could take the suspense no longer. "I was jesting," he almost shouted in desperation. "I meant no offence." "Did you say something, Lord Prince?" Merlin inquired anxiously, pretending Murig's panicked words had jolted him out of reverie. He lowered the staff. "I must have been daydreaming. Where was I? Oh, yes, a sacrifice. What do we have, Arthur, that is most precious?" Arthur thought for a few seconds. "We have gold," he said. "Silver. My armour." "Baubles," Merlin answered dismissively. There was silence for a while. Then men outside the council offered their answers. Some took torques from about their necks and waved them in the air. Others suggested offering weapons. One man even called out the name of Arthur's sword, Excalibur. The Christians made no suggestions, because this was a pagan procedure, and they would offer nothing but their prayers. But one man of Powys suggested we sacrifice a Christian, and that idea prompted loud cheers. Murig blushed again. "I sometimes think," Merlin said, when no more suggestions were offered, "that I am doomed to live among idiots. Is all the world mad but me? Cannot one poor blinkered fool among you see what is plainly the most precious thing we possess? Not one?" "Food," I said. "Ah!" Merlin cried, delighted. "Well done, you poor blinkered fool. Food, you idiots!" He spat the insult at the council. "Ael's plans are predicated upon the belief that we lack food. So we must demonstrate the opposite. We must waste food like Christians waste prayer. We must scatter it to the empty heavens. We must squander it. We must throw it away. We must," he paused to put stress on the next word, "sacrifice it." He waited for a voice to be raised in opposition, but no one spoke. "Find a place near here," Merlin ordered Arthur, "where you will be content to offer Ael battle. Do not make it too strong, for you don't want him to refuse combat. You're tempting him, remember, and you must make him believe he can defeat you. How long will it take him to ready his forces for battle?" 3 days, Arthur said. He suspected that Ael's men were widely scattered in their loose ring that escorted us, and it would take the Saxon at least 2 days to shrink that ring into a compact army, and another full day to shove it into battle order. "I shall need 2 days," Merlin said. "So bake enough hard bread to keep us barely alive for 5 days, he ordered. "Not a generous ration, Arthur, for our sacrifice has to be real. Then find your battleground and wait. Leave the rest to me. But I want Derval and a dozen of his men to do some labouring work. And do we have any men here?" He raised his voice so that all the men crowding about the council could hear, "who have skills in carving wood?" He chose 6 men. 2 were from Powys. One bore the hawk of Cornwell on his shield, and the others were from Dumnonia. They were given axes and knives, but nothing to carve until Arthur had discovered his battleground. He found it on a wide heath that rose to a gentle summit, crowned by a scattered grove of yew and whitebeam. The slope was nowhere steep, but we would still have the high ground, and there Arthur planted his banners, and round the banners there grew an encampment of thatched shelters made from branches cut from the grove. Our spearmen would make a ring about the banners, and there, we hoped, face Ael. The bread that would keep us alive as we waited for the Saxons was baked in turf ovens. Merlin chose his spot to the north of the heath. There was a meadow there, a place of stunted alders and rank grass, edging a stream that curled south towards the distant Thames. My men were ordered to fell 3 oaks, then strip the trunks of their branches and bark, and afterwards dig 3 pits, into which the oaks could be set up as columns. Though first he ordered his 6 carvers to make the oak trunks into 3 ghoulish idols. Iorwerth helped Nimue and Merlin, and the 3 loved that work, for it allowed them to devise the most ghastly, fearsome things that bore small resemblance to any god I had ever known. But Merlin did not care. The idols, he said, were not for us, but for the Saxons. And so he and his woodcarvers made 3 things of horror, with animal faces, female breasts, and male genitalia. And when the columns were finished, my men stopped their other work, and hoisted the 3 figures into their pits, while Merlin and the woodcarvers tamped their bases with earth, so that at last the columns stood upright. "The Father," Merlin capered in front of the idols, "the Son, and the Holy Ghost," he laughed. My men, meanwhile, had been making a great stack of wood in front of the pits, and onto that wood we now piled what remained of our food. We killed the remaining oxen, and heaved their heavy corpses onto the pile, so that their fresh blood trickled down through the layers of timber, and onto the oxen we heaped everything they had hauled: dried meat, dried fish, cheese, apples, grain, and beans. And on top of those precious supplies we put the carcasses of 2 newly caught deer and a freshly slaughtered ram. The ram's head, with its twin horns, was cut off and nailed to the central pillar. The Saxons watched us work. They were on the stream's far bank, and once or twice, on the first day, their spears had hurtled over the water. But after those first futile efforts to interfere with us, they had been content to just watch and see exactly what strange things we did. I sensed that their numbers grew. On the first day we had glimpsed only a dozen men among the far trees, but by the second evening there were at least a score of fires smoking behind the leaf screen. "Now," Merlin said that evening, "we give them something to watch." We carried fire in cooking pots down from the heath's low summit to the great pile of wood, and thrust it deep into the tangle of branches. The wood was green, but we had stacked heaps of dry grass and broken twigs into the centre, and by nightfall the fire was raging fiercely. The flames lit our crude idols with a lurid glare. The smoke boiled in a great plume that drifted towards London, and the smell of roasting meat wafted tantalizingly towards our hungry encampment. The fire crackled and collapsed, exploding streams of sparks into the air, and in its fierce heat the dead beasts twitched and twisted as the flame shrank their sinews and exploded their skulls. Melting fat hissed in the blaze, then flared up white and bright to cast black shadows on the 3 hideous idols. All night that fire seethed, burning our last hopes of leaving Llogir without victory. And in the dawn we watched as the Saxons crept out to investigate its smoking remnants. Then we waited. We were not entirely passive. Our horsemen rode east to scout the London road, and came back to report bands of marching Saxons. Others of us cut timber and used it to begin constructing a hall beside the shrinking grove on the heath's summit. We had no need of such a hall, but Arthur wanted to give the impression that we were establishing a base deep in Llogir, from which we would harass Eäl's lands. That belief, if it convinced Eäl, would surely provoke him to battle. We made the beginnings of an earthen rampart, but lacking the proper tools, we made a poor showing of the wall, though it must have helped the deception. We were busy enough, but that did not stop a rancorous division showing in the army. Some, like Murig, believed we'd adopted the wrong strategy from the start. It would have been better, Murig now said, if we had sent 3 or more smaller armies to take the Saxon fortresses on the frontier. We should have harassed and provoked, but instead we were growing ever hungrier in a self-made trap
deep in Chogir.
Maybe he's right,
Arthur confessed to me on the third morning. No, Lord, I insisted. And to prove my point, I gestured north, towards the wide smear of smoke that betrayed where a growing horde of Saxons was gathering beyond the stream. Arthur shook his head.
Eyell's army is there, right enough, he said. But that doesn't mean he'll attack. They'll watch us. But if he has any sense, he'll let us rot here.
We could attack him, I suggested.
He shook his head. Leading an army through trees and across a stream is a recipe for disaster. That's our last resort, Derval. Just pray he comes today.
But he did not come, and that was the end of the 5th day since the Saxons had destroyed our supplies. Tomorrow we would eat crumbs, and in 2 days more we would be ravenous. In 3, we would gaze defeat in its horrid eyes. Arthur displayed no concern, whatever doom the grumblers in the army suggested. And that evening, as the sun drifted down over distant Dumnonia, Arthur beckoned for me to climb and join him on the growing wall of our crudely constructed hall. I clambered up the logs and pulled myself onto the top of the wall.
"Look,"
he said, pointing east. And far off on the horizon I could see another smear of grey smoke, and beneath the smoke, its buildings lit by the slanting sun, was a great town, bigger than any I had ever seen before, bigger than Glevum or Corinium, bigger even than Aquasulis.
"London,"
Arthur said in a tone of wonder.
"Did you ever think to see it?"
"Yes, Lord." He smiled.
"My confident Derval Cadern."
He was perched on the wall's top, holding onto an untrimmed pillar and staring fixedly at the city. Behind us, in the rectangle of the hall's timbers, the army's horses were stabled. Those poor horses were already hungry, for there was little grass on the dry heathland, and we had brought no forage for them.
"It's odd, isn't it?"
Arthur said, still gazing at London.
"That by now Lancelot and Cerdic could have done battle, and we'll know nothing about it."
"Pray Lancelot won," I said.
"I do, Derval. I do."
He kicked his heels against the half-built wall.
"And what a chance Eyell has," he said suddenly. "He could cut down the best warriors of Britain here. By year's end, Derval, his men could hold our halls. They could stroll to the Severn Sea. All gone. All Britain. Gone."
He seemed to find the thought amusing. Then he twisted about and looked down at the horses.
"We could always eat them," he said. "Their meat will keep us alive for a week or two."
"Lord!" I protested at his pessimism.
"Don't worry, Derval," he laughed. "I've sent our old friend Eyell a message."
"You have?"
"Sagramore's woman. Mala, her name is. What odd names these Saxons have. You know her."
"I've seen her, Lord." Mala was a tall girl with long, muscular legs and shoulders broad as a barrel. Sagramore had taken her captive in one of his raids late in the previous year, and she had evidently accepted her fate with a passivity that was reflected in her flat, almost vacant face that was surrounded by a mass of gold-coloured hair. Other than that hair, there was no one feature of Mala's that was particularly attractive, but somehow she was still oddly alluring. A great, strong, slow, robust creature, with a calm grace and a demeanour as taciturn as her Numidian lover.
"She's pretending to have escaped us," Arthur explained. "And even now she should be telling Eyell that we plan to stay here through the coming winter. She says Lancelot's coming to join us with another 300 spears, and that we need him here because a lot of our men are weak with sickness, despite our pits being filled with good food." He smiled. "She's spinning endless nonsense to him. Or I hope she is."
"Or maybe she's telling him the truth," I suggested gloomily.
"Maybe."
He sounded unworried. He watched a line of men bringing skins of water from a spring that bubbled at the foot of the southern slope.
"But Sagramore trusts her," he added. "And I long ago learned to trust Sagramore."
I made the sign against evil. I wouldn't let my woman go to an enemy camp.
She volunteered,
Arthur said.
She says the Saxons won't harm her. It seems her father is one of their chiefs.
And pray she loves him less than she loves Sagramore. Arthur shrugged. The risk was taken now, and discussing it would not lessen its dangers. He changed the subject.
I want you in Dumnonia when all this is done.
Willingly, Lord, if you promise me Kynwyn will be safe, I answered. And when he tried to dismiss my fears with a wave of his hand, I persevered. I hear tales of a dog being killed, and its bloody pelt draped on a bitch. Arthur twisted about, swung his legs over the wall, and dropped down into the makeshift stables. He shoved a horse aside and beckoned for me to join him, where no man could see us or hear us. He was angry.
"Tell me again what you hear,"
he commanded me. "That a dog was killed," I said when I had jumped down, "and its bloody pelt was draped on a crippled bitch."
"And who did that?"
he demanded. "A friend of Lancelot's," I answered, unwilling to name his wife. He struck a hand against the crude timber wall, startling the closest horses.
"My wife," he said, "is a friend to King Lancelot."
I said nothing.
"As am I,"
he challenged me, and still I said nothing.
"He's a proud man, Derval, and he lost his father's kingdom because I failed in my oath. I owe him."
He said the last three words coldly. I matched his coldness with my own. "I hear," I said, "that the crippled bitch was given the name Kynwyn."
"Enough!"
He slapped the wall again.
"Stories! Just stories! And no one denies there's resentment for what you and Kynwyn did, Derval. I'm not a fool, but I will not hear this nonsense from you. Guinevere attracts these rumours. People resent her. Any woman who is beautiful, who is clever, and who has hard opinions and isn't afraid to speak them attracts resentment. But are you saying she would work some filthy spell against Kynwyn? That she'd slaughter a dog and skin it? Do you believe that?"
"I would like not to," I said.
"Guinevere is my wife."
He had lowered his voice, but the tone was still bitter.
"I don't have other wives. I don't take slaves to my bed. I am hers, and she is mine, Derval, and I will not hear anything said against her. Nothing!"
He shouted that last word, and I wondered if he was remembering the filthy insults hurled by Gorfithid at Lugvale. Gorfithid had claimed to have bedded Guinevere, and claimed further that a whole legion of other men had bedded her as well. I remembered Valerin's lover's ring, cut by the cross and decorated with Guinevere's symbol, but I thrust the memories aside. "Lord," I said quietly, "I never mentioned your wife's name." He stared at me, and for a second I thought he was going to strike me. Then he shook his head.
"She can be difficult, Derval. There are times when I wish she was not so ready to show scorn. But I cannot imagine living without her advice."
He paused and gave me a rueful smile.
"I cannot imagine living without her. She has killed no dogs, Derval. She has killed no dogs. Trust me, that goddess of hers, Isis, doesn't demand sacrifices, at least not of living things. Of gold, yes."
He grinned, his good mood suddenly restored.
"Isis swallows gold."
"I believe you, Lord," I said, "but that doesn't make Kynwyn safe. Dinas and Lavain have threatened her." He shook his head.
"You hurt Lancelot, Derval. I don't blame you, for I know what drove you. But can you blame him for resenting you? And Dinas and Lavain serve Lancelot, and it's only right that men should share their master's grudges."
He paused.
"When this war is done, Derval," he went on, "we shall make a reconciliation. All of us. When I make my band of warriors into brothers, we shall make peace between us all. You, Lancelot and everyone. And until that happens, Derval, I swear Kynwyn's protection. On my life, if you insist. You can impose the oath, Derval. You can demand whatever price you want, my life, my son's life even, because I need you. Dumnonia needs you. Kilhuch is a good man, but he can't manage Mordred. Can I asked. Mordred is willful. Arthur ignored my question. But what do we expect? He's Uther's grandson. He has the blood of kings, and we don't want him to be a milksop, but he does need discipline. He needs guidance. Kilhuch thinks it's enough to hit him, but that just makes him more stubborn. I want you and Kynwyn to raise him. I shuddered. You make coming home ever more attractive, Lord. He scowled at my levity. Never forget, Derval, that our oath is to give Mordred his throne. That is why I came back to Britain. That is my first duty in Britain, and all who are sworn to me are sworn to that oath. No one said it would be easy, but it will be done. 9 years from now we shall acclaim Mordred on Caer Cadern. On that day, Derval, we are all released from the oath, and I pray to every god who will listen to me, that on that day I will be able to hang up Excalibur and never fight again. But till that good day comes, whatever the difficulties, we shall cleave to our oath. Do you understand that? Yes, Lord, I said humbly. Good. Arthur pushed a horse aside. Ael will come tomorrow, he said confidently as he walked away. So sleep well. The sun sank over Dumnonia, drowning it in red fire. To the north, our enemy chanted war songs, and about our campfires we sang of home. Our sentinels gazed into the darkness. The horses whinnied, Merlin's dogs howled, and some of us slept. At dawn we saw that Merlin's 3 pillars had been thrown down during the night. A Saxon wizard, his hair dunged into spikes and his naked body barely hidden by the tattered scraps of wolfskin hanging from a band at his neck, whirled in a dance where the pillars had stood. The sight of that wizard convinced Arthur that Ael was planning his assault. We deliberately made no show of readiness. Our sentinels stood guard. Other spearmen just lazed on the forward slope as if they expected another uneventful day. But behind them, in the shadows of the shelters and under the remains of the white beam and yew, and inside the walls of the half-built hall, the mass of our men made ready. We tightened shield straps, honed swords and blades that were already ground to a wicked edge. Then we hammered spearheads tight onto their staffs. We touched our amulets. We embraced each other. We ate what little bread we had left, and prayed to whatever gods we believed would help us this day. Merlin, Iorwerth, and Numui wandered among the shelters, touching blades and distributing sprigs of dried vervain to offer us protection. I donned my battle gear. I had heavy knee-length boots with strips of iron sewn to protect my calves from the spear stroke that comes under the shield's edge. I wore the woolen shirt, made from Kynwyn's crudely spun wool, and over it a leather coat, on which I had pinned Kynwyn's little golden brooch that had been my protective talisman all these long years. Over the leather I hauled a coat of chainmail, a luxury I had taken from a dead Powisian chief at Lugvale. It was an ancient coat of Roman make, and had been forged with a skill that no man now possesses, and I often wondered what other spearmen had worn that knee-length coat of linked iron rings. The Powisian warrior had died in it, cut down through the skull by Howlbane, but I suspected at least one other of the coat's wearers had been killed wearing the mail, for its rings had a deep rent over the left breast. The shattered mail had been crudely repaired with links of iron chain. I wore warrior rings on my left hand, for in battle they served to protect the fingers, but I put none on my right, for the iron rings made gripping a sword or spear more difficult. I strapped leather greaves on my forearms. My helmet was of iron, a simple bowl shape lined with cloth-padded leather, but at the back of it there was a thick flap of hog leather to protect my neck,
and earlier in the spring I had paid a smith at Kersus to rivet 2 cheek pieces onto its flanks. The helmet was surmounted by an iron knob, from which hung a wolf tail, taken in the deep woods of Benwick. I belted Howbane at my waist, pushed my left hand through the leather loops of my shield, and hefted my war spear. The spear was taller than a man, its shaft thick as Kynwyn's wrist, and at its head was a long, heavy, leaf-shaped blade. The blade was razor-sharp, and the steel's butt ends were rounded smooth, so that the blade could not be trapped in an enemy's belly or armour. I wore no cloak, for the day was too hot. Cavan, dressed in his armour, came to me and knelt. "If I fight well, Lord," he asked, "can I paint a 5th point on my shield?" "I expect men to fight well," I said. "So why should I reward them for doing what is expected of them?" "Then if I bring you a trophy, Lord," he suggested, "a chieftain's axe, gold." "Bring me a Saxon chief, Cavan," I said, "and you can paint 100 points on your star." "5 will suffice, Lord," he said. The morning passed slowly. Those of us in metal armour sweated heavily in the heat. From beyond the northern stream, where the Saxons were shrouded by trees, it must have looked as if our encampment was asleep, or else peopled by sick, unmoving men. But that illusion did not serve to bring the Saxons through the trees. The sun climbed higher. Our scouts, the lightly armed horsemen who rode with only a sheaf of throwing spears as weapons, trotted out of the camp. They would have no place in a battle between shield walls, and so they took their nervous horses south towards the Thames. They could come back quickly enough, though if disaster struck, they were under orders to ride westwards and to take a warning of our defeat to distant Dumnonia. Arthur's own horsemen donned their heavy armour of leather and iron, and then, with straps that they draped about their horses' withers, they hung the clumsy leather shields that protected their horses' breasts. Arthur, hidden with his horsemen inside the half-built hall, was wearing his famous scale armour, that was a Roman suit made of thousands of small iron plates sewn onto a leather jerkin, so that the scales overlapped like fish scales. There were silver plates among the iron, so that the suit seemed to shimmer as he moved. He wore a white cloak, and Excalibur, in its magical cross-hatched scabbard that protected its wearer from harm, hung at his left hip, while his servant, Higwith, held his long spear, his silver-grey helmet with its plume of goose feathers, and his round shield with its mirror-like coating of silver. In peace, Arthur liked to dress modestly, but in war he was flamboyant. He liked to think his reputation was made by honest government, but the dazzling armour and polished shield betrayed that he knew the real source of his fame. Killock had once ridden with Arthur's heavy horsemen, but now, like me, he led a band of spearmen, and at midday he sought me out and dropped beside me in the small shade of my turf shelter. He wore an iron breastplate, a leather jerkin, and had greaves of Roman bronze on his bare calves. "Bastard isn't coming," he grumbled. "Tomorrow, maybe," I suggested. He sniffed disgustedly, then offered me an earnest look. "I know what you're going to say, Derval, but I'll ask you just the same. Though before you answer, I want you to consider something. Who was it who fought beside you in Benwick? Who stood shield to shield with you at Innistribes? Who shared his ale with you, and even let you seduce that fisher girl? Who held your hand at Lugvale? It was I. Remember that when you answer me. So what food have you got hidden?" I smiled. "None." "You're a big Saxon bag of useless guts," he said. "That's what you are." He looked at Galahad, who was resting with my men. "Have you got food, Lord Prince?" he asked. "I gave my last crust to Tristan," Galahad answered. "A Christian act, I suppose?" Killock asked scornfully. "I should like to think so," Galahad said. "No wonder I'm a pagan," Killock said. "I need food. Can't kill Saxons on an empty belly." He scowled about my men, but no one offered him anything.
for they had nothing to offer. "So you're going to take that bastard Mordred off my hands?" he asked me when he had abandoned hope of a morsel. "And that's what Arthur wants." "That's what I want," he said vigorously. "If I had food here, Derval, I'd give you every last bite in return for that favour. You're welcome to the snivelling little bastard. Let him make your life a misery instead of mine. But I warn you, you'll wear your belt out on his rotten skin." "It might not be wise," I said cautiously, "to whip my future king." "It might not be wise, but it's pleasurable. Ugly little toad." He twisted to look past the shelter. "What's the matter with these Saxons? Don't they want a battle?" His answer came almost immediately. Suddenly, a horn sounded its deep, mournful call. Then we heard the thump of one of the big drums that the Saxons carried to war, and we all stirred in time to see Eäl's army come from the trees beyond the stream. One moment it was an empty landscape of leaves and spring sunshine, and then the enemy was there. There were hundreds of them. Hundreds of fur-clad, iron-bound men with axes, dogs, spears, and shields. Their banners were bull skulls, lofted on poles and hung with rags, while their vanguard was a troop of wizards with dung-spiked hair, who pranced ahead of the shield wall and hurled their curses at us. Merlin and the other druids went down the slope to meet the wizards. They did not walk, but like all druids before battle, they hopped on one leg, and kept their balance with their staffs, while holding their free hands in the air. They stopped 100 paces from the nearest wizards, and returned their curses, while the army's Christian priests stood at the top of the slope, and spread their hands and gazed into the sky as they called for their god's aid. The rest of us were scrambling into line. Agricola was on the left with his Roman uniformed troops. The rest of us made up the centre, and Arthur's horsemen, who for the moment remained hidden in the crude hall, would eventually form our right wing. Arthur pulled on his helmet, struggled onto Llanray's back, draped his white cloak over the horse's rump, then took his heavy spear and shining shield from Higwyth. Sagramor, Keenaglas, and Agricola led the footmen. For the moment, and only until Arthur's horsemen appeared, my men had the right-hand end of the line, and I saw we were likely to be outflanked, as the Saxon line was much wider than ours. They outnumbered us. The bards will tell you there were thousands of the vermin at that battle, but I suspect Eäl had no more than 600 men. The Saxon king, of course, possessed far more spearmen than those we saw in front of us, though he, like us, had been forced to leave strong garrisons in his border fortresses. But even 600 spearmen was a large army, and there were just as many followers behind the shield wall, mostly women and children who would take no part in the battle, but who doubtless hoped to pick our corpses clean when the fighting was done. Our druids laboriously hopped back up the slope. Sweat poured down Merlin's face into the strapped plaits of his long beard. "No magic," he told us. "Their wizards don't know real magic. You're safe." He pushed between our shields, going to seek Nimue. The Saxons marched slowly towards us. Their wizards spat and screamed. Men shouted at their followers to keep the line straight, while others shouted insults at us. Our war horns had begun to blare their challenge, and our men now began to sing. At our end of the shield wall, we were singing the great battle song of Beli Mar, that is a triumphant howl of slaughter that puts fire into a man's belly. 2 of my men were dancing in front of the shield wall, stepping and leaping over their swords and spears that were laid crosswise on the ground. I called them back into the wall, because I thought the Saxons would keep marching straight up the shallow hill and thus precipitate a quick, bloody clash. But instead, they stopped 100 paces away from us, and realigned their shields to make the continuous wall of leather-strengthened timber. They fell silent as their wizards pissed towards us. Their huge dogs barked and jerked at their leashes. The war drums pounded on, and every now and then a horn would make its sad wail. But otherwise, the Saxons remained silent, except to beat their spear butts against their shields in time to the drum's heavy beat. "First Saxons I've seen,"
Tristan had come to my side, and was staring at the Saxon army with its thick fur armour, double-bladed axes, dogs, and spears. "Oh, they die easily enough," I told him. "I don't like the axes," he confessed, touching the iron-sheathed rim of his shield for luck. "Oh, they're clumsy things," I tried to reassure him. "One swing and they're useless. Catch it plumb on your shield and thrust low with your sword. It always works. Or almost always." The Saxon drum suddenly ceased. The enemy line parted in its centre, and A.L. himself appeared. He stood and stared at us for a few seconds, spat, then ostentatiously threw down his spear and shield to show that he wanted to talk. He strode towards us, a huge, tall, dark-haired man in a thick black bearskin robe. 2 wizards accompanied him, and a thin, balding man, whom I presumed was his interpreter. Keenaglas, Murig, Agricola, Merlin, and Sagramore went to meet him. Arthur had decided to stay with his horsemen, and because Keenaglas was the only king on our side of the field, it was right that Keenaglas should speak for us. But he invited the others to accompany him, and beckoned me forward as his interpreter. It was thus that I met A.L. for the second time. He was a tall, broad-chested man, with a flat, hard face and dark eyes. His beard was full and black, his cheeks were scarred, his nose broken, and there were 2 fingers missing from his right hand. He was dressed in a suit of mail and boots of leather, and he wore an iron helmet, on which 2 bull's horns had been mounted. There was British gold at his throat and on his wrists. The bearskin robe that covered his armour must have been swelteringly uncomfortable on that hot day, but such a rich pelt could stop a sword blow as well as any iron armour. He glared at me. "I remember you, Worm," he said. "A Saxon turncoat." I bowed my head briefly. "Greetings, Lord King." He spat. "You think, because you are polite, that your death will be easy?" "My death has nothing to do with you, Lord King," I said, "but I expect to tell my grandchildren of yours." He laughed, then cast a mocking glance at the 5 leaders. "5 of you, and only 1 of me. And where's Arthur, voiding his bowels in terror?" I named our leaders to A.L. Then Keenaglas took up the dialogue that I translated for him. He began, as was customary, by demanding A.L.'s immediate surrender. We would be merciful, Keenaglas said. We would demand A.L.'s life, and all his treasury, and all his weapons, and all his women, and all his slaves, but his spearmen could go free, minus their right hands. A.L., as was customary, sneered at the demand, revealing a mouth of rotting, discoloured teeth. "Does Arthur think," he demanded, "that because he stays hidden, we do not know he is here with his horses? Tell him, Worm, that I shall pillow my head on his corpse this night. Tell him his wife will be my whore, and that when I've exhausted her, she shall be the pleasure of my slaves. And tell that moustached fool," he gestured towards Keenaglas, "that by nightfall this place will be known as the Grave of Britons. Tell him," he went on, "that I shall snip off his whiskers and make them a plaything for my daughter's cats. Tell him I shall carve a drinking cup from his skull and feed his belly to my dogs. And tell that demon," he jerked his beard at Sagramore, "that today his black soul will go to the terrors of Thor, and that it will squirm in the circle of serpents forever. And as for him," he looked at Agricola, "I have long wanted his death, and the memory of it will amuse me in the long nights to come. And tell that limpid thing," he spat towards Murig, "that I shall slice off his balls and make him into my cupbearer. Tell them all that, Worm." "He says no," I told Keenaglas. "Surely he said more than that," Murig, who was only present because of his rank, insisted pedantically. "You don't want to know," Sagramore said tiredly. "All knowledge is relevant," Murig protested. "What are they saying, Worm?" Eyal demanded of me, ignoring his own interpreter. "They are arguing which of them should have the pleasure of killing you, Lord King," I said. Eyal spat. "Tell Merlin," the Saxon king glanced at the druid, "that I offered him no insult." "He knows that already, Lord King," I said, "for he speaks your language." The Saxons feared Merlin, and even now did not want to antagonize him. The two Saxon wizards were hissing curses at him, but that was their job, and Merlin took no offense. Nor did he appear to take any interest in the conference, but just stared loftily into the distance, though he did bestow a smile on Eyal after the king's compliment. Eyal stared at me for a few heartbeats. Finally he asked me, "What is your tribe?" "Dumnonia, Lord King." "Before that fool, your birth?" "Your people, Lord," I said. "Eyal's folk." "Your father?" he demanded. "I never knew him, Lord. My mother was captured by Uther when I was in her belly." "And her name?" I had to think for a second or two. "Ursi, Lord King." I remembered her name at last. Eyal smiled at the name. "A good Saxon name. Ursi, the goddess of the earth and mother of us all. How is your Ursi?" "I have not seen her, Lord, since I was a child, but I am told she lives." He stared broodingly at me. Murig was squeaking impatiently as he demanded to know what was being said, but he quietened when everyone else ignored him. "It is not good," Eyal said at last, "for a man to ignore his mother. What is your name?" "Derval, Lord King." He spat on my mailcoat. "Then shame on you, Derval, for ignoring your mother. Would you fight for us today? For your mother's folk?" I smiled. "No, Lord King, but you do me honor." "May your death be easy, Derval. But tell this filth," he jerked his head at the four-armed leaders, "that I come to eat their hearts." He spat a last time, turned and strode back towards his men. "So what did he say?" Murig demanded. "He spoke to me, Lord Prince," I said, "of my mother. And he reminded me of my sins." God help me, but on that day I liked Eyal. We won the battle. Igraine will want me to say more. She wants great heroics, and they were there. But there were also cowards present, and other men who fouled their breeches in their terror, yet still kept to the shield wall. There were men who killed no one, but just defended desperately, and there were men who gave the poets new challenges to find words to express their deeds. It was, in short, a battle. Friends died. Cavan was one. Friends were wounded. Kiluk was such. And other friends lived untouched, like Galahad, Tristan, and Arthur. I took an axe blow to my left shoulder, and though my mailcoat took most of the blade's force, the wound still took weeks to heal. And to this day, there is a ragged red scar that aches in cold weather. What was important was not the battle, but what happened after. But first, because my dear Queen Igraine will insist on my writing of the heroics of her husband's grandfather, King Keenaglas, I shall tell the tale briefly. The Saxons attacked us. It took Eyal over an hour to persuade his men to assault our shield wall, and for all that time the dung-spiked wizards screamed at us. The drums beat, and skins of ale were passed around the Saxon ranks. Many of our men were drinking mead, for though we might have exhausted our food, no British army ever seemed to run out of mead. At least half the men in that battle were fuddled by drink. But so men were at every battle, for little else serves to give warriors the nerve to attempt that most terrifying of manoeuvres, the straightforward assault on a waiting shield wall. I stayed sober, because I always did, but the temptation to drink was strong. Some Saxons tried to provoke us into an ill-timed charge by coming close to our line and flaunting themselves without shields or helmets, but all they received for their trouble were some ill-aimed spears.
A few spears were hurled back at us, but most thudded harmlessly into our shields. 2 naked men, turned blood-mad by drink or magic, attacked us, and Killock cut down the first and Tristan the second. We cheered both victories. The Saxons, their tongues loosened by ale, shouted insults back. Ael's attack, when it came, went horribly wrong. The Saxons were relying on their war dogs to break our line, but Merlin and Nimue were ready with their own dogs. Only ours were not dogs, but bitches, and enough of them were on heat to drive the Saxon beasts wild. Instead of attacking us, the big war dogs headed straight for the bitches, and there was a flurry of growls, fights, barks, and howls, and suddenly there were fornicating dogs everywhere, with other dogs fighting to dislodge the luckier ones. But not one dog bit a Briton, and the Saxons, who had been ready to launch their killing charge, were thrown off balance by the failure of their dogs. They hesitated, and Ael, fearing we would charge, roared them forward, and so they came at us, but they came raggedly instead of in a disciplined line. Coupling dogs howled as they were trampled underfoot. Then the shields clashed with that terrible dull sound that echoes down the long years. It is the sound of battle, the sound of war horns, men shouting, and then the splintering dull crash of shield on shield. And after the crash, the screams began, as spear blades found the gaps between the shields, and axes came hurtling down. But it was the Saxons who suffered most that day. The dogs between the shield walls had broken their careful alignment, and wherever that had happened to their advancing shield wall, our spearmen found gaps and pushed into them, while the ranks behind funneled into the gaps to make shield-armoured wedges that drove ever deeper into the Saxon mass. Keenaglass led one of those wedges, and very nearly reached Ael himself. I did not see Keenaglass in the fight, though the bards sang of his part afterwards, and he modestly assured me they did not exaggerate much. I was wounded early. My shield deflected the axe blow and took most of its force, but the blade still struck my shoulder and numbed my left arm, though the wound did not stop my spear from slicing the throat of the axeman. Then, when the press of men was too great for the spear to be of more use, I drew Howlbane and stabbed and hacked her blade into the grunting, swaying, shoving mass of men. It became a pushing match, but so do all battles until one side breaks. Just a sweaty, hot, filthy pushing match. This one was made more difficult because the Saxon line, that was everywhere about 5 men deep, outflanked our shield wall. To guard against envelopment, we had bent our line back at its ends to present 2 smaller shield walls to the attackers, and for a time those 2 Saxon flanks hesitated, perhaps hoping that the men in the centre would break through us first. Then a Saxon chieftain came to my end of the line and shamed his men into an assault. He ran forward on his own, swept aside 2 spears with his shield, and hurled himself at the centre of our flank short line. Cavan died there, pierced by a lunge of the Saxon chief's sword, and the sight of that brave man single-handedly opening up our flank wall brought his men roaring forward in a wild, elated rush. It was then that Arthur charged out of the unfinished hall. I did not see the charge, but I heard it. The bards say his horse's hooves shook the world, and indeed the ground did seem to quiver, though perhaps that was only the noise of those great beasts that were shod with flat-iron plates strapped tight to their hooves. The big horses hit the exposed end of the Saxon line, and the battle really ended with that terrible impact. Ael had supposed that his men would break us with dogs, and that his rearward ranks would hold off our horsemen with their shields and spears, for he knew well enough that no horse would ever charge home into a well-defended spear wall, and I did not doubt that he had heard how Gorfethid's spearmen had thus kept Arthur at bay in Lug Vale. But the exposed Saxon flank had become disordered as it charged, and Arthur timed his intervention perfectly. He did not wait for his horsemen to form up.
He just spurred out of the shadows, shouted at his men to follow, and drove Cramray hard into the open end of the Saxon ranks. I was spitting at a bearded, toothless Saxon who was cursing over the rim of our two shields when Arthur struck. His white cloak streamed behind, his white plume soared above, and his bright shield threw down the Saxon chief's banner that was a blood-painted bull's skull as his spear lanced forward. He abandoned the spear in a Saxon's belly, and ripped Excalibur free, carving it right and left as he drove deep into the enemy's ranks. Agravain came next, his horse scattering terrified Saxons. Then Lanval and the others crashed into the breaking enemy line with swords and spears. Eyell's men broke like eggs under a hammer. They just ran. I doubt that battle took more than 10 minutes from the dogs beginning it to the horses ending it, though it took an hour or more for our horsemen to exhaust their slaughter. Our light horsemen raced screaming across the heath as they carried their spears towards the fleeing enemy, and Arthur's heavier horses drove among the scattered men, killing and killing, while the spearmen ran after, eager for every scrap of plunder. The Saxons ran like deer. They threw away cloaks, armour, and weapons in their eagerness to escape. Eyell tried to check them for a moment, then saw the task was hopeless, and so cast off his bearskin cloak and ran with his men. He escaped into the trees just a bare moment before our light horsemen plunged after him. I stayed among the wounded and the dead. Injured dogs howled in pain. Killock was staggering with a bleeding thigh, but he would live, and so I ignored him and crouched by Cavan. I had never seen him weep before, but his pain was terrible, for the Saxon chief's sword had gone right through his belly. I held his hand, wiped his tears, and told him that he had killed his enemy with his counter-thrust. Whether that was true I did not know nor care. I only wanted Cavan to believe it, and so I promised him he would cross the Bridge of Swords with a 5th point on his shield. "You will be the first of us to reach the other world," I told him. "So you will make a place for us." "I will, Lord." "And we shall come to you." He gritted his teeth and arched his back, trying to suppress a scream, and I put my right hand round his neck and held my cheek against his. I was weeping. "Tell them in the other world," I said in his ear, "that Derval Cadern salutes you as a brave man." "The cauldron?" he said. "I should have—" "No," I interrupted him. "No." And then, with a mewing sound, he died. I sat beside his body, rocking back and forth because of the pain in my shoulder and the grief in my soul. Tears ran down my cheeks. Issa stood beside me, not knowing what to say, so saying nothing. "He always wanted to go home to die," I said. "To Ireland." And after this battle, I thought, he could have done that with so much honour and wealth. "Lord," Issa said to me. I thought he was trying to comfort me, but I did not want comfort. The death of a brave man deserves tears, and so I ignored Issa and held Cavan's corpse instead, while his soul began its last journey to the Bridge of Swords that lies beyond Cruachan's cave. "Lord," Issa said again, and something in his voice made me look up. I saw he was pointing east towards London, but when I turned in that direction, I could see nothing because the tears were blurring my view. I cuffed them angrily away. And then I saw that another army had come to the field. Another fur-swathed army beneath banners of skulls and bullhorns. Another army with dogs and axes. Another Saxon horde. For Cerdic had come. I realized later that all the ruses we had devised to make Eyell attack us, and all that good food we had burned to entice his assault, had been so much wasted effort. For the Bretwalder must have known that Cerdic was coming, and that he was not coming to attack us, but to attack his fellow Saxon. Cerdic indeed was proposing to join us, and Eyell had decided that his best chance of surviving the combined armies was to beat Arthur first
and deal with Cerdic afterwards. Eyel lost that gamble. Arthur's horsemen broke him, and Cerdic arrived too late to join the fight, though surely, for a few moments at least, the treacherous Cerdic must have been tempted to attack Arthur. One swift attack would have broken us, and a week's campaigning would certainly have finished off Eyel's shattered army, and Cerdic would then have been the ruler of all southern Britain. Cerdic must have been tempted, but he hesitated. He had fewer than 300 men, plenty enough to have overwhelmed what Britons remained on the heath's low summit. But Arthur's silver horn sounded again and again, and the horn call summoned enough of the heavily armoured cavalry from the trees to make a brave show on Cerdic's northern flank. Cerdic had never faced those big horses in battle, and the sight of them gave him pause long enough for Sagramore, Agricola, and Keenaglass to assemble a shield wall on the heath's summit. It was a perilously small wall, for most of our men were still too busy pursuing Eyel's warriors or sacking his encampment in search of food. Those of us on the low hilltop readied ourselves for battle, and it promised to be a grim business, because our hurriedly assembled shield wall was much smaller than Cerdic's line. At that time, of course, we still did not know it was Cerdic's army. At first we assumed these new Saxons were Eyel's own reinforcements come late to the battle, and the banner they were displaying, a wolf skull painted red and hung with the tanned skin of a dead man, meant nothing to us. Cerdic's usual banner was a pair of horsetails attached to a thigh bone, mounted crosswise on a pole. But his wizards had devised this new symbol, and it momentarily confused us. More men straggled back from their pursuit of Eyel's defeated remnant to thicken our wall, as Arthur led his horsemen back to our hilltop. He trotted Clamray down our ranks, and I remember that his white cloak was spotted and streaked with blood. "They'll die like the rest," he encouraged us as he trotted past, the blood-stained Excalibur in his hand. "They'll die like the rest." Then, just as Eyel's army had parted to let Eyel emerge from the ranks, so this new Saxon force divided, and their leaders came towards us. 3 of them walked, but 6 came on horseback, curbing their mounts to keep pace with the 3 men on foot. One of the men on foot carried the gruesome wolf-skull banner. Then one of the horsemen raised a second banner, and a gasp of astonishment ran down our army. The gasp made Arthur wheel his horse and stare aghast at the approaching men. For the new banner showed a sea-eagle with a fish in its claws. It was Lancelot's flag, and now I could see that Lancelot himself was one of the 6 horsemen. He was splendidly arrayed in his white enamelled armour and his swan-winged helmet, and he was flanked by Arthur's twin sons, Amhar and Loholt. Dinas and Lavaine in their druid's robes rode behind, while Aed, Lancelot's red-haired mistress, carried the Silurian king's banner. Sagramore had come to stand beside me, and he glanced at me to make certain that I was seeing what he was seeing, and then he spat onto the heath. "Is Mala safe?" I asked him. "Safe and unharmed," he said, pleased I had asked. He looked back at the approaching Lancelot. "Do you understand what's happening?" No. None of us did. Arthur sheathed Excalibur and turned to me. "Devil!" he called, wanting me as a translator. Then he beckoned to his other leaders, just as Lancelot broke away from the approaching delegation and spurred excitedly up the gently sloping hill towards us. "Allies!" I heard Lancelot shout. He waved back at the Saxons. "Allies!" he shouted again as his horse drew near to Arthur. Arthur said nothing. He just stood his horse as Lancelot struggled to quieten his big black stallion. "Allies!" Lancelot said a third time. "It's Cerdic," he added excitedly, gesturing towards the Saxon king who was walking slowly towards us. Arthur asked quietly, "What have you done?" "I've brought you allies," Lancelot said happily, then glanced at me. "Cerdic has his own translator," he said dismissively.
Devil Stace! Arthur snapped, with a sudden and terrifying anger in his voice. Then he remembered that Lancelot was a king, and sighed.
"What have you done, Lord King?" he asked again.
Dinas, who had spurred ahead with the other riders, was foolish enough to answer for Lancelot.
"We've made peace, Lord," he said in his dark voice.
"Go!" Arthur roared, shocking and astonishing the druid pair with his anger. They had only ever seen the calm, patient, peacemaking Arthur, and did not even suspect that he contained such fury. This anger was nothing to the rage that had consumed him at Lug Vale, when the dying Gorfithid had called Guinevere a whore, but it was a terrifying anger all the same. "Go!" he shouted at Tanaber's grandsons. "This meeting is for lords, and you two," he pointed at his sons, "go!" He waited until all Lancelot's followers had withdrawn, then looked back at the Silurian king.
"What have you done?" he asked a third time in a bitter voice.
Lancelot's affronted dignity made him stiff. "I made peace," he said acidly. "I kept Cerdic from attacking you. I did what I could to help you."
"What you did," Arthur said in an angry voice,
but so low that no man in Cerdic's approaching entourage could hear him,
"is fight Cerdic's battle. We've just half destroyed Ael, so what does that make Cerdic? It makes him twice as powerful as before. That's what it does. The gods help us."
With that he tossed his reins to Lancelot, a subtle insult, then slid off his horse's back, twitched his bloody cloak straight, and stared imperiously at the Saxons. That was the first time I met Cerdic, and though all the bards make him sound like a fiend with cloven hooves and a serpent's bite, in truth he was a short, slightly built man, with thin fair hair that he combed straight back from his forehead and tied in a knot at the nape of his neck. He was very pale-skinned, and had a broad forehead and a narrow, clean-shaven chin. His mouth was thin-lipped, his nose sharp-boned, and his eyes as pale as dawn-misted water. Ael wore his emotions on his face, but even at a first glance I doubted whether Cerdic's self-control would ever allow his expression to betray his thoughts. He wore a Roman breastplate, woolen trews, and a cloak of fox fur. He looked neat and precise. Indeed, if it had not been for the gold at his throat and wrists, I might have mistaken him for a scribe, except that his eyes were not those of a clerk. Those pale eyes missed nothing, and gave nothing away. "I am Cerdic," he announced himself in a soft voice. Arthur stepped aside so that Keenaglass could name himself. Then Murig insisted on being a part of the conference. Cerdic glanced at both men, dismissed them as unimportant, then looked back to Arthur. "I bring you a gift," he said, and held a hand towards the chieftain who accompanied him. The man produced a gold-hilted knife that Cerdic presented to Arthur.
"The gift," I translated Arthur's words, "should go to our Lord King, Keenaglass."
Cerdic put the naked blade onto his left palm and closed his fingers about it. His eyes never left Arthur's, and when he opened his hand, there was blood on the blade.
"The gift is for Arthur," he insisted.
Arthur took it. He was uncharacteristically nervous, maybe fearing some magic in the bloody steel, or else fearing that acceptance of the gift made him complicit in Cerdic's ambitions.
"Tell the king," he told me, "that I have no gift for him."
Cerdic smiled. It was a wintry smile, and I thought of how a wolf must appear to a stray lamb.
"Tell Lord Arthur that he has given me the gift of peace," he told me. "But suppose I choose war?" Arthur asked defiantly.
"Here, and now." He gestured to the hilltop, where still more of our spearmen had rallied, so that our numbers were now at least equal to Cerdic's.
"Tell him," Cerdic ordered me, "that these are not all my men."
He gestured at his shield wall that watched us.
"And tell him, too, that King Lancelot gave me peace in Arthur's name."
I told that to Arthur, and I saw a muscle flicker in his cheek, but he kept his anger curbed.
"In 2 days," Arthur said, and it was not a suggestion but an order, "we shall meet in London. There we shall discuss our peace."
He pushed the bloody knife into his belt, and, when I had finished translating his words, he summoned me. He did not wait to hear Serdik's response, but just led me up the hill until we were out of earshot of both delegations. He noticed my shoulder for the first time.
"How bad is your wound?"
"It'll heal," I said. He stopped, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath.
"What Serdik wants," he told me when he opened his eyes, "is to rule all Chogir. But if we let him do that, then we have one terrible enemy instead of 2 weaker ones."
He walked in silence for a few paces, stepping among the dead left from Ael's charge.
"Before this war," he continued bitterly, "Ael was powerful and Serdik was a nuisance. But with Ael destroyed, we could have turned on Serdik. Now it's the other way round. Ael is weakened, but Serdik is powerful."
"So fight him now," I said. He looked at me with weary brown eyes.
"Be honest, Derval," he said in a low voice, not boastful. "Will we win if we fight?"
I looked at Serdik's army. It was tightly arrayed and ready for battle, while our men were weary and hungry. But Serdik's men had never faced Arthur's horsemen.
"I think we would win, Lord," I said honestly. "So do I," Arthur said. "But it will be hard fighting, Derval. And at the end of it, we'll have at least 100 wounded men we'll need to carry back home with us, and the Saxons will summon every garrison in Chogir to face us. We might beat Serdik here, but we'll never reach home alive. We're too deep in Chogir."
He grimaced at the thought.
"And if we weaken ourselves fighting against Serdik, do you think Ael won't be waiting to ambush us on the way home?"
He shuddered with a sudden surge of anger.
"What was Lancelot thinking of? I can't have Serdik as an ally. He'll gain half Britain, turn on us, and we'll have a Saxon enemy twice as terrible as before."
He uttered one of his rare curses, then rubbed his bony face with a gloved hand.
"Well, the broth's spoiled," he went on bitterly, "but we still have to eat it. The only answer is to leave Ael strong enough to frighten Serdik still. So take 6 of my horsemen and find him. Find him, Derval, and give him this wretched thing as a gift."
He thrust Serdik's knife at me.
"Clean it first," he said irritably. "And you can take his bearskin cloak as well. Agravain found it. Give that to him as a second gift, and tell him to come to London. Tell him I oath swear his safety, and tell him it is his only chance to keep some land. You have 2 days, Derval. So find him."
I hesitated, not because I disagreed, but because I did not understand why Ael needed to be in London.
"Because," Arthur answered wearily, "I cannot stay in London with Ael loose in Chogir. He might have lost his army here, but he has garrisons enough to make another. And while we disentangle ourselves from Serdik, he could lay half Dumnonia waste."
He turned and stared balefully at Lancelot and Serdik. I thought he was going to curse again, but he just sighed wearily.
"I'm going to make a peace, Derval. The gods know it isn't the peace I wanted, but we might as well make it properly. Now go, my friend. Go."
I stayed long enough to make certain that Issa would take proper care of the burning of Cavan's body, and that he would find a lake and throw the dead Irishman's sword into the water. And then I rode north, in the wake of a beaten army. While Arthur, his dreams skewed by a fool, marched to London. I had long dreamed of seeing London, but even in my wildest fancies I had not imagined its reality. I had thought it would be like Gleavham, a little larger perhaps, but still a place where a group of tall buildings would be clustered about a central open space, with small streets huddled behind, and an earth wall ringing it all. But in London there were 6 such open spaces,
all with their pillared halls, arcaded temples, and brick-built palaces. The ordinary houses, that in Glevum or Durnavaria were low and thatched, were here built 2 or 3 stories high. Many of the houses had collapsed over the years, but plenty still had their tiled roofs, and folk still climbed their steep timber stairs. Most of our men had never seen a flight of stairs inside a building, and on their first day in London they had raced like excited children to see the view from the topmost floors. Finally, one of the buildings had collapsed under their weight, and Arthur then forbade any more stair-climbing. The fortress of London was bigger than Caersus, and that fortress was merely the northwest bastion of the city's wall. There were 12 barracks inside the fortress, each bigger than a feasting hall, and each made of small red bricks. Beside the fortress was an amphitheatre, a temple, and one of the city's 10 bathhouses. Other towns had such things, of course, but everything here was taller and wider. Durnavaria's amphitheatre was a thing of grassy earth, and I had always thought it impressive enough until I saw the London arena that could have swallowed 5 amphitheatres like Durnavaria's. The wall about the city was built of stone instead of earth, and though Ael had allowed its ramparts to crumble, it was still a formidable barrier that was now crowned with Cerdic's triumphant men. Cerdic had occupied the city, and the presence of his skull banners on the wall showed that he intended to keep it. The riverbank also possessed a stone wall that had first been built against the Saxon pirates. Gaps in that wall led to quays, and one gap opened into a canal that ran into the heart of a great garden, about which a palace was built. There were still busts and statues in the palace, and long tiled corridors, and a great pillared hall where I assumed our Roman rulers had once met in government. Rainwater now trickled down the painted walls. The floor tiles were broken, and the garden was a mass of weeds. But the glory was still there, even if it was only a shadow. The whole city was a shadow of its old glory. None of the city's bathhouses still functioned. Their pools were cracked and empty, their furnaces were cold, and their mosaic floors had heaved and cracked under the assault of frost and weeds. The stone streets had decayed into muddy strips, but despite the decay, the city was still massive and magnificent. It made me wonder what Rome must be like. Galahad told me that London was a mere village in comparison, and that Rome's amphitheatre was big enough to swallow 20 arenas like London's. But I could not believe him. I could scarcely believe in London, even when I was staring at it. It looked like the work of giants. Ael had never liked the city, and would not live there, so its only inhabitants were a handful of Saxons and those Britons who had accepted Ael's rule. Some of those Britons still prospered. Most were merchants who traded with Gaul, and their large houses were built beside the river, and their storehouses were guarded by their own walls and spearmen. But much of the rest of the city was deserted. It was a dying place, a city given to rats, a city that once had borne the title Augusta. It had been known as London the Magnificent, and its river had once been thick with the masts of galleys. Now it was a place of ghosts. Ael came to London with me. I had found him a half-day's march north of the city. He had taken refuge in a Roman fort where he was trying to reassemble an army. At first he was suspicious of my message. He had shouted at me, accusing us of using witchcraft to defeat him. Then he had threatened to kill me and my escort, but I had the sense to wait his anger out patiently, and after a while he calmed down. He had hurled Cerdic's knife angrily away, but was pleased to have his thick bearskin cloak returned. I do not think I was ever in real danger, for I sensed that he liked me, and indeed, when his anger had fled, he threw a heavy arm round my shoulder and walked me up and down the ramparts. "Now, what does Arthur want?" he had asked me. "Peace, Lord King." The weight of his arm was hurting my wounded shoulder,
but I dared not protest.
Peace!
He had spat the word out like a scrap of tainted meat, but with none of the scorn he had used to reject Arthur's offer of peace before Lug Vale. Then Ael had been stronger and could afford to ask a higher price. Now he was humbled, and he knew it.
We Saxons, he said, are not meant to be at peace. We feed ourselves on our enemies' grain. We clothe ourselves with their wool. We pleasure ourselves on their women. What does peace offer us?
A chance to rebuild your strength, Lord King, or else Cerdic will be feeding on your grain and dressing in your wool. Ael had grinned.
He likes the women too.
He had taken his arm from my shoulder and stared northwards across the fields.
I'll have to yield land, he grumbled.
But if you choose war, Lord King, I said, the price will be higher. You'll face Arthur and Cerdic, and might finish with no land at all except the grass above your grave. He had turned and given me a shrewd look.
Arthur only wants peace so that I can fight Cerdic for him.
Of course, Lord King, I answered. He laughed at my honesty.
And if I do not come to London, he said, you will hunt me down like a dog.
Like a great boar, Lord King, whose tusks are still sharp.
You talk like you fight, Derval. Well.
He had ordered his wizards to make a poultice from moss and spiders' webs that they put on my wounded shoulder while he consulted his council. The consultation did not last long, for Ael knew he had little choice. So next morning I marched with him down the Roman road that led back to the city. He insisted on taking an escort of 60 spearmen.
You may trust Cerdic, he told me, but there isn't a promise he's made that he hasn't broken. Tell that to Arthur.
You tell him, Lord King. Ael and Arthur met secretly on the night before they were due to negotiate with Cerdic, and that night they wrangled their own separate peace. Ael gave up much. He gave up great swathes of land on his western frontier, and agreed to repay Arthur all the gold that Arthur had given him the year before, and more gold besides. In return, Arthur promised 4 whole years of peace, and his support for Ael if Cerdic would not agree to terms the next day. They embraced when the peace was made, and afterwards, as we walked back to our encampment outside the city's western wall, Arthur shook his head sadly.
You should never meet an enemy face to face, he said to me. Not if you know that one day you'll have to destroy him. Either that, or the Saxons must submit to our government. And they won't. They won't.
Maybe they will. He shook his head.
Saxon and Briton, Derval. They don't mix.
I mix, Lord, I said.
He laughed. But if your mother had never been captured, Derval, you'd have been raised a Saxon, and you'd probably have been in Ael's army by now. You'd be an enemy. You'd worship his gods, you'd dream his dreams, and you'd want our land. They need a lot of space, these Saxons.
But we had at least penned Ael in, and next day, in the great palace by the river, we met Cerdic. The sun shone that day, sparkling on the canal where the governor of Britain had once moored his river barge. The sparkling sun motes hid the scum and mud and dirt that now clogged the canal, but nothing could hide the stench of its sewage. Cerdic held a council meeting first, and while it debated, we Britons met in a room that stood above the river wall and overlooked the water so that the ceiling, which was painted with curious beings that were half women and half fish, was dappled by shimmers of rippling light. Our spearmen guarded every door and window to make certain we could not be overheard. Lancelot was there, and had been allowed to bring Dinas and Lavaine. The 3 men still insisted that their peace with Cerdic had been wise, but Murig was their only supporter, and the rest of us were angry in the face of their sullen defiance. Arthur listened to our protests for a while, then interrupted to say that nothing would be solved by arguing about the past.
What's done is done, he said. But I do need one assurance. He looked at Lancelot. "Promise me," he said, "that you made no promises to Cerdic." "I gave him peace," Lancelot insisted, "and suggested he help you fight Ael. That is all." Merlin was seated in the window above the river. He had adopted one of the palace's stray cats, and now petted the animal on his lap. "What did Cerdic want?" he asked mildly. "Ael's defeat." "Just that?" Merlin asked, not bothering to hide his disbelief. "Just that," Lancelot insisted. "Nothing more." We all watched him. Arthur, Merlin, Keenaglass, Murig, Agricola, Sagramore, Galahad, Killock, and myself. None of us spoke, but just watched him. "He wanted nothing more," Lancelot insisted, and to me he looked like a small child telling plain lies. "How remarkable in a king," Merlin said placidly, "to want so little." He began teasing the cat by flicking one of the braided strands of his beard at its paws. "And what did you want?" he asked, still mildly. "Arthur's victory," Lancelot declared. "Because you did not think Arthur could win it by himself?" Merlin suggested, still playing with the cat. "I wanted to make it certain," Lancelot said. "I was trying to help." He looked round the room, seeking allies and finding none but the youthful Murig. "If you don't want peace with Cerdic," he said petulantly, "then why don't you fight him now?" "Because, Lord King, you used my name to secure his truce," Arthur said patiently. "And because our army is now many marches from home, and his men lie in our path. If you had not made peace," he explained, still speaking courteously, "then half his army would be on the frontier watching your men, and I would have been free to march south and attack the other half. As it is," he shrugged, "what will Cerdic demand of us today?" "Land," Agricola said firmly. "It's all the Saxons ever want. Land, land, and more land. They won't be happy till they have every scrap of land in the world, and then they'll start looking for other worlds to put under their ploughs." "He must be satisfied," Arthur said, "with the land he's taken from Ael. He'll get none from us." "We should take some from him." I spoke for the first time. "That land he stole last year. It was a fine stretch of riverland on our southern frontier, a fertile and rich tract that ran from the high moors down to the sea. The land had belonged to Melwas, the client king of the Belgi, whom Arthur had sent in punishment to Isca, and it was land we sorely missed, for its loss brought Cerdic very close to the rich estates about Dernavaria, and also meant that his ships were just minutes away from Iniswit, the great island that the Romans had called Vectis, and which lay just off our coast. For a year now, Cerdic's Saxons had raided Iniswit ruthlessly, and its people were forever calling on Arthur for more spearmen to protect their holdings. "We should have that land back," Sagramore supported me. He had thanked Mithras for returning his Saxon girl unharmed by placing a captured sword in the god's London temple. "I doubt," Murig intervened, "that Cerdic made peace in order to yield land." "Nor did we march to war to cede land," Arthur answered angrily. "I thought— Forgive me," Murig insisted, and a kind of quiet groan went through the room as he persisted with his argument. "But you said, did you not, that you could not prosecute war, being so far from home? Yet now, for a stretch of land, you would risk all our lives? I hope I am not being foolish." He chuckled to show that he had made a joke. "But I fail to understand why we risk the one thing we cannot afford to endure." "Lord Prince," Arthur said softly, "we may be weak here, but if we show our weakness, then we will be dead here. We do not go to Cerdic this morning ready to yield one furrow. We go making demands." "And if he refuses?" Murig demanded indignantly. "Then we shall have a difficult withdrawal," Arthur admitted calmly. He glanced out of a window that looked down into the courtyard. "It seems our enemies are ready for us. Shall we go to them?" Merlin pushed the cat off his lap and used his staff to stand up. "You won't mind if I don't come?"
he asked. "I'm too old to endure a day of negotiations. All that bluster and anger." He brushed cat hairs off his robe, then turned suddenly on Dinas and Levane. "Since when," he asked disapprovingly, "have druids worn swords or served Christian kings?"
"Since we decided to do both," Dinas said.
The twins, who were almost as tall as Merlin and much burlier, challenged him with their unblinking gaze. "And who made you druids?" Merlin demanded.
"The same power that made you a druid," said Levane.
"And what power was that?" Merlin asked. And when the twins did not answer, he sneered at them. "At least you know how to lay thrushes' eggs. I suppose that kind of trick impresses Christians. Do you also turn their wine to blood and their bread to flesh?"
"We use our magic," Dinas said. "And theirs too. It's not the old Britain now, but a new Britain, and it has new gods. We blend their magic with the old. You could learn from us, Lord Merlin."
Merlin spat to show his opinion of that advice, then, without another word, stalked from the room. Dinas and Levane were unmoved by his hostility. They possessed an extraordinary self-confidence. We followed Arthur down to the great pillared hall, where, as Merlin had foretold, we blustered and postured, shouted and cajoled. At first it was Ael and Cerdic who made most of the noise, and Arthur, as often as not, was the mediator between them. But even Arthur could not prevent Cerdic becoming land-rich at Ael's expense. He kept possession of London and gained the valley of the Thames and great stretches of fertile land north of the Thames. Ael's kingdom shrank by a quarter, but he still possessed a kingdom, and for that he owed Arthur thanks. He offered none, but just stalked from the room when the talking was done, and left London that same day like a great wounded boar crawling back to its den. It was mid-afternoon when Ael left, and Arthur, using me as an interpreter, now raised the matter of the Belgic land Cerdic had captured the year before, and he went on demanding the return of that land long after the rest of us would have given up the effort. He made no threats. He just repeated his demand over and over, until Kiluk was sleeping, Agricola yawning, and I was tired of taking the sting from Cerdic's reiterated rejections. And still Arthur persisted. He sensed that Cerdic needed time to consolidate the new lands he had taken from Ael, and his threat was that he would give Cerdic no peace unless the riverlands were returned. Cerdic countered by threatening to fight us in London, but Arthur finally revealed that he would seek Ael's help in such a fight, and Cerdic knew he could not beat both our armies. It was almost dark when Cerdic at last yielded. He did not yield outright, but grudgingly said he would discuss the matter with his private council. So we woke Kiluk and walked out to the courtyard, then through a small gate in the river wall to stand on a quay, where we watched the Thames slide darkly by. Most of us said little, though Murig irritably lectured Arthur about wasting time making impossible demands. But when Arthur refused to argue, the prince gradually fell silent. Sagramor sat with his back against the wall, incessantly stroking a whetstone down his sword blade. Lancelot and the Silurian druid stood apart from us, 3 tall, handsome men who were stiff with pride. Dinas stared at the darkening trees across the river, while his brother gave me long, speculative looks. We waited an hour, and then at last Cerdic came to the river bank. "Tell Arthur this," he told me without any preamble, "that I trust none of you, like none of you, and want nothing more than to kill all of you. That I will yield him the Belgic land on one condition, that Lancelot is made king of that land. Not a client king," he added, "but king, with all the powers of independent kingship." I stared into the Saxon's grey-blue eyes. I was so astonished by his condition that I said nothing, not even to acknowledge his words. It was all so clear suddenly. Lancelot had made this bargain with the Saxon, and Cerdic had hidden their secret agreement behind an afternoon of scornful rejections. I had no proof of that, but I knew it had to be true. And when I looked away from Cerdic, I saw that Lancelot was staring expectantly at me. He spoke no Saxon, but he knew exactly what Cerdic had just said. "Tell him," Cerdic ordered me. I translated for Arthur. Agricola and Sagramor spat in disgust, and Killuch gave a brief, sour bellow of a laugh. But Arthur just gazed into my eyes for a few grave seconds before nodding wearily. "Agreed," he said. "You must leave this place at dawn," Cerdic said abruptly. "We will leave in 2 days," I responded, without bothering to consult Arthur. "Agreed," Cerdic said, and turned away. And thus we had our peace with the Sace. It was not the peace Arthur wanted. He had believed we could so weaken the Saxons that their ships would stop arriving from beyond the German Sea, and that in another year or 2 we might have driven the rest out of Britain altogether. But it was peace.
"Fate is inexorable,"
Merlin said to me next morning. I found him in the centre of the Roman amphitheatre, where he slowly turned to gaze on the banked stone seats that rose in a full circle about the arena. He had commandeered 4 of my spearmen, who sat at the arena's edge and watched him, though they were as ignorant as I was about their duties. "Are you still looking for the last treasure?" I asked him.
"I do like this place,"
he said, ignoring my question as he turned around to give the whole arena another long inspection.
"I do like it."
"I thought you hated the Romans."
"Me? Hate the Romans?" he asked in pretended outrage. "How I do pray, Derval, that my teachings will not be passed to posterity through the mangled sieve you choose to call a brain. I love all mankind," he declared magniloquently. "And even the Romans are perfectly acceptable, if they stay in Rome. I told you I was in Rome once, didn't I? Full of priests and catamites. Sansom would feel quite at home there. No, Derval, the fault of the Romans was coming to Britain and spoiling everything. But not everything they did here was bad."
"Well, they did give us this," I said, gesturing at the 12 tiers of seats and the lofted balcony where the Roman lords had watched the arena.
"Oh, do spare me Arthur's tedious lecture about roads and law courts and bridges and structure."
He spat the last word out.
"Structure? What is the structure of law and roads and forts but a harness? The Romans tamed us, Derval. They made us into taxpayers, and they were so clever at it that we actually believe they did us a favour. We once walked with the gods. We were a free people, and then we put our stupid heads into the Roman yoke and became taxpayers."
"So what," I asked patiently, "did the Romans do that was so good?" He smiled wolfishly.
"They once crammed this arena full of Christians, Derval, then set the dogs on them. In Rome, mind you, they did it properly. They used lions. But in the long term, alas, the lions lost."
"I saw a picture of a lion," I said proudly.
"Oh, I am fascinated,"
Merlin said, not bothering to hide a yawn.
"Why don't you tell me all about it?"
Having silenced me thus, he smiled.
"I saw a real lion once. It was a very unimpressive, threadbare sort of thing. I suspect it was receiving the wrong diet. Maybe they were feeding it Mithraists instead of Christians. That was in Rome, of course. I gave it a poke with my staff, and it just yawned and scratched at a flea. I saw a crocodile there, too, only it was dead."
"What's a crocodile?"
"A thing like Lancelot."
"King of the Belgi," I added acidly. Merlin laughed.
"He has been clever, hasn't he? He hated Siluria, and who can blame him? All those drab people in their dull valleys, not Lancelot's sort of place at all. But he'll like the Belgic land. The sun shines there, it's full of Roman estates, and best of all, it's not far from his dear friend Guinevere."
"Is that important?"
"Oh, don't be so disingenuous, Derval."
"I don't know what that means." "It means, my ignorant warrior, that Lancelot behaves as he likes with Arthur. He takes what he wants and does what he wants, and he can do it because Arthur has that ridiculous quality called guilt. He's very Christian in that. Can you understand a religion that makes you feel guilty? What an absurd idea! But Arthur would make a very good Christian. He believes he was oath-sworn to save Benwick, and when he failed he felt he had let Lancelot down. And so long as that guilt rankles Arthur, so long will Lancelot behave as he wishes."
"With Guinevere, too?" I asked, curious at his earlier mention of Lancelot and Guinevere's friendship, a mention that had possessed more than a hint of salacious rumour.
"I never explain what I cannot know," Merlin said loftily. "But I surmise Guinevere is bored by Arthur. And why not? She's a clever creature, and she enjoys other clever people, and Arthur, much as we love him, is not complicated. The things he desires are so pathetically simple: law, justice, order, cleanliness. He really wants everyone to be happy, and that's quite impossible. Guinevere isn't nearly so simple. You are, of course."
I ignored the insult. "So what does Guinevere want?"
"For Arthur to be king of Dumnonia, of course, and for herself to be the real ruler of Britain by ruling him. But till that happens, Derval, she will amuse herself as best she can."
He looked mischievous as an idea occurred to him.
"If Lancelot becomes the Belgic king," he said happily, "then just you watch Guinevere decide that she doesn't want her new palace in Lindinis after all. She'll find somewhere much closer to Venta. You see if I'm not right."
He chuckled at that thought.
"They were both so very clever," he added admiringly.
"Guinevere and Lancelot?"
"Don't be so obtuse, Derval. Who on earth was talking about Guinevere? Really, your appetite for gossip is quite indecent. I mean Cerdic and Lancelot, of course. That was a very subtle piece of diplomacy. Arthur does all the fighting, Ael gives up most of the land, Lancelot snatches himself a much more suitable kingdom, and Cerdic doubles his own power and gets Lancelot instead of Arthur as his neighbour on the coast. Very neatly done. How the wicked do prosper. I like to see that."
He smiled, then turned as Nimue appeared from one of the two tunnels that led under the seats into the arena. She hurried over the weed-strewn turf with a look of excitement on her face. Her gold eye, that so frightened the Saxons, gleamed in the morning sun.
"Derval," she exclaimed, "what do you do with the bull's blood?" "Don't confuse him," Merlin said. "He's being more than usually stupid this morning." "In Mithras," she said excitedly. "What do you do with the blood?"
"Nothing," I said.
"They mix it with oats and fat," Merlin said, "and make puddings." "Tell me," Nimue insisted.
"It's secret," I said, embarrassed. Merlin hooted at that.
"Secret? Secret? Oh, great Mithras!" he boomed, in a voice that echoed from the tiered seats, "whose sword is sharpened on the mountain peaks, and whose spearhead was forged in the ocean deeps, and whose shield doth shadow the brightest stars, hear us!" "Shall I go on, dear boy?" he asked me.
He had been reciting the invocation with which we began our meetings, and which was supposed to be a part of our secret rituals. He turned from me in scorn.
"They have a pit, dear Nimue," he explained, "covered with an iron grill, and the poor beast gushes its life away into the pit, and then they all dip their spears into the blood, get drunk, and think they've done something significant." "I thought so," Nimue said, then smiled. "There's no pet." "Oh, dear girl," Merlin said admiringly. "Dear girl. To work."
He hurried away.
"Where are you going?"
I called after him. But he just waved and walked on, beckoning to my lounging spearmen. I followed anyway, and he made no attempt to stop me. We went through the tunnel and so out into one of the strange streets of tall buildings, then west towards the great fortress that formed the northwest bastion of the city's walls, and just beside the fort, built against the city wall, was a temple. I followed Merlin inside. It was a lovely building,
Long, dark, narrow, and tall, with a high painted ceiling supported by twin rows of 7 pillars. The shrine was evidently used as a storehouse now, for bales of wool and stacks of leather hides were piled high on one side aisle. Yet some folk must still have worshipped in the building, for a statue of Mithras, wearing his odd floppy hat, stood at one end, and smaller statues were arrayed in front of the fluted pillars. I suppose that those who worshipped here were the descendants of the Roman settlers who had chosen to stay in Britain when the legions left, and it seemed they had abandoned most of their ancestors' deities, including Mithras, because the small offerings of flowers, food, and guttered rushlights were clustered in front of just 3 images. 2 of the 3 were elegantly carved Roman gods, but the 3rd idol was British. A smooth, phallic stump of stone, with a brutal, wide-eyed face carved into its tip, and that statue alone was drenched in old, dried blood, while the only offering beside Mithras's statue was the Saxon sword that Sagramor had left in thanks for Mala's return. It was a sunny day, but the only light inside the temple came through a patch of broken roof where the tiles had vanished. The temple was supposed to be dark, for Mithras had been born in a cave, and we worshipped him in a cave's darkness. Merlin rapped the floor's flagstones with his staff, finally settling on a spot at the end of the nave, just beneath Mithras's statue.
"Is this where you dip your spears, Derval?" he asked me.
I stepped into the side aisle, where the hides and wool bales were stacked. "Here," I said, pointing to a shallow pit, half hidden by one of the piles.
"Don't be absurd," Merlin snapped. "Someone made that later. You really think you're hiding the secrets of your pathetic religion?"
He tapped the floor beside the statue again, then tried another spot a few feet away, and evidently decided that the 2 places yielded different sounds, so tapped a 3rd time at the statue's feet.
"Dig here,"
he ordered my spearmen. I shuddered for the sacrilege. "She shouldn't be here, Lord," I said, gesturing at Nimue.
"One more word from you, Derval, and I'll turn you into a spavined hedgehog. Lift the stones," he snapped at my men. "Use your spears as levers, idiots. Come on, work."
I sat beside the British idol, closed my eyes and prayed to Mithras that he would forgive me the sacrilege. Then I prayed that Kynwyn was safe, and that the babe in her belly was still alive. And I was still praying for my unborn child when the temple door scraped open and boots sounded loud on the stones. I opened my eyes, turned my head, and saw that Cerdic had come to the temple. He had come with 20 spearmen, his interpreter, and, more surprisingly, with Dinas and Lavaine. I scrambled to my feet and touched the bones in Howlbane's handle for luck as the Saxon king walked slowly up the nave.
"This is my city," Cerdic announced softly, "and everything within its walls is mine."
He stared for a moment at Merlin and Nimue, then looked at me.
"Tell them to explain themselves," he ordered. "Tell the fool to go and douse his head in a bucket," Merlin snapped at me.
He spoke Saxon well enough, but it suited him to pretend otherwise.
"That is his interpreter, Lord," I warned Merlin, gesturing to the man beside Cerdic. "Then he can tell his king to douse his head," said Merlin.
The interpreter duly did, and Cerdic's face flickered in a dangerous smile.
"Lord King," I said, trying to undo Merlin's damage, "my Lord Merlin seeks to restore the temple to its old condition."
Cerdic considered that answer as he inspected what was being done. My 4 spearmen had levered up the flagstones to reveal a compact mass of sand and gravel, and they were now scooping out that heavy mass that lay above a lower platform of pitch-soaked timbers. The king stared into the pit, then gestured for my 4 spearmen to go on with their work.
"But if you find gold," he said to me, "it is mine."
I began to translate to Merlin, but Cerdic interrupted me with a wave of his hand.
"He speaks our tongue," he said, looking at Merlin. "They told me."
He jerked his head towards Dinas and Lavaine. I looked at the baleful twins, then back to Cerdic. "You keep strange company, Lord King," I said.
"No stranger than you,"
he answered, glancing at Nemui's gold eye. She levered it out with a finger, and gave him the full horrid effect of the shriveled bare socket, but Cerdic seemed quite unmoved by the threat, asking me instead to tell him what I knew about the temple's different gods. I answered him as best I could, but it was plain he was not really interested. He interrupted me to look at Merlin again. "Where's your cauldron, Merlin?" he asked. Merlin gave the Silurian twins a murderous look, then spat on the floor. "Hidden," he snapped. Cerdic seemed unsurprised by that answer. He strolled past the deepening pit and picked up the Saxon sword Sagramor had donated to Mithras. He gave the blade a speculative cut in the air and seemed to approve of its balance. "This cauldron," he asked Merlin, "has great powers?" Merlin refused to answer, so I spoke for him. "So it is said, Lord King." "Powers?" Cerdic stared at me with his pale eyes. "That will rid Britain of us Saxons?" "That is what we pray for, Lord King," I answered. He smiled at that, then turned back to Merlin. "What is your price for the cauldron, old man?" Merlin glared at him. "Your liver, Cerdic." Cerdic stepped close to Merlin and stared up into the wizard's eyes. I saw no fear in Cerdic, none. Merlin's gods were not his. Ael might have feared Merlin, but Cerdic had never suffered from the druid's magic, and, so far as Cerdic was concerned, Merlin was merely an old British priest with an inflated reputation. He suddenly reached out and took hold of one of the black-wrapped plaits of Merlin's beard. "I offer you a price of much gold, old man," he said. "I have named my price," Merlin answered. He tried to step away from Cerdic, but the king tightened his grip on the plait of the druid's beard. "I will pay you your own weight in gold," Cerdic offered. "Your liver!" Merlin countered the offer. Cerdic raised the Saxon blade and sawed fast with its edge, and so severed the beard plait. He stepped away. "Play with your cauldron, Merlin of Avalon," he said, tossing the sword aside. "But one day I will cook your liver in it, and serve it to my dogs." Nemui stared white-faced at the king. Merlin was too shocked to move, let alone speak, while my 4 spearmen simply gaped. "Get on with it, fools," I snarled at them. "Work!" I was mortified. I had never seen Merlin humiliated, and never wanted to either. I had not thought it was even possible. Merlin rubbed his violated beard. "One day, Lord King," he said quietly, "I shall have my revenge." Cerdic shrugged away that feeble threat and walked back to his men. He gave the severed beard plait to Dinas, who bowed his thanks. I spat, for I knew the Silurian pair could now work a great evil. Few things are so powerful in the making of spells as the discarded hair or nail clippings of an enemy, which is why, to prevent such things falling into malevolent hands, we all take such good care to burn them. Even a child can make mischief with a hank of hair. "You want me to take the plait back, Lord?" I asked Merlin. "Don't be absurd, devil," he said wearily, gesturing at Cerdic's 20 spearmen. "You think you could kill them all?" He shook his head, then smiled at Nemui. "You see how far we are from our gods," he said, trying to explain his helplessness. "Dig!" Nemui snarled to my men, though now the digging was over, and they were trying to lever up the first of the great bulks of timber. Cerdic, who had plainly come to the temple because Dinas and Lavain had told him that Merlin was looking for treasure, ordered 3 of his own spearmen to help. The 3 leapt into the pit and rammed their spears under the timber's lip, and slowly forced it up until my men could seize it and drag it free. The pit was the blood pit, the place where the dying bull's life drained into Mother Earth. But at some time the pit had been cunningly disguised with the timbers, sand, gravel, and stone. "It was done," Merlin told me out of earshot of all Cerdic's people, "when the Romans left." He rubbed his beard again. "Lord," I said awkwardly, saddened by his humiliation. "Don't worry, devil." He touched my shoulder in reassurance.
You think I should command fire from the gods? Make the earth gape and swallow him? Summon a serpent from the spirit world?"
"Yes, Lord," I answered miserably. He lowered his voice even more.
"You don't command magic, Derval. You use it. And there's none here to use. That's why we need the treasures. At Semaine, Derval, I shall collect the treasures and unveil the cauldron. We shall light fires, and then work a spell that will make the sky shriek and the earth groan. That I promise you. I have lived my whole life for that moment, and it will bring the magic back to Britain."
He leaned against the pillar and stroked the place where his beard had been cut.
"Our friends from Siluria," he said, staring at the black-bearded twins, "think to challenge me. But one lost strand of an old man's beard is nothing to the cauldron's power. One strand of beard will hurt no one but me. But the cauldron, Derval, the cauldron will make all Britain shudder, and bring those two pretenders crawling on their knees for my mercy. But till then, Derval, till then you must see our enemies prosper. The gods go further and further away. They grow weak, and we who love them grow weak too. But it will not last. We shall summon them back, and the magic that is now so weak in Britain will become as thick as that fog on Inismon."
He touched my wounded shoulder again.
"I promise you that."
Cerdic watched us. He could not hear us, but there was amusement on his wedge-shaped face. "He will keep what's in the pit, Lord," I murmured.
"I pray he will not know its value," Merlin said softly.
"They will, Lord," I said, looking at the two white-robed druids.
"They are traitors and serpents,"
Merlin hissed softly, staring at Dinas and Lavain, who had moved closer to the pit.
"But even if they keep what we find now, I will still possess 11 of the 13 treasures, Derval. And I know where the 12th is to be found, and no other man has gathered so much power in Britain in 1,000 years."
He leaned on his staff.
"This king will suffer, I promise you."
The last timber was brought out of the hole and thrown with a thump onto the flagstones. The sweating spearmen backed away as Cerdic and the Silurian druids walked slowly forward and stared down into the pit. Cerdic gazed for a long time. Then he began to laugh. His laughter echoed from the tall, painted ceiling, and it drew his spearmen to the pit's edge, where they too began to laugh.
"I like an enemy," Cerdic said, "who puts such faith in rubbish."
He pushed his spearmen aside and beckoned to us.
"Come, and see what you have discovered, Merlin of Avalon."
I went with Merlin to the pit's edge, and saw a tangle of old, dark, and damp ruined wood. It looked like nothing more than a heap of firewood, just scraps of timber, some of them rotted by the damp that had seeped into a corner of the brick-lined pit, and the rest so old and fragile that they would have flared up and burned to ash in an instant. "What is it?" I asked Merlin.
"It seems," Merlin said in Saxon, "that we have looked in the wrong place. Come."
He spoke British again as he touched my shoulder.
"I've wasted our time."
"But not ours," Dinas said harshly. "I see a wheel," Lavain said. Merlin turned slowly back, his face looking ravaged. He had tried to deceive Cerdic and the Silurian twins, and the deception had failed utterly. "2 wheels," Dinas said. "And a shaft," Lavain added, "cut into 3 pieces." I stared again at the squalid tangle, and again I saw nothing but wooden scraps. But then I saw that some of the pieces were curved, and that if the curved fragments were joined together and braced with the many short rods, they would indeed make a pair of wheels. Mixed with the scraps of the wheels were some thin panels, and one long shaft that was as thick as my wrist, but so long that it had been broken into 3 pieces, so it would fit into the hole. There was also an axle boss visible, with a slit in its centre, where a long knife blade could be fitted. The heap of wood was the remains of a small, ancient chariot, like those that had once carried the warriors of Britain into battle. "The chariot of Modron," Dinas said reverently. Modron, Lavain said. The mother of the gods.
Whose chariot, Dinas said, connects earth to the heavens. And Merlin doesn't want it, Dinas said scornfully. So we shall take the chariot instead, Lavain announced. Serdic's interpreter had done his best to translate all this to the king, but it was plain that Serdic remained unimpressed by the sorry collection of broken and decayed timber. He nevertheless ordered his spearmen to collect the fragments and lay them in a cloak that Lavain picked up. Nimue hissed a curse at them, and Lavain just laughed at her. "Do you want to fight us for the chariot?" he demanded, gesturing at Serdic's spearmen. "You can't shelter behind Saxons forever," I said, "and the time will come when you'll have to fight." Dinas spat into the empty pit. "We are druids, Derval, and you cannot take our lives, not without consigning your soul and every soul you love to horror evermore."
"I can kill you," Nimue spat at them.
Dinas stared at her, then extended a fist towards her. Nimue spat at the fist to avert its evil, but Dinas just turned it over, opened his palm, and showed her a thrush's egg. He tossed it to her. "Something to fill your eye socket, woman," he said dismissively, then turned and followed his brother and Serdic out of the temple. "I'm sorry, Lord," I said to Merlin when we had been left alone.
"For what, Derval? You think you could have beaten 20 spearmen?"
He sighed and rubbed at his violated beard.
"You see how the powers of the new gods fight back. But so long as we possess the cauldron, we possess the greater power. Come."
He extended his arm to Nimue, not for comfort, but because he wanted her support. He suddenly looked old and tired as he walked slowly down the nave. "What do we do, Lord?" one of my spearmen asked me. "Make ready to go," I answered. I was watching Merlin stooped back. The cutting of his beard, I thought, was a greater tragedy than he dared admit, but I consoled myself that he still possessed the cauldron of Clithno Ethin. His power was still great, but there was something about that bent back and slow shuffle that was infinitely saddening. "We make ready to go," I said again. We left next day. We were hungry still, but we were going home. And we did, after a fashion, have peace. Just north of ruined Creva, on land that had been Ael's and was now ours again, we found the tribute waiting. Ael had kept faith with us. There were no guards there, just great piles of gold waiting unattended on the road. There were cups, crosses, chains, ingots, brooches, and torques. We had no means of weighing the gold, and both Arthur and Keenaglass suspected that not all the agreed tribute had been paid. But it was enough. It was a hoard. We bundled the gold in cloaks, hung the heavy bundles over the backs of the war horses, and went on. Arthur walked with us, his spirits brightening as we drew nearer and nearer to home, though regrets still lingered. "You remember the oath I took near here?" he asked me shortly after we had collected Ael's gold. "I remember it, Lord." The oath had been taken on the night after we had delivered much of this same gold to Ael the previous year. The gold had been our bribe to turn Ael away from our frontier and onto Ratai, the fortress of Powys, and Arthur had sworn that night that he would kill Ael. "Now I preserve him instead," he commented ruefully. "Keenaglass has Ratai back," I said. "But the oath is unfulfilled, Derval. So many broken oaths." He peered up at a sparrowhawk that slid in front of a great white heap of cloud. "I suggested to Keenaglass and Murig that they split Siluria in two, and Keenaglass suggested you might like to be the king of his portion. Would you?" I was so astonished that I could hardly respond. "If you wish it, Lord," I finally said. "Well, I don't. I want you as Mordred's guardian." I walked with that disappointment for a few paces. "Siluria may not like being divided," I said. "Siluria will do as it's told," Arthur said firmly. and you and Kynwyn will live in Mordred's palace in Dumnonia."
"If you say so, Lord." I was suddenly reluctant to abandon Cum Isaf's humbler pleasures.
"Cheer up, Derval," Arthur said. "I'm not a king. Why should you be one?"
"It was not the loss of a kingdom I regret, Lord, but the addition of a king to my household."
"You'll manage him, Derval. You manage everything."
Next day we divided the army. Sagramor had already left the ranks, leading his spearmen to guard the new frontier with Cerdic's kingdom, and now the rest of us took two separate roads. Arthur, Merlin, Tristan, and Lancelot went south, while Keenaglas and Murig went west towards their lands. I embraced Arthur and Tristan, then knelt for Merlin's blessing, which he gave benignly. He had regained some of his old energy during our march from London, but he could not hide the fact that his humiliation in the Temple of Mithras had hit him hard. He might still possess the cauldron, but his enemies possessed a strand of his beard, and he would need all his magic to ward off their spells. He embraced me. I kissed Namui, then I watched them walk away before I followed Keenaglas westward. I was going to Powys to find my Kynwyn, and I was travelling with a share of Ael's gold. But even so, it did not seem like a triumph. We had beaten Ael and secured peace, but Cerdic and Lancelot had been the real winners of the campaign, not us. That night we all rested in Corinium, but at midnight a storm woke me. The tempest was far away to the south, but such was the violence of the distant thunder, and so vivid were the flashes of lightning that flickered on the walls of the courtyard where I slept, that it woke me. Eileen, Arthur's old mistress and the mother of his twins, had offered me shelter, and she now came from her bedchamber with a worried face. I wrapped my cloak around me and went with her to the town walls, where I found half my men already watching the distant turmoil. Keenaglas and Agricola were also standing on the ramparts, but not Murig, for he refused to find any portents in the weather. We all knew better. Storms are messages from the gods, and this storm was a tumultuous outburst. No rain fell on Corinium, and no gale blew our cloaks, but far off to the south, somewhere in Dumnonia, the gods flayed the land. Lightning tore the dark clean out of the sky, and stabbed its crooked daggers at the earth. Thunder rolled incessantly, outburst after outburst, and with every echoing clap the lightning flickered and dazzled and split its ragged fire through the shuddering night. Issa stood close beside me, his honest face lit by those distant spits of fire.
"Is someone dead?"
"We can't tell, Issa."
"We cursed, Lord?" he asked.
"No," I replied with a confidence I did not entirely feel.
"But I heard that Merlin had his beard cut."
"A few hairs," I said dismissively. "Nothing more." "What of it?"
"Well, if Merlin has no power, Lord, who does?"
"Merlin has power," I tried to reassure him. And I had power too, for soon I would be Mordred's champion, and would live on a great estate. I would mould the child, and Arthur would make the child's kingdom. Yet still I worried about the thunder, and I would have worried more had I known what it meant. For disaster did come that night. We did not hear of it for 3 days more, but then, at last, we learned why the thunder had spoken and the lightning struck. It had struck on the Tor, on Merlin's hall, where the winds made moan about his hollow dream tower. And there, in our hour of victory, the lightning had set the wooden tower alight, and its flames had seared and leapt and howled into the night, and in the morning, when the embers were being spattered and extinguished by the dying storm's rain, there were no treasures left at Inniswydran. There was no cauldron in the ashes, only an emptiness at Dumnonia's fire-scarred heart. The new gods, it seemed, were fighting back, or else the Silurian twins had worked a mighty charm on the cut braid of Merlin's beard, for the cauldron was gone, and the treasures had vanished. And I went north to Kynwyn. Part 3.
Camelot.
All the treasures burned?
Igraine asked me. Everything, I said. Disappeared.
Poor Merlin,
Igraine said. She has taken her usual place on my windowsill, though she is well wrapped against this day's cold by a thick cloak of beaver fur, and she needs it, for it is bitterly cold today. There were flurries of snow this morning, and the sky to the west is ominous with leaden clouds.
I cannot stay long,
she had announced when she arrived and settled down to skim through the finished parchments.
In case it snows.
It will snow. The berries are thick in the hedgerows, and that always means a hard winter.
Old men say that every year,
Igraine observed tartly. When you're old, I said, every winter is hard.
How old was Merlin?
At the time he lost the cauldron. Very close to 80 years. But he lived for a long while after that.
But he never rebuilt his dream tower?
Igraine asked. No. She sighed and pulled the rich cloak about her.
I should like a dream tower. I would so like to have a dream tower.
Well, then have one built, I said. You're a queen. Give orders, make a fuss. It's quite simple. Nothing but a four-sided tower with no roof and a platform halfway up. Once it's built, no one but you can go inside. And the trick of it is to sleep on the platform and wait for the gods to send you messages. Merlin always said it was a horribly cold place to sleep in winter.
And the cauldron?
Igraine guessed.
Had been hidden on the platform?
Yes.
But it wasn't burned, was it, Brother Derval?
She insisted. The cauldron story goes on, I admitted. But I won't tell it now. She stuck her tongue out at me. She is looking startlingly beautiful today. Perhaps it's the cold that has put the colour into her cheeks, and the spark into her dark eyes. Or maybe the beaver pelts suit her. But I suspect she is pregnant. I could always tell when Kynwyn was with child, and Igraine shows that same surge of life. But Igraine has said nothing, so I will not ask her. She has prayed hard enough, God knows, for a child, and maybe our Christian God does hear prayers. We have nothing else to give us hope, for our own gods are dead, or fled, or careless of us.
The bards,
Igraine said, and I knew from her tone that another of my shortcomings as a storyteller was about to be aired.
Say that the battle near London was terrible.